Everyone, welcome to your first ever decentralized staking DApp platform where you will allow users to stake their token and they can earn reward. We also have a feature of ICO, so they can buy the token and they can stake and they can earn the reward. So let me give you a quick walkthrough that what exactly we're going to code in this entire project. So the very first section we have in our project is the navigation section. So this is the logo which you can easily able to customize as per your branding. Here we have the navigation, so you can click on this home and you will be on the home section. You can click on the staking and it will take you to the staking section where you will find all of this. You can go to the crypto, you can go to the partners, and that's all you will find. So let's go on top, and here we have the hero section, and here we are using a special wallet provider which allow you to connect with different crypto wallets. So if I click here, I can easily able to disconnect, and I'm disconnected. So if I want to connect with the wallet, I can simply click on this connect wallet, and here it's going to give me multiple options. So I have MetaMask installed in my browser, so that's why it's reflecting here, but they have other option and you can configure manually as well. So if you don't have these wallets, you can simply click here and scan the QR code from your device in your phone and you are connected and you can able to do the transaction. So that's how you can pick the wallet. So I'll go with the MetaMask because that's what I have in my browser. So interact with the contract. So it's going to simply connect, it's going to fetch your account address and the balance which you have, and all the data from the contract will be reflecting here as per your wallet. Now we have an option called token ICO. So we are also selling the token which we are allowing user to deposit in our contract to earn reward. So if they don't have the tokens, they can simply click on this and they can buy the token and then they can stake the token to earn the reward. So currently the supply is 90 token is left and this is my balance. You can simply put the amount and this much money you're going to pay and you will get a 5 token in your wallet, which I will show you. So that's our navigation section, and here we have the hero section. You can customize this tagline as per your branding. Here we have an option for buying tokens. You can click and you can buy the token. And if you want to add this particular token in your MetaMask, so you can simply click here and it's going to open the MetaMask and you have to simply add the token. So you can see I can click on this add token and the token will be added in my MetaMask successfully. So we have added the token. Now here you will find the stat of the current ICO which we are doing on this TBC tokens. You can see the price, you can see the token left in the ICO contract, the total supply, and how many tokens have sold so far. So currently I bought 10 token, that's why you can see it's 10, but the total supply was 100. So every single data is dynamic, and that's what we have in our hero section. Now come back to the second section is the stats section. So currently we have 3 different pools. You can create as many pool as you want, but we are focusing on the 3 different pools. So the first pool we have is 50%, in that we have 20 token stake. The second pool we have is 100%, in that we have 50 token stake, and here we have this 200 pool, in that we have store 100 token. So you can able to find the stake of the token in each pool and the total number of token are staked in the contract. That's all is there in the staking platform. That's all is reflecting here in the analytical section. Now let's come back to the staking. So if I click on the staking, it will take me here and I can able to stake my token in the contract. Deposit I have done. So the account I have used for connecting, with that account I have deposited 20 token, and that's what is reflecting, and this much reward I have earned so far after staking 20 token. In the standard one, you can see I have staked 40 token and the total number of tokens staked in this particular standard is 50. So other user have staked 10 token and the reward I have earned is this much. If I go to the elite one, in that I have staked 90 token and this much reward I have earned. So I can able to withdraw, or if I want to stake more, I can do that very easily. You can click on the details and there you will find the details about the 2 token, the token which user will stake and the token they will get in return as a reward. So you can simply provide different token as a reward, but I'm going with the same token as a reward. So that's all details you will find here. So that's the staking section. Now the second section we have is the token, where we are displaying the supply of the market and the price. So you can see the total taken stake is this is the price and this is the reward supply. So this is the dynamic data we have about our token. Now we have this staking reward section. Then we have this token reward section. There you will find the stats about the current reward which you are getting. So you can see in the first pool I have 20 token and the staking period is 1 day and I have earned this much reward which I can able to claim, or if I want to withdraw my token out of this particular pool, I can do that as well. Same goes with this one, this second pool, and this is the third pool. If I want to simply withdraw the fund, I can simply click here and I can give the amount which I want to withdraw, or I can simply claim the reward. In the same way, you can go with this one or you can go with this one. So if I come back here in the staking pool, I can simply click on this investment, and here I can invest more tokens. So you can see the current deposit I have done 20 and the total deposit is 20. So if I want to deposit more token, so this is currently available balance I have of this particular token. So if I want to deposit, I can deposit the token. So that's how our deposit we have. Now we have seen this staking reward section. I'll show you every single thing. Now we have this active like. So all the transaction which is happening in our staking contract, whether the users are withdrawing fund, depositing, claiming reward, that's all stats we have here. So you can see a while ago I have withdrawn the fund of 10 token from pool 2. You can see the token, you can see the address of the user and the time I have withdrawn that. So that's all stats you will find about the deposit, withdraw and claim. That's all will reflect here. You can click here and it will take you to the analytical page where you will find all the transaction of the rewards and deposit. Then we have our partners. So here I'm displaying different partners which we have collaborated with. So you can simply customize as per your branding. Then we have this question section. So if your user have any question they want to ask you, they can simply do that. So they can click on this ask question and they can give their name, email and the message, and they can send the message to you. I'll show you all the feature. Then we have the footer section. We have a nice footer section where we are displaying all of this. This looks good. So this is the entire UI of our front end. Now let's see everything in action, because so we have an admin panel as well, which I will show you. So what I will do is I'll first come back here and I'm going to buy a couple of tokens. So currently supply is this much, 90, and I want to buy, let's say 10 token, and this much fund I have to pay if I want to buy the token. So I can click on this buy token and it's going to make a call to my smart contract. It will open the MetaMask and I have to simply confirm the transaction. So I'm paying this much fund and this fund will be transferred straight away to the owner of the contract. So simply click on this confirm and the transaction will complete. After the complete transaction, you will have your token in your wallet address, and this fund will be go down. Just wait. And finally the transaction is completed. You can see it's loading the data and you have received your token. So if I come back here, you can see it went up to 10 because we have bought 10 token. Now if I click on this, you have this 80 and your balance went up to 10. Earlier it was 85, but now you have 95. So you have bought the token. If you want to add the token in your MetaMask, you can simply click here and you have to simply confirm the add token, and you will be added this token which we are selling in the staking as well as in the ICO. So the token is added successfully. This looks good. You have seen the feature. Now let's come back to the staking. I can stake more token in any one of the pools. I already have deposit of 20 token. If I want to stake more, I can click on this invest, and here I have to give the amount. So this much balance I have, so I can simply increase my allowance. So I'll go with 100 token deposit now. So it will become 120. I can click on this proceed and it's going to make a call to our smart contract. So first I have to approve the transaction. So click on this next, approve. And once the approval will complete, now we'll have an option to confirm and the deposit, because that's how things work in the decentralized ecosystem. If you want to give your token to an external contract which is going to execute the token, then you have to approve. Then the contract will have the right to execute the token on behalf of you to make the transaction and earn the commission. So we have successfully approved the token. Now we have to simply confirm that. So we'll say confirm. After the confirmation, the token will be staked in the contract. Just wait. And finally the token is staked in our staking contract, and you will see that token will be reflecting in our investment. So right now it went up to 120 because I have invested 100 more token, and you can see the reward went down to 0 because that's the feature we have included in our smart contract. So we have a lock period of 1 day. If 1 day complete, the user will earn the reward, and when he will try to deposit the token one more time, we'll first withdraw that token, the reward token, and transfer to his wallet, and then we're going to simply stake the token. So that's the logic we have implemented. So that's what we have. If I want to withdraw, I can do that. I can invest in this as well. So if I want to invest more, I can do it very easily. And this time I want to invest 10 token, and I can click on this proceed. It will happen exactly the same thing. I have to simply confirm the transaction. So I have to click on let's next, approve, and once the transaction will complete, I have to deposit the token in the contract so I can start earning the reward for my staking token. Now I have to click on this confirm. So it will be stake our token in the contract, and we have successfully staked our token in the contract, and here you will see it will reflect that it went up to 100. So that's how you can stake the token in the contract to earn reward. Now we can come back here in the staking reward section. Here we have multiple options. So we are displaying the token which you have stake in each one of these pool, and here we have the 2 tokens One is the staking one and other one is the reward one. You can see the APY, and here we have the last reward calculation. So this is the total reward you have on, and this is the last reward calculation we have done in the contract. So if you want to withdraw the token or you want to claim the reward, you can do that. So you can see currently I have this much reward, so I can simply come here and I can click on this reward claim, and it's going to make a call to my smart contract, and I can able to claim the reward which I have earned. So I have to simply click on this confirm, and it's going to make the transaction. Once the transaction will complete, I'll receive the reward. So this is the one way of receiving the reward. Or if you have already have a reward, so at the time of deposit you will also withdraw that reward, and here the transaction is completed and we have withdraw our reward successfully out of the staking contract. So if I come back here in the reward staking, you can see it went down to 0 because we have claimed our reward. If I want to withdraw the token which I have staked, so currently I have 120 token. If I want to withdraw this token, I can do that. I can simply click here and I want to withdraw, and finally the transaction is completed and you have withdraw the token successfully. It went down to 90 because we have withdraw 30 token and everything is got updated. In the same way, you can withdraw the reward and you can withdraw the token. So that's how our staking and withdrawal will work absolutely fine. Now if you come back to the activity section, there you will find all the details. So recently we have withdraw 30 token, that's what is reflecting. You can see we have claimed this much reward from the pool 0, that's what it's reflecting. Here we have the another claim which we have done at the time of deposit, that what is reflecting. You can see the deposit and you can see the time stat that when this transaction is happened. So that's how the activity page would look like. Now if you come back here in the partner section, where we have multiple partners, so you can simply promote any one of the campaign. But now you can come back to the question section, so your users can ask you questions, so they can give the name, they can give the email ID, and they can ask you the question, and you can simply paste this text and you can simply send the message. So here the message is sent and you will receive the message in your email. So every single thing is working fine about the staking, buying the token, claiming the reward, withdrawing the token, that's all is working. Now let me take you to the activity page. So if I come back here, if I click on this view all activity, it will take me to the activity page, and there I can able to find all the transaction and all the stats of the taking contract. So currently we have these 3 pools. You can see each pool with the token and the APY, and you can see the total number of token which stake in the staking contract, and here you will find all the transaction which happen in the contract. So that's what we have here in the activity section. Now we have an admin panel where you can able to control the entire smart contract, including the ICO contract as well as the staking contract. So to go to the admin panel, we can simply come back here and we have to simply click and change the URL admin panel, and this is the admin panel. Only you, the contract owner, can have this access of this admin, and only you, the admin of the contract, will have the access of the admin panel. You can see it's loading all of the data, including the staking contract data as well as the ICO contract data, and you can able to control and change the token and the pricing, every single thing. If you want to create new pool, you can do that as well. So it's taking a little bit time. Make sure to reload the page, and here we have it. So just wait, it's reloading. Once the page will reload complete, and here we got all of this data. Let me expand this one, and this is what you will have in the admin panel. So here you will have that. You can simply click and it's going to open the model, and you can buy the token if you want. And here you will find all the stats. So currently we have this 3 different pool. You can see number of tokens staked. This is your TBC balance because I'm the admin and I have created this token. So I have this much token in my wallet address, and this is the token, TBC token staked by the user. And you can see this TBC token which we have deposited in the contract after creating the pool. So when the user will deposit and claim the reward, so we can maintain the token supply. If it's go into the minus, the user cannot able to withdraw. So you as an admin, you have to constantly monitor and provide with the supply in the staking contract. So this much available supply we have provided, so the user can withdraw the reward. So that's the stats section. Here we have the explore section. So you can simply copy the URL of the contract and you can able to verify on the Ether scan. And here we have the details about the token which we are allowing user to stake and get reward. So name, symbol, total supply, and you can see the total token stake is this much because we are calculating the token staked by the user and the available supply which you have provided for getting reward. And that's what we have here. You can click here and you can able to explore the token on the block explorer. So that's the default admin dashboard we have. Now we have this investment section. There you will have all the transaction taking place in the contract. You can call it a notification. You can see we have the withdrawal function user have called, and you can see the time when they have withdraw, what amount they have withdraw. You can see the address and you can see the percentage wise the amount they have withdraw. Same goes with the claim. Same goes with the deposit, claim, deposit. So that's all stats you will find as an admin, and all the details about the contract interaction here in the admin panel. So that's the investing section. Now we have this staking platform. From here you can able to withdraw the token which you have provided. So this much additional supply you have provided as an admin, so the user can claim the reward. So if you want to withdraw this fund, you can simply give the address of the token, so the reward token address, and you can simply withdraw, and this particular token will be transferred to your wallet address. But you have to maintain this. We have given you this additional feature, so in future if you think that you don't want to execute this staking platform and you want to simply destroy the contract, then you can able to withdraw the token. After that you can destroy the contract. Okay, so that's what we have here in the staking. Now we have the transfer function. There you can able to transfer the token to any place. So you can give the address of the contract or a wallet, you can give the quantity, and you can simply transfer it. You can see this is the available supply which you have provided in the staking contract, so that's it's reflecting, and you have to constantly monitor and maintain this supply so the user can claim the reward without having any trouble. Come back to the pool, and from here you can able to create new pool. So to create a new pool, you can give the token address which you want the user to stake, and here you have to give the address of the token which you want the user should get the reward, and you have to define the API. This should be in percentage. Okay, and here you have to give the number of day which you want to lock the token, like 45 days, 100 days, or 200 days. So it's actually a day, and you can simply click on create, and you can create. So if you come back to the pool history, here you will find all the pools which we have created. So currently we have 3 different pools. You can simply copy the address of the pool, you can copy the address of the reward token, and you can see the deposit. So currently we have 90 token in the first, 60 and 100. You can see the API we are providing and the log day, and from here you can able to update the APY. So if you want to update this, you can simply click here and you can simply provide a new one, but make sure you should only update when there is no token available in this particular pool. That's the logic you have implemented, because you have to constant maintain the supply and the APY of the pool. So that's what we have, all the pools. Now if you come back to the ICO token, there you will have 3 options. So if you want to change the token address, like in the ICO contract, you can simply give a new address of the token and you can update. If you want to update the price, you can simply update. So this is the current price we are charging, but if you want to charge more or less, you can simply update. And if you want to withdraw all the token which we have in the ICO contract, so you can click here and all the fund will be withdraw from that to ICO contract, and you will have it. So that's we have in our admin panel. Now let's try to check all the function we have included in our admin panel and how admin can control the entire smart contract, ICO and staking. So you can come back to the dashboard. We have already seen this. Here we have the investment. Now let's talk about the staking. So if I want to withdraw the token from the staking contract, I can do that because I'm the admins, and currently I have provided this much additional supply so the user can claim the reward. So I want to withdraw very less. I don't want to withdraw too many because I have to maintain the reward supply. So I have to give the amount which I want to withdraw and the token address. So what I can do is I can simply come back to the pool section and I can go to the pool, and from here I can copy the address of the token. So I'll simply copy. So I can come back to the staking, and from there I can provide the address of the token. So this is the reward token, and here I have to give the token which I want to withdraw. So I'll go with 10 token and I can click on this withdraw, and it's going to make a call to the smart contract, and I have to complete the transaction. So click on confirm, and the transaction is pending. Once the transaction will complete, it's going to withdraw the 10 token and I will receive in my wallet address from the staking contract. So just wait, the transaction is the pending state. You can minimize that one and you can click here and you can able to see the stats. So currently we have completed the swap and here we have received the token. You can see the fund went up because we have received 10 tokens. So let's expand this one. That's how you can withdraw the token from the staking contract, and now it's went down to 88 because we have withdrawn 10 token. So that's how you can withdraw from the staking contract. Now if you come back to the transfer, if I want to transfer the token to any address or any contract, because I have to constantly maintain the supply of the staking contract so the user can claim the reward. So here I have to provide the address of the staking contract so I can transfer. So I can come back here in the dashboard, and this is the staking contract address. I can simply copy from here and I can come back to the transfer section, and this is the supply we have. I can click the address and I can pass the supply. So I will go with less, 100, not 100, 10, and I can click on this transfer. So this token will be transferred straight away to the staking contract, and I can able to maintain the supply. So I can literally transfer to the ICO contract or the staking contract, so the user can start purchasing and they get reward smoothly without having any trouble. All the transaction we are doing on actual test network, so it will take a little bit time. So just wait. It's in the pending state. Once the transaction will complete, you will see the fund will reflect here. So the transaction is completed, and here it's reloading the data, and here it will say that it went up to 898 because we have transferred the 10 token. If you come back to the transfer here, you will find the available supply in the ICO contract is went up to 10. So that's how you can transfer. You can transfer to contract address as well as the user address. So if I check here in the token ICO contract, it has this much supply. So I have to transfer more token into this so the user can continue buying our token. So to transfer that, I have to get the address of our token ICO. So I can come back here and I can simply paste the address of my token ICO contract, and I can simply increase the supply. So this time I'm going to transfer, let's say 100 token, and click on this transfer, and it's going to make a call to the smart contract, and we are transferring 100 token to the ICO contract. So the user can buy the token, and then they can use that token to stake and earn reward as more token. So if we click on this MetaMask, you can see the transaction is in the pending state, and here the transaction is completed, and we have successfully transferred the token into our ICO contract. So you can see, if you click here, you can see the fund went up to 180, and user can start buying it. Even I can buy the token. So if I want to buy, I can simply give the supply. Let's say I want to buy 5 token. I can click on this buy token, and it's going to make a call to my smart contract, and I'm buying 5 token and paying this much money. And I can click on the confirm transaction, and I will buy the token successfully, and I can use the exact tokens to stake in the contract to earn reward. So we have successfully bought the token, and it went up to 20. Earlier it was 15. If you check your ICO contract, it has less fund. So that's how you can buy the token. So you have seen the transfer. Now here we have the pool. So currently we have 3 different pools, and we have designed our UI component for 3 different pools. So if you come back to the home page, you will see that we have this component, and generally this is what we have exactly in actual industry project. We provide 3 different pool, not more than that. So that's what we have. If you try to create one more pool, and that's what logic we have implemented in our front end part, but in the actual contract we have a logic to create multiple pools, as many pool as you want, but in the front end we are restricting to 3. So you can come back to the pool section, and from here you can create a new pool. So I have to give the address of the token which I want the user should stake, and the reward token address, API, and day lock. So I want to create another pool with the same token. So I'll come back here, and this is the exact token I want as a reward, as a stake. So I can come here, I can paste the address, I can paste the reward token address, and here I have to set the price, the APY. So I want to give like 300% return, and I want them to be stake the token less for 100 days. So I want them to lock their token for 100 days. So that's the lock days I have provided. Now I can click on this create pool, and it's going to make a call to our smart contract, and we have to simply confirm the transaction, and the new pool will be added in our contract, and which we can able to find here. You can click here to see the transaction is in the pending state. Adding pool, once the transaction will complete, it's going to reload the data, and it's going to fetch all the details about our contract, and it's going to display in the components. So you can see now we have 7 boxes because we have 4 different pools: 50, 100, 200, and 300. So as many pool as you will create, this will go up, and you will have the stats of that particular pool as well, and every single data would be a dynamic one. Now if you come back to the pool, here you will find, go to the pool history, here you will find that we got 4 pools. But if you come back to the home page, we are displaying only 3 pools because that's the logic we have implemented. We want to give 3 pools. That's the logic we have implemented. We are displaying only 3 pools in the front end, but in our contract we actually have 4 pools. So if you want to display all the 4, you can do that very easily. So I can simply come back here, and I can go back to the admin panel, and there you will find, come back to the pool, and you can come back to the pool history. Here you will find all the pools we have created. So this is the one we have created just now. You can click on this update APY, so you can simply update the percentage. So you can click here, and we are providing, let's say 300, so I want to increase to 500 return. So I can click on this update, and it's going to make a call to our smart contract, and that's how we can update. But I would suggest you that whenever you update, make sure there should be no token, no reward for that specific pool. You can simply open this one, and you can see the transaction is in the pending mode, and we are modifying the pool APY. I hope you guys know what is the full form of APY. Those of you don't know, or those of you know, just let me know in the comment section. So let's see how many of you know about this financial term. So that's how we have updated our API. So if you come back to the pools, go to the pool history, there you will find that we have updated for 500. It looks absolutely fine. So every single thing is looks good. Now we have this ICO token section. From here you can able to control the token ICO contract. So currently you will find that we are running an ICO of this particular token, TBC token, TBC. But you can run any token as an ICO. The reason why I'm running the ICO of this TBC token, because that's the token we are allowing user to stake in the contract, and this is the best strategy which you have to implement. Not everybody will have your token, so they can buy the token and they can stake to earn the reward. But this section will allow you to control the ICO contract. So if you want to use any other token, you can simply do that, but they're not able to stake in the contract. Okay, so if I want to update the token address, I can simply do that. I can simply come back to the pool and I can simply come here in the pool list, and this is the address. I'm going to take the same address to show you that you can update the token address in the contract. So come back here and I want to update the token address, but I will go with the same one. So let's paste here and click on this update address. It's going to make a call to our smart contract, and we have to simply confirm the transaction and the token will be updated. Anyway, we have used the same token to update, so it's going to have the same token in the ICO contract, and we'll have the reference of that token in the staking contract as well. So it's going to make a transaction, and here the transaction is completed and we have successfully updated our token. You can open that and you can see the data is reflecting here, and we have called this function. And if you come back to the auction, here you will find the symbol and the name, the same address we have provided. If I want to update the price of the token, so currently we are selling the token at this price. So if you want to update, you can simply update that. So I'll go with one more 0. So we have 4, I'll go with one more 0 and I can update. Or if you want to charge higher, you can charge higher. I'll simply update that, and it's going to make a call to our smart contract, and we are updating the token. We are updating the price of our token, so the user have to pay that much fund when they will buy the token. So let's click on the MetaMask to see the transaction is in the pending state, and here you can see the transaction is in the pending state. And once the transaction will complete, you will have the price updated successfully. So we updated the price successfully. If you come back to the ICO token section, there you will, so that's how you can update the price. So if I want to withdraw all the token which I have in the ICO contract, for example, I have decided to change the token in the ICO contract to use different token for ICO sale. So what I can do, I can simply withdraw that all token in my wallet address. So currently I have this much supply and I'm the admin, so I can withdraw that. So I can simply call this function withdraw all token, and it's going to withdraw all the token from the ICO contract, and I can have in my wallet address. So let's confirm that, and here it will display. So just wait, the transaction is in the pending state. Once the transaction will complete, you will find all the token in your wallet address from the token ICO contract. And here we have withdraw all the token from the ICO contract. So if you come back here in the token ICO, you will see it has 0 token available for ICO sales, and nobody can able to buy. So the moment I will simply buy and click on buy token, is going to give me this low balance, and it's going to reload the page because there is no token available for sale. So in that way, you can able to control the entire smart contract of staking DApp as well as the ICO token. If you really want to learn about the Web3 technology and build your own project to build a staking DApp where you want to promote and sell your cryptocurrency, so this is one of the projects which you have to include. You can simply click here and you can explore and have all the details about the token which you are selling. You can see all the transaction we have done. So we have withdrawn all the token. That's all the details you will find. If you want to find about the staking contract, simply copy the URL and you can simply paste here, and you can go into deep about checking your ICO contract. You can see all the transaction taking place. So every single thing is working absolutely fine. This is what exactly we're going to build. You can simply disconnect or you can simply connect with wallet. And now if I change my wallet address, you will see if I change my wallet address to this, and if I reload the page, you can see this is what a normal user will get. They will not have the access of the admin panel, so they can click here and they will go back to the home page, and there I will find all the details about my wallet address. So you can see this much the balance I have in my account too, and if I click on this, there is no token available, and you can see we sold 15 token. After that I have stopped the ICO, so we can able to see the balance and all the things. So if I come back here in the minimum, standard and elite, in that I have staked 10 token. I have staked 10 token in this particular elite one, and I have earned this much reward. So if I want to withdraw, I can do that very easily. So if I want to withdraw this 10 token, I can simply come back here and I can click on this, and I can simply click on the 10 token and click on this withdraw, and it's going to make a call to the smart contract, and I'm withdrawing the 10 token we have deposited, and it's going to also claim the reward. So I'll receive my 10 token as well as the reward I have earned. So it becomes empty. You can click here and you can able to see the Transaction is in the process. Once the transaction will complete, you will have empty token, empty reward in that elite pool. And here the transaction is completed. Now you can simply come back here and you can see you have withdraw your fund, you have claim your reward. And if you come back here in the live activity section, you can see you have withdraw your 10 token and you have withdraw the reward as well, your addresses. You can see the timestamp. So every single thing is look good. Everything is look good. It's 100% responsive for all the devices. If I show you the inspect element, make on the big screen, this is how it's going to look on a mobile device. It looks incredible. You can click here, it's going to give you the side model. If you click here, you're going to have this pop-up model. You can simply copy the address or you can disconnect, and you are disconnected with the application. You can click and you can connect and you can pick any particular wallet provider. So I'll go with MetaMask, and it's going to make a call and it's going to fetch out all the information from the contract and it's going to display. Here we have the ICO, so you can click here and you can simply buy the token. This is the hero section. This is the token detail ICO section. Here we have the stat section. Here we have the first staking pool. So you can click here and you can invest in this particular pool to earn reward. We have the second one, which is the standard elite. Here we have the token details section. Here we have the reward section. You can claim and you can claim the reward and you can withdraw the funds in a small quantity. Don't withdraw in the large quantity, otherwise the return on the investment you will not get in proper way. So you can withdraw the token. Now you can come back here, so you can withdraw the rewards and the token from the staking. Here we have the live activities, so you can see all the transaction which you can able to track, and it's 100% responsive. You can click here and you can go to the activity page. Here we have the different partners which we are. Nice card section we have. That's all you will find. You can see nice animation we are having. It looks good. Here we have the question sections. You can click here and you can able to send the message to the creator of the DApp. And here we have the footer section. So that's how it's going to look, the home page. Now if you want to go to the activity page, you can simply come back here and you can simply click on this view activities, and it will take you to the activity page where it looks absolutely incredible. So you can see it's going to load the data. Here we have the activity section, and here we have the currently activity happening, the notification happening in the contract. This will also look good. Now if I want to go to the admin panel, you can also check in the admin panel. So currently I'm not the admin, that's why I'm getting this option. So what I will do, I'll simply come back here. I'll simply change my wallet address to the admin one. So this is the admin address, and you can see it's going to make a call. Let me make on the big screen, and here I have the access. So only admin can have the access. So here we have the different tab which you can open. So currently by default we are opening dashboard, and you will find all of these details about the activities. That's all you will find. If you go to the investment section, there you will find all the activities which is taking place. That's all you can able to see here. Now if you go to the staking, there you will find the staking. So you can able to withdraw the tokens from the staking contract. You can check the transfer. You can able to transfer the token. If you come back to the pool, there you will find this is from where you can create a pool, and you can simply add a, you can able to have the details of all the pools. You can see, you can click here and you can update the pool APY. So that's what we have. You can come back to the ICO, and from here you can able to update. So you can simply update the token address, token price, or you can simply withdraw that. So every single thing is looking absolutely great. I hope you guys have understood that what exactly we're going to code in this project. Everything is working good. Now we're going to start working on our project. So create a folder and let's call this staking. And this is the folder you have to open in your VS Code. So let's open our VS Code, go to open, go to desktop, and we have to select the folder we have created. So this one. We don't have anything in that. Now we have to get the startup file. In that we have provided all the assets which you need to build this particular project. So to get the startup file, come back to the blockchain coder. There you will find all the resources we have used for building different projects. So make sure to check all the project we have built on our channel. So click here, go back to the resource, and there you will find all the project we have built. So check, we have more than 50 project on the channel. So click here, go to the recent project, and this is the one which you have to get the startup file. So click on this get now, and here we have the startup file. So simply click here. It will take you to the GitHub repository, and you have to simply copy this URL. I have provided you the entire architecture, all the assets we have utilized in the project. So we can able to build this project faster. We don't need to redesign the entire architecture. So simply copy the URL, make on the full screen, and we have to open our terminal and clone the repository. So let's bring it up, type git clone, paste the URL, and give this dot. It's going to clone the repository in this particular folder. It's not going to create a separate folder. Hit enter, and it's cloning. It will take 30 seconds, maybe less than that. And finally, we have cloned the entire repository. So simply close this terminal. And now let me give a quick walkthrough of the entire architecture we have designed in this entire project, which is very important when you are working on a decentralized application, mainly in a DeFi protocol. So we have all of this folder. So make sure to delete this folder because we don't need that. And in this entire structure in the starter file, the very first component we have is this component folder. In that you will have the entire component we have built in our entire application. So we have multiple components for different section, because in that we have an admin panel, and there we have to manage the entire state. So this is the admin panel. In that you will find the entire component we have built for the admin, and these are the regular components. So if I open this admin panel, in that we have couple of regular components like button, click, input ratio, list, pop-up button, title. So we're going to code all of this component together. Then the next section we have is the bigger component like admin, card, head nav, auth, ICO token, investing, notification, pool, staking, token, transfer, update model. So we have all of this for the admin. Only admin can access all of this component. Let's close that one. And here we have all the React icons I have already imported in this center file, and from here we're going to export it and utilize it in our application. So you don't need to simply copy the icons. So we have already imported that. Then close that one, and here we have all the components like arcs, contact, footer, header, hero section, ICO, index. So here we are importing all of this component, and from here we are exporting the component so we can utilize in our pages. We have the loader, notification, partner, pool. We have the pool model, statistics. This is the blockchain coder logo. I hope you guys are familiar because there you have got the starter file. We have the token, withdraw, and withdraw model. That's all we're going to code it. So this is the entire component section of our application. Now let's come back to the context management. So we can come here. You can see in the context we have 5 files. 2 files in which we're going to write the code, and we have 3 ABIs. So this is the normal ABI of our ERC20 token. You don't need to make any changes here. Here we have the ABI of our staking contract, which we're going to code it. And here we have the ICO token contract. Obviously, when we're going to deploy our contract, we're going to replace the ABI and we'll put the latest ABI. So simply close this one. And now you can come back here in the constants. Here we're going to write the entire code for our managing the contract. And here we're going to build the entire function for reading the data and writing the data of our smart contract. So that's what we have in the context. Now come back to the contract. So if I open that, in that you will find 3 files. This is the library, because in this project we are using libraries which make our contract more secure, and we have to prevent any kind of reentrancy attack interface. So these are the library which I have used over the years, and I have got it as a package. So that's what I'm going to provide you here in the library, which we're going to utilize it. So this is the first library we have as an abstraction for reentrancy guard. I hope you guys are familiar that what is reentrancy. So that's the library I have. Here we have the library for context. That's what I have here. Then we have the library of ownable context, because we have an ERC20 token and the user will provide their token in the contract. So we can use that contract and the token to provide the reward and earn the commission. That's what we have here. Here we have the address library, and here we have the ERC20. Simply close that one. Then we have the interface of ERC20, and then we have the ERC20 in that we are accessing all of this variable like metadata, context. Here we have the safe math library. So these are the libraries we are utilizing in this particular project. So again, you can go into deep, but these are the normal library which you will find when you will work on any decentralized protocol and staking or DeFi application. So we use this, and you can use Open Zeppelin, but I want to show you everything from scratch, the custom library. That's why I have utilized this as an internal file. So we're going to use all of this library in our staking contract. So that's what we have in the library. Now come back to the staking DApp. In that we're going to write the entire contract in which we're going to use our library. Then we have the token ICO, in which we're going to write the entire ICO for the token, where the user can simply buy our ERC20 token. So that's what we have in the contract. Now come back to the pages. In that we have 4 pages. So this is the app in which we're going to do the entire configuration of our state management like wallet, accounts. That's all we will do. We have imported the JavaScript libraries because we are using the JavaScript for the animation and open the models. So that's what we have here. So you don't need to worry about it. Just keep it as it is. All the configuration we're going to do together. And here we have the activity in which we're going to display the entire activity and the notification which happening in our contract. We have the admin panel section, and we have the home page, which is the index one. So we have 4 pages altogether. Close the page. Now we can come back to the public. In that you will find all the assets we have utilized in the project, like images, CSS file and JavaScript. And here we have the screenshot of the front-end UI component. So if you click here, you can see this is how the home page would look like. We have multiple sections which we're going to code it. Then we have the next one. So you can simply go to each one of these images where I have given you that what exactly we're going to code at the end of the project. So that's all the component we're going to build with actual functionality. So this is the logo of the blockchain coder. We have the JavaScript, in which just keep it as it is because we are using Bootstrap and some of the scroll bar. So that's all we have here. If you come back to the CSS file, we have the Bootstrap CSS, main CSS and the slider. So just keep it as it is. Don't make any changes in here unless or until if you know. If you know, then definitely you can do the experiment with the values. Simply close that one. Now we can come back to the style file, in which we are importing all the CSS files. So you can see Bootstrap, slider, main, and here we have written some couple of custom classes for the animation, loader and slider. So that's all we have here. You can play around the value, but I would suggest you to follow the complete project, and once you complete, everything is working fine. After that you can simply do the experiment with your branding and the value. So just keep it as it is. Now we can come back to the environment variable, in which we're going to keep all the environment variable of our project. So here we're going to put our staking contract address. Here we're going to put our token ICO contract address, and here you have to provide the address of the two token which you want to use as a reward, as a deposit. And here you have to put the logo of your token, because when the user will add the token in the MetaMask, we have to display that image. So you have to paste your, this is the URL I have given, in which we have used the blockchain coder logo. You can use the exact one, but you have to put your in the real world. And here you have to put the admin address account you will use for deploying the contract. You have to put that particular address here. And here we have the network configuration. So we're going to test our contract and deploy our contract to Ethereum test network. So I have done the configuration for that. Here we have the RPC URL. So no matter which network you are deploying, make sure to provide this data as per that particular blockchain which you are deploying, and everything would be working absolutely fine. And here we have to get our FormSpare API key, because user can send the message to us. So that's the API key. We're going to get it and we're going to provide it. So all the changes you have to do here. So when you will get the final source code, then you can simply do the changes right up here and everything would be working fine. You don't need to make any changes in the actual code. All the changes you have to do right up here. Now simply come here, close this one. Here we have the get ignore. You don't need to worry about it. Come back to the next config, just keep it as it is. Here we have the package.json file, and that we are using all of this libraries. FormSpare, and these are the regular component and the icon, but we are using this particular Web3 provider which allows us to connect with the multiple wallets. So that's what you're going to learn, that how you can configure multiple wallet provider, not only MetaMask. And here we have some regular packages which we use over the time in all our project. So that's what we have in the package.json file. Now you can come back to the readme file. There I have provided all the required links which you need to follow to get the faucet, watch the demo video, installation. That's all I have provided. So you can simply have a look. There I have given all this instruction. So look good. Simply close this one. Now you know that what are the structure we have followed in our entire project and how we're going to develop our entire application. So before we start coding, there are a couple of requirements which we need to fulfill. So the very first thing is that you have to check your node version. So open up your terminal, and in this particular project, I'm using this particular node version. So simply type node-v, and this is the version I'm using. It's the latest one, but if you have the older version, it will not create any problem because we are not using Hardhat in the project. We're going to deploy our contract using Remix ID. So this is the node version I have. If I check my npm version, this is the npm version. So if you face any problem related to the package and installation, make sure to upgrade your node version to this, but it will also work fine with the old version. But if it's create any problem, then you can simply upgrade to this one. So that's the first thing. Now clear the terminal. Now we can start writing our code. So before we start doing that, let's install all the package and let's test everything out. After that, we're going to start working on our contract. So that's how I have plans. First, we're going to build our all the contract and deploy through Remix ID and get the API, get the address, and that's all we're going to provide it. After that, we're going to move to our context management, where we're going to build all the functionality like writing data, reading data, building the state, getting the contract information. So that's all we're going to build it. After that, we're going to start working on the front end. So first we'll focus on the contract and the functionality. After that, we're going to focus on the beautification of the application. So that looks good. Now we have to install all of these packages, So simply do one thing, type npmi or install, both will work fine. So hit enter and it's going to do the installation. The process might takes a little bit time, so just wait. It's depend on your internet speed, and you can see that I'm getting a couple of warnings related to depreciated. we have to use the exact version of the packages. We don't want to upgrade the packages because the configuration we're going to do as per the versions we have used and defined here in the packages and file. So here you can see I'm getting a couple of warnings and vulnerabilities. You need to simply ignore this one, okay? It's not that important. Simply clear terminal. So we have done the installation successfully. Now we can start our application and test. So this is the command you have to write. Simply type this npm run dev, npm run dev, and it's going to start our application on localhost 3000. So simply copy this one. Now you can come back to the browser, open a new tab and paste here and hit enter. And you can see every single thing is working fine. Our CSS file is well attached to our application. That's why you can see the color is changed. And here we have the index. Now we're going to start working on our contract. So everything's look good, no issue we have. Now we can come back to our code. Simply close this one, and now we're going to start working on our contract first. So before we're going to import all of this library in our staking DApp contract, we have to first build the actual contract which is going to execute the staking and reward system. After that, we're going to simply import the contract. So I don't want to create any clutter. I want to differentiate between the libraries and the actual contract. So first we're going to build on the staking contract. After that, we're going to import the library and then we're going to simply deploy it. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. So I hope you guys have understood the entire architecture and what are the things we're going to develop and how our application would work. So that's the only thing. I don't want to extend this video too long. It's already 40 minutes long video. In the next video, we're going to start building on our smart contract. After that, we're going to work on our context and then we're going to focus on our entire front end. So it's going to have 3 more videos. So let's move to the next one. Welcome back to the second part of our staking DApp project. In the first part, we had a complete overview that what exactly we're going to code, what are the features we're going to add in our staking DApp. So make sure to watch the first part. In that, we have done the entire setup for the project. And now we're going to start writing the smart contract. So here I'm into the staking DApp soul file. And let's start writing the staking contract first. So first we're going to give the license identifier and we're going to take this pragma and we're going to use this 8.0 version, the latest one, and we're going to call our contract staking DApp. And the one suggestion I want to give you all that first write the entire smart contract as it is without making any changes. Give the exact variable name, and once you complete the entire project, after that you can do the experiment and change the functionality, change the variable name as per your requirement. So we have called our contract staking DApp. Let's take this ownable and we're going to take this re-entrancy guard, and we have the library which we had talked about in the last video, and these library we're going to use it. So I'm just working on the staking contract, but later we're going to import the library and we already have this function like ownable and re-entrancy guard. So let's come here, let's define our safe math library because we have to do the transfer of the token, so we need that library. So let's call this IERC20. So we got the library. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to first build the entire skeleton of the smart contract without building the actual logic in the functions. So let's build the skeleton. After that, we're going to take one function at a time. So we're going to take the struct because altogether we're going to have 3 structs. So let's define our first struct, and it's going to be for the users. In that, we're going to keep certain information about the user, that how many tokens they have taken. Okay, so that's the first struct, and the second struct is going to be for the pool. So let's call this struct pool info. And the third struct is going to be for notification. So let's call struct notification. So this is the 3 structs we are using. Now we can come back here and let's define a couple of state variables. So let's come here. Let's define our first UNT variable. It's going to be decimal, and we want to have a way 80 decimal points. So we'll take this 10 and we're going to multiply with 18. And the reason why I'm taking this variable because we're going to do the transfer of the token, and when the user will claim the reward is going to be in the decimal and way, so we have to take that into consideration. So that's why I'm taking this variable. We got our decimal. Now we can come back here and we're going to take one more variable for the count. So we have to count the total number of pools which admin will create. So it's going to be a public, we'll say pool count, and by default we'll go with this normal without any declaring any variable because this is going to be dynamic. When we'll create the pool, it's going to be increment. So we got our pool count. Now we can come back here and let's define our pool array. So we'll say pool info array, and it will be public pool info with small p. So we got this. Now we can come back here and now we have to define the mapping. So we can come back here. Let's take this mapping. In that we have to pass the address of the user, and it's going to return the UNT variable, means the balance of the user. So we'll say public deposited token. We got the first mapping. Now we have to get the second mapping. So we'll click mapping. We'll take this UNT 256 and it's going to map with the address and it's going to return the entire user information. So we'll say public user info. So this is the two mapping we are using, one for token deposit and the other one is for the user information. So we got that. Now we can come back here. Let's take this notification array and we'll say notifications with S. So these are the variables we are using and we need this part, okay? So we are using this ownable, reentrancy guard, save math library. We have our struct for user info, pool, notification. This is the state variable we have. We're done with that. Now let's build a skeleton for the function. So let's call this contract function. The first function we have to build is for the add pool. So let's call this add pool. And let's build the skeleton first. So this is the one function we have to create. The second function we have to create is deposit. The third function we have to create is, let's call this withdraw. And the fourth function we have to call is, it's calculate pending reward. So this particular function will give us that what reward user have in the contract. That's the fourth one. Let's write the fifth one. It's going to be, let's call pending reward. Let's remove this one and bring it back. We got the pending reward. Now the next function we have to write for swap. So this function will call by owner of the contract to withdraw the token out of the staking contract. So we'll call it swap. Then we have to build another function for modifying the pool. So we'll call it modify pool. Then we can come back here. Let's define another function called claim reward. Then we'll have another function for creating a notification. So we'll say create notification. And the last function is going to be get all the notifications. So we'll say get notification. So this is the entire functionality of our smart contract for staking DApp. So we are using this particular version. Once we complete the smart contract, then we're going to import our library. So this is license identifier. This is the library, ownable, reentrancy guard. This is the math library. Here we have the struct. Then we have our state variables, mapping, and this is all the function we have in our staking contract. Now what we can do is, let's start writing with the struct. So this is what we have. Let's start writing with the user information struct. So in that we're going to keep couple of information about the user. So first thing is going to be the amount, the number of token the user will deposit in the staking contract. That's the first thing. The second thing is going to be the reward, the last reward at. And the third thing is going to be the lock period, when he deposited the token. So it's going to be a UNT variable. We'll say lock until. So only these three information we need about the user. That's what we have for the user information. Now we can start working on the pool info, and it's going to keep a lot of data. So first thing is going to take the deposit token. So we're going to take our interface, ERC20 interface. We'll say 20 deposit token. Then we have to take the reward token. So we'll use the interface and we'll call it reward token. Then we're going to take the total number of token the user will stake in this particular pools, means all the user will stake. So we have the deposited amount. After that we have to take the percentage, the APY, and the last one is going to be the time. So we'll say it's going to be a log day. We'll say log day. So these are the 5 information we are providing in our every single pool: deposit token, reward, deposit amount, APY, and log day. So things are look good. I hope you guys can understand the logic. So this is the user info, and here we have the pool info. Now we have to write the data for the notification. So in that, first we're going to take the UNT variable, means the pool ID. The second one is going to be the amount. The third one is going to be for the address, the user, and the last one is going to be the message, means the type of, whether it's a claim, withdraw or deposit, and only this information. And then we have the timestamp, means when we have called this particular function. So only this 5 information we are taking in the notification. So we are done with all the 3 struct. Now we have to move to the other part. So this looks good, this looks good, this looks good, and all are good. Now we're going to start working on our very first function called add pool. And in this particular function, we have to add couple of data like staking token, reward token, and the lock period and the APY. So let's provide that. So first is going to be the staking token. So we're going to use this ERC20 interface, and we'll say deposited token, and we'll have the reward token. We'll have the UNT variable for the APY, and the last one is going to be for the day. So we'll take the UNT and let's call this lock days. These are the information we're going to provide in our add pool function, and it's going to be a public, and this function can only call by the owner, and we are getting this only owner, and this particular function will come from the library we're going to import. Just build that function, and in that we're going to write the entire logic. So we're going to receive all of this data. Looks good. Now what we can do is we can simply come back here. Let's build the logic. So first we have to get the pool info. So this is the pool info. Here we have the pool info, and we have to push. So we'll take this pool info dot push, and we have to simply update all the information. So we have the pool info, we'll take as an object, and let's update the information. So first is going to be the deposited token. We'll say deposited token. You have to check your spelling, and it's coming from the function input. So we'll say deposited token, this one. Then we have to provide the reward token. We'll say reward token. Then we have to provide the deposited amount. So by default it will be 0. Then we have to provide the percentage. So it will come from the input, and then we have the lock period. So this is the entire information we have for add pool. That's the only thing we have to do. So once we provide all of this data, we have to increase the pool count. So if you come back to the pool info, this is what we have. So make sure to double check your spelling. Let me do that very quickly. So everything is good. Now once you provide all of this data, we have to increment the pool count. So let's come back here. Let's call this pool count, and we have to increment. So when we'll create the very first pool, it will become 1. When we'll create the second, it will become 2. And this information we need in the front end, so we can run the loop to get the data from the contract. So that's what we have. Looks good. And that's the only thing we have to do here in the add pool function. Now we can start working on our second function. So in that we have to take the pool ID. The second one is going to be the amount. So this is the only 2 function we need, and it's going to be a public. So anybody can call, and we have to call this library because we have to prevent the re-entrancy attack. So we'll say none re-entrance. So we have our library. Now we can start building the logic. So first thing we have to do is we have to get that specific pool and the user information. So before we do that, we have to check for a condition that whether the amount is greater than 0. So let's do that. So we'll say amount should be greater than 0. If it's not, then we have to throw the error. So that's the first condition we have to check, greater than 0. Once we do with that check, now we have to simply find the specific pool and the user information. So let's get the pool. We'll say pool info, storage, and we have to simply get this pool info, and that we can provide the ID, and we'll get the information about the pool. Now we have to find the user. So we'll take this user info, storage, user, we'll say user info, and that we have to provide the pool ID and the user address, message.sender. In that way we can have the pool, specific pool which user wants to create and deposit their token, and we'll also have the user information. Once we have this, now we have to do a check. So if all user is already deposited the token previously and he tries to deposit more token, then in that period he might have earned any reward. So if he had earned any reward, we should transfer that reward to that user. So let's check for that condition. So we'll say if user.amount exists, if it's greater than 0, then we have to check for the reward. So let's call this UNT, and we'll say pending. It's going to be a reward, and here we have to call the internal function. So this is the function we have to call, like this one, calculate pending reward. So simply copy, and that's what we're going to simply call here, and it's going to give us that how many reward user have earned so far. In that we have to pass the entire user object and the ID, and we'll have the information about the reward. So once we have this information, means if the user have any token exists and if he earn any reward, then we have to simply transfer that. So let's transfer the token. So we'll take the pool reward token because that's what we are transferring. We'll call the transfer method we have, and in that we have to simply pass the message.sender and the amount pending, the reward amount. So user can receive the reward he earned if it deposited token previously. And here we can simply call our notification function. So we'll say create notification. In that we have to simply pass couple of information. So the first information we have to pass the ID, because if you look at here, ID, amount, user, type of, and timestamp. Then we have to pass the amount is going to be the pending. Then we have to say message.sender. Type is going to be, let's say, claim. And these are the information we are passing. But if user don't have any token, then we have to continue ahead and build the logic and deposit the token. So we'll take this pool dot deposited token, and we're going to simply call this transfer from. In that we have to take the token from the user and transfer to the contract address. So first we're going to simply take the user address, then we'll take the contract address. So to get the contract address, we can call this particular method called address. This will have the address of the contract, and we can simply pass the amount. So this is the amount which user will provide. So in that way we can able to deposit the token in the contract. So once we have that, now we can come back here. We can take this pool deposited, and we have to simply increment and that. So in that way what we'll have, we can able to know that how many tokens have stake in a single pool. So once we have increment that, now we have to simply update the time in the user info. So we'll increment the number of the token, then we have to simply increment the last reward at, so we can get the block.timestamp, and we can simply come back here. And here what we can do is, here we can simply take the user and we can simply call this lock until and block.timestamp, and we're going to simply add the day, and we're going to simply multiply with 86400. So 86400 is actually 24 hour. In 1 minute we have 60 seconds. So if you're going to multiply, you're going to get this for 1 day. But for testing purpose, I'm going to simply comment this and I will go for 1 minute. In that way I can able to test and show you instantly. Otherwise I have to deposit token and have to wait for 1 day for making the transaction. But in actual real world, when you will launch your application, you should always allow user to stake the token for 1 day period. Okay. So what I will do, I'll simply replicate this. I'm going to comment this, and for the testing purpose, I'm going to decrease this to 60 seconds. Means if you pass one, it will become 1 minute. But on the other one, on this top one, the stop one for 1 day, and this one is for 1 minute. I hope you guys can understand this basic calculation. So this looks good. This is fine. Now we can continue ahead. We can come back here and we'll call this deposited token. We'll take this address. In that we can take this pool deposited token, and we can simply increment the amount. Now we can simply come back here and we can simply copy this, and we can simply display the notification that deposit, and we have to change this to amount, and the rest would be fine. So I hope you have understood the logic that what exactly we have done. We are taking the ID and the amount, we are checking for the condition, then we are getting the information about the pool and the user. After that we are checking that if the user is already deposited the token, then he might have earned some commission. If he earned any commission, then we have to transfer that commission to the user wallet address, and that's what we are doing here. After that we have to simply continue and deposit the token in the contract, and that's what exactly we are doing, and updating all the state variable. You can see user, and here we are going with the 1 minute, but in actual world you can go with 1 day. Looks good. And here we have the notification. Let's format this. So that's our deposit function. Now we have to write the withdrawal function. In that we have to simply pass the same thing. So we'll copy this one and we can provide here. Then it's going to be a public. We'll have this no. Inside that we have to do the same thing. So we have to simply copy this portion because we need the information about the pools and the user. So once we have that, now we can simply get this check as well and paste here. And here we can change this to user amount. It has to be like greater or equal to amount, and we can change this message to, let's say, withdraw amount exceed the balance. Simple. Once we do with that check, now we can come back here. Let's do the second check. So we'll take this user lock until, so we have to check the period that the user has to wait till the lock period get completed. If it's not completed, then we are not allowing user to withdraw the token. So we'll check this. We'll say less or equal to the day lock. So we'll take this block.timestamp, and we can simply lock is active, means you cannot withdraw at this moment. You have to wait for the time to be complete. So once we're done with that check, now we can come back here, and here we have to take this UNT. We have to calculate the reward which user have earned. So we're going to use this internal function, and we're going to pass the user object and the ID. This will give us the reward. And here we're going to build a if statement. Simply copy this one, and that's what we can simply paste here. And here we're going to simply remove this, and we can see we are simply transferring, and the rest will be fine. You don't need to make any changes. Just this is going to be exactly the same. Now we can simply come back, and now we have to allow the user to withdraw. So let's build that logic. So we'll take this if amount is greater than 0, means if user have any fund in the contract, then we'll take this user amount. We have to simply subtract that from the actual user balance, and we're going to take this pool dot deposited amount, and we have to decrease that as well. Then we have to say deposited token. We're going to take the address, means the contract address, and we'll pass the pool deposited token, and we have to simply call this minus the actual amount. Once we're done with that, now we're going to simply come here. We'll take this pool deposited, and we have to simply transfer the token to the wallet user address. So we'll take the message.sender and the amount. So I hope you guys have understood that what we are doing. We are first changing the state of the user. After that, we are transferring the token. So once we're done with that, now we can come back here, and we can take this user last reward, because that's the data we have to update, because user will also claim the reward. In that, we can simply take this block.timestamp, and then we can simply take this notification, copy and paste here. In that, we have to simply pass the pool ID, the amount, and the rest would be fine, and this is fine. And here we have to change this to withdraw. Looks good. And that's the complete function for withdrawing the token from the staking contract. So this looks good. I hope you guys can understand. It's a very simple logic. We are updating that, and then we are simply allowing user to withdraw the token and initializing the notification. Now we're going to start working on our call pending reward. So in that, we have to simply provide two things: the user information, user info, and the ID of the pool. It's going to be an internal function view, and is going to return returns. So what we can do, we can come back here. First thing we have to do is to get the pool. We can say storage pool. We'll take this pool info, and in that we can pass the ID, so we can get that particular pool. Once we have the pool, now we have to simply calculate the day passed. So we'll take this very easy. We can say block.timestamp, so we'll have the current time. Then we're going to simply subtract with the last user reward at, and we're going to multiply with the time log which we are allowing user to stake. So it's going to be 1 day, and we have to pass that 1 day into seconds. So it's going to be 86,400. But I'm going to go with 1 minute. So I'm going to simply comment this one, and this will be 60 for 1 minute. I hope you have understood the logic we are applying. Once we're done with that, now we can come back here. Let's build a if statement. We'll say if day passed is greater than the pool.log days, then we have to simply say day pass, and we can simply say pool.log days, and we have to update that. And at the end, we have to simply return the entire calculation, the fund. So in that, we can simply say user.amount, and we have to simply multiply with the day passed, and we're going to simply do with the 365, and 100 because we are dealing in the percentage, and we're going to simply multiply with the actual APY. So we'll have that data in the pool APY. This is a very simple calculation. I hope you guys are good in mathematics. You don't need to be master. You have to have a basic understanding that how percentage and simple multiplication work. And that's the only thing we have to do here. So what we are doing, we are getting the pool. Then we are checking for the time log, that how many days have passed. Then we are setting up that data. Then we are simply returning the actual amount the user have earned. And that's the entire function for calculating reward. Now we can come back here, call pending reward, and that's the one which we have to work. In that we're going to receive a couple of things. So first thing is going to be the ID. The second one is going to be the address of the user, and it's going to be a public view return, and it's going to return the UNT, and it's going to be a very simple one because the above function I have to simply call it. So we can come here, we can simply do one thing, we can simply copy this, and that's what I can paste here. Let's change this to user address, and we can simply call this return, and in that we can simply call the pass the function. So we have this call pending reward, and that we can pass the user object and the ID. We can pass the user object and the pool ID, and that's the only thing we have to do. This will return us the pending reward which user is going to get. So that's the function we have for pending reward. Looks good. Now we have to work on the sweep, and this particular function can only call by the admin of the contract. So in that we're going to receive address of the token and the quantity of the token we want to receive. It's going to be an external only honor. First we have to get the token available, so we'll take this token balance, and we have to check in our contract. So we'll take this interface, and in then part we can pass the token address. We'll call this balance of, and we'll say address this means the contract. So in this way we can able to find out that how many token is stake in the contract for this particular token. So once we have that, we can simply call this particular function called amount should be less or equal to the token balance, means the user wants to withdraw. Otherwise we have to simply throw the error message. We'll say amount exceed balance, but if it succeeds, then we can simply transfer the token to the user, means admin wallet. So we'll take the token balance, we have to simply subtract the amount, and we'll say greater or equal to the deposited token, and then we can pass the token address, and we can simply say that can't withdraw deposited token. Simple logic. First we are checking the balance, then we are simply comparing the number of token user wants to withdraw, and then we are simply building all of these conditions. Simple logic. Got it? If everything is good, then we can simply transfer the token to the user. So we can take this user interface, we'll say save transfer, and then we can pass the message.sender and the amount which user wants to withdraw, and that's the entire function for withdrawing token from the staking contract. Simple. Look good? I hope you guys can understand. Now we can start working on the next function called modify pool. It's going to take the pool ID and the modified pool, means APY, UNT APY. It's going to be a public, only owner can call this particular function, and in that first we have to get the pool. So we'll take this store pool, we'll have the pool info, and that we can pass the ID. So we'll have the pool. Once we have the pool, now we have to simply update the APY, and that's the simple thing. So that's how you can update the APY. Looks good. Now we can start working on a claim reward. So in that we have to simply pass the pool ID. It's gonna be none reiterate. Then we have to find the pool. So we can say get this information like pool and the user. Simply copy this one, and that's what we can import. Let's format this. Once we have the information of the user and the pool, now we can come back here. We'll take this required, and we'll say this user dot log until and block dot timestamp. So we have to check the time, whether the time is completed or not. So we'll say lock is active, but if its lock is not active, then we can allow the user to claim the reward. So we can take this UNT variable, and we have to calculate the reward, and we already have this internal function, and that we have to simply pass the user information and the pool ID, and this will give us the pending reward. Once we have that, we can simply take the pending one. If it's greater than 0, then we allow to execute the function. Otherwise we can say that no reward to claim. Now we have to simply transfer the reward. User last reward at, and we can say block.timestamp. Then we can simply call this pool reward token and call the transfer function message.sender and the pending the reward. After that we can simply pass our notification. Now we can come back here, simply get this one, and that's what we can simply paste here. Looks good, format. So that's the entire function for claim reward. Simple, got it? Try to understand the entire logic we are building. So let's call this claim. Got it? Now we have to build this particular function called create notification. So it's going to take few information. So it will take the UNT, means the pool ID, amount, and address, and the type of. So these are the information we are taking. It's going to be an internal function. So first we have all of this data. Once we have that, we can simply update in the notification. So we have to get the notification. We'll say push, and we can simply update the struct. So it's going to be an object type. In that we have to simply pass all this information in the exact order. Okay. So first thing is going to be the ID. So we'll say pool ID. Second one is going to be the amount. Third one is going to be the address of the user. And the last one is going to be the type of. So we'll say type of. And the last one is going to be the timestamp, means when the particular function is got called. And looks good. That's the only thing we have to do here in this particular one. It's very simple. Now we have to call this particular function. So we are done with that. Now we have to work on the last function, and it's going to be a very simple one. I want you to pause the video and just give a try. Just give a try. It's going to be a one-line function. I hope you guys have tried. Now let me write the function. So what we're going to do is we're going to simply call this public view return, and it's going to return the entire notification. It's going to be a memory, and we can simply say return notification. In that way we can able to have the entire data of the notification, and that's the entire smart contract for our staking DApp. I hope you guys have understood. And here we have all of these structs. This is the user, this is the pool info, this is the notification, this is the decimals, mapping, this is the notification. Here we have the first function for add pool. Looks good. This is the for deposit. So here we have the time log. We are going with 1 minute, but when we'll actually complete the entire project, then I will set for the 1 day. We're going to start this. Looks good. This one is the withdrawal one. Here we have the pending reward. This one is the sweep, modify, claim, create notification, and get notification. Now we can simply start importing our library. So we are done with the entire smart contract for staking DApp, and I can see a couple of warnings. So it's going to be 4, sorry, my bad. So we can simply come back here. Before we update that, we can simply copy the entire contract of the library, and that's what we can simply paste. So simply remove this one and paste here. Looks good. So we have pasted the entire library. This one is a re-entrancy guard. Here we have the context, ownable, then we have address, ERC20, then we have ERC20 interface, we have all of this function, then we have the ERC20 metadata, and here we have the context and all. So safe math library we have, bring it, and here we have the actual contract we have coded. So I can see this warning is going to be for, because that's how you use library. You use for, not from. And if you are not good in Solidity, then make sure to check this particular course which I have. In that you will master complete Solidity development from beginner to advanced level, and we have built one of the biggest projects. So you will master complete blockchain development. These are the basic things which you have to know. So we got our library, perfect. Now we can check our contract one more time if there is an error. That's what we're going to fix it. So we can simply come back here. This is good, no problem we have here. And I can see a couple of warnings right up here. Okay, my bad, it's going to be a storage. I hope you guys have noticed that. So let's change this to storage instead of string. Looks good. And now we can simply close this one. I can see one more problem. So I forgot to provide this semicolon. So let's provide that. and this will fix, because Solidity is a case sensitive. So if you don't provide this semicolon, it's going to throw an error. So this looks good, and I can see another warning. So simply copy and change this to storage, and looks good. There's no problem in that. And I can see one more problem here in the pending reward. So okay, my bad, we have to return something. So it's going to be a UNT variable, because that's what we have to return. Looks good, UNT, and this is fine. Here we have to change this to storage. Good. Now this is the storage we have. Let's cut that one, and here we have to change this to storage. This will be storage. Got it. This is good, no problem we have. And this is the create, looks fine. And this is the last function for get notification. Every single thing is working fine in our staking DApp. Now we're going to start working on our next contract. So let's come back here and let's have a look one more time. Looks absolutely fine. We're going to deploy and do the testing. So let's close all of the files, and now we're going to start working on our staking ICO. So click here, and this is the one we're going to work now for token staking. Now what I'm going to do is, let's build the internal interface for ERC20 token. Then we're going to build the actual logic for interacting with the ICO contract. So let's build the interface. We'll say ERC20, and we have to build all the function which we have in the ERC20 token. So let's build the very first one. Is going to be a transfer. In that we have the address for the recipient, amount of the token. It's going to be external, and it's going to return a boolean, whether it's true or false. That's the transfer. The next one we have is for balance check. So it's going to take the address of the user, and it's going to return the balance. So it's going to be a UNT variable. So let's call this UNT. Then we have to build another one. It will be for allowance. In that we have to pass the address of the owner and address of the spender, and we'll say external view return, and it's going to return the UNT variable. Now we can come back here. Let's build the fourth one. Is going to be a proof. In that we can pass the address of the spender, the quantity, external return, and is going to return the boolean. Then we have our next function called transfer from. It's going to take the address of the spender, then it will take the address of the recipient, and it's going to take the quantity. It's going to be external return, and it's going to return the boolean. Now we have the next one called symbol. So we have to find out this information internally within the contract. That's why I'm taking all of this interface. We can easily able to get all of this information from the front end, but I try to make it every single thing within the contract. So that's why we are building this. So let's call this external view return, and it's going to return the string memory. Means it's going to return the symbol of the token. We have to get the name, total supply, external view, and it's going to return the UNT variable. And the last one is going to be the name, external view, and is going to return the string memory. So that's the entire interface we have for ERC20 token. Looks good. Now we can start working on our actual contract. So let's call this contract token ICO. Now we have to define a couple of state variable, like for the address of the token, owner. So let's start with the owner. We'll say address public owner. Then we have to take the address of the token. So we'll take this token, which we are allowing user to buy through this ICO. Then we can take the price of the token, which we are allowing to sell. We'll say token sell price. Then we'll have our total token sold. We have this 4 state variable. Now we can simply come back here. Let's take this modifier and we'll build a function for only owner. So we'll say only owner. In that we'll build the condition. So message.sender should be owner. Otherwise we have to simply throw this error message that only contract owner can perform this action. And we can simply continue with the function. So that's our modifier we have. Looks good. Now we can simply come back here. Let's build a constructor and we can simply update the owner address. And that's the only thing we have to do in the construction. Now we can start working on the function. So the very first function we're going to have is for update token address. So it's going to take the address of the token. It's gonna be, let's say, public, only owner can call it. Let's remove that. and we're going to simply update the address of the token. That's the first function. This is the, now we have to write the second function for updating the price. So we'll take this update token sell price. It's going to take the UNT variable, means the price of the token. We'll say public, only owner can call it, and then we have to simply update the sell price. This is the two function is done. Now we have to come here and build a multiplier. It's going to be an internal function for calculating the price. So we'll say multiply is going to take two number. We'll call it x and y. It will be internal. Pure return is going to return a UNT variable, which is going to be, so here we have to build the logic call condition. So we'll say y equal to 0 or z equal to x multiplied by y, and then we have to divide by y equal to x. And I can see this warning, okay, my bad, I have to provide this just because that's what we are returning from this function. So this is a simple multiplier function which is going to take a two number and going to multiply it. Now we can come back here and build a function for buying token. So we'll call it function buy token. It's going to take the token amount. It will be a public, payable. So first we have to check couple of conditions. So first is going to be the message.sender should provide the appropriate value. So we're going to use our library internal one, and I'm going to pass the token amount which user wants to buy and the token price, the token sell price. So it's going to give us the actual data. If the price is not matching, means the user is not providing the actual amount which we want for making the transaction, then we have to simply throw the error message. We'll call this insufficient ether provided for the token purchase. Looks good. I can see this is the spelling mistake, I guess. Copy and paste here. And this is the first check we are doing. We are checking the appropriate value which user is providing. After that, we have to simply come here. We're going to take this ERC20 interface and we have to get that particular token. So we'll take this token ERC20, and that we can pass the token address. Once we have the entire interface of the token, now we are ready to make the transaction. So this is done. Copy and paste here. Now we have to simply check for another condition. So we'll take the token amount which user wants to buy, and we have to check whether the token is available or not. So we're going to take this token dot balance, and in that we're going to pass the contract address. So we'll take the address, this, simply remove this one. So in that way we can able to find out the token is available or not. If it's available, then we have to make the purchase, otherwise we have to throw the error message. So that's the check we are doing. Now we can come back here. Here we're going to simply build a condition called token transfer. If everything is good, we have to simply transfer the token. So we'll call this message.sender, and we have to transfer the token, the quantity which user wants to take it, and we have to simply multiply with the decimal points. So once we done with the transfer, we have to simply transfer the fund which user have provided to the owner address. So we'll say transfer message.value, and we'll have the fund. Once the transfer is completed, we can simply increment the sold quantity, and that's the entire function we have for buying token. So this is the first check, then we are getting the interface and doing the second check, and then we are doing the transfer of the token and the fund and incrementing this token sold count. So that's the entire function we have for the buying. Now we can come back here, and here we have to build one more function for get token details, and it's going to be a function which we're going to use it. So we can simply come back here, we'll make it public view, and it's going to return a lot of data. So first it's going to return the, let's call say name, then it will return a symbol. After that we're going to simply return the balance. After that we're going to return the supply, and then we want to return the token price which we are selling it, and at the end we have to simply return the token address. So all of this data we're going to return from this particular function. So that's what we have, and I want you to give a try that how you can build this particular function. So I'm pausing a video for 1 second. I hope you guys have tried. Now let me write the function. So we can simply come here, we'll build the interface, we'll say token ERC20, in that we can pass the address of the token, we'll have the interface. Now we can simply do that very easily. So we're going to take this return, and we're going to call the entire interface function we have built on the top. So we can simply say token dot name the function. In that way we can able to get the name of the token internally. Then we have to simply get the symbol. Once we have the remove this one, once we have the symbol, then we can simply get the balance, address this, then we can get our token supply, then we can simply do return that token sell price and the token address, and that looks good. And that's the entire function we have for this. We can come back here. Let's build another function called withdraw all token, and this particular function can only call by the owner of the contract. So it's going to be a public owner, and we have to build the interface for the token. So we'll say ERC20 token, we'll have the interface. Now once we have that, we have to simply do the check whether the token is available in the contract or not. So we'll say balance token dot balance. We can say address this, so we can know what token quantity is left. Once we can come here, and here we have to do a check. If it's 0, then we don't want to do the transfer. So we'll say balance should be greater than 0. Then we have to continue the transaction. Otherwise we have to throw the error message that no token to withdraw. After that we have to simply transfer the tokens. So we'll say this token dot transfer owner and the entire balance, and remove this one, and that's it. So this is the entire smart contract for our token ICO. This is the interface, this is the state variable, this is the modifier, constructor, update token, update price, multiply, buy token, and we have the get all, and we have the withdraw. I hope you guys can understand that how easily we are building all of this logic. So try to understand, try to rewatch and try to understand the logic we have implemented. So we are done with this entire smart contract. Now we can come back here, close this one, and now we are ready to deploy our contract. So before we do that, we can do a little bit cleanup. So we can come back to our context, and we have this ABI for ERC20 token. So I'm going to keep it as it is because we're not going to make any changes in the ERC20 ABI. So just keep it as it is, but we can do the changes in the staking DApp ABI. So simply come here and remove all of this, because when we'll deploy our contract, we're going to get a new ABI, and that's ABI we're going to paste here. Let's do the same thing for this, and looks good. Now close this one, and we are done with this. Everyone, welcome back to the third part of our token staking DApp project. In the last two parts, we have done the entire setup and built the entire smart contract for staking and token ICO. In this video, we're going to deploy our contract and do the testing before we actually go and connect with the front end. So this is what we have coded in the last two videos. So this is the library we have built, and here we have the staking contract, and here we have the ICO contract. So first we're going to deploy our staking contract. After that, we're going to deploy our token ICO contract. So let's start with the staking contract. So for that deployment and testing, we're going to use Remix ID. So all you have to do is to simply select the entire code and open up your browser. Click. I already have this Remix ID set up in my browser, so make sure to open the Remix ID, and you have to use this particular Remix ID. There are multiple fake Remix ID we have, but you have to use this particular domain. So I have opened my Remix ID. Now what I can do is I can simply come back here in the contract section, and there you will find that I have a couple of files and folders. So what I will do, I'll show you from scratch. So I'm going to simply delete this and delete this file as well, and delete this token ICO as well. So now there is empty in my contract, and I'm going to create a new file for the staking. So I'll say staking dapp.sol. So this is the file I have created, and here I have to paste the entire code which I have copied. So let's paste this out, and we have to say OK. And you can see I'm getting this particular compiler error. Maybe I have done some error, so I have to find it out. So you can able to find all the error which you have done. So this error is coming because of this comma I have provided. So it's in the line number 587. And the reason why our compiler failed to pick this, because maybe the compiler I'm using, it's not working properly. So I have to do the setups and see the configuration file. So anyway, we can come back to the Remix ID, and we can just simply fix this very quickly. So we have to go to 587. So let's come back here in the 587, right up there. So I have to simply remove this extra comma I have provided. That's why I'm getting this warning. And again, I'm getting another warning. It's from here, getting this particular error right here in the line, and it's a unt variable. Okay, my bad, it's a spelling mistake. We have 256. Make sure to fix this one. Now what else I'm getting? It's in the line number 683 and it's related to something return. So I can simply come back here and go back to 683 and here I have to call it public. So it's a public and this will fix the issue. Now we have to go back to the 700 and here I have the same problem. So the problem we are having here in the address, so the address spelling is incorrect. So let me correct the spelling. Now we can come back to the pending reward section. So it's in the line number 600. It's a internal function and I can see the problem. So I have to remove this extra space and this might fix the issue. So every single thing is looking good. We have compiled our contract successfully and now we are ready to deploy our contract and do the testing. So we can come back here in the file section and Remix ID will automatically compile your contract and it will give you the ABI of the contract. So if you come back here, this is the ABI which we're going to utilize it. So I'm not going to copy right now. Once I will deploy, then I'm going to copy the ABI and that's what we have to provide in our code. So let's close this one. Now we can come back to the deploy section and here we have the option. So if I click here, you will see we have multiple options to deploy, but we're going to use on the text network. So we're going to select MetaMask injector provider. Now before we start connecting, we have to do the network configuration in our MetaMask. So I believe that you guys will not have this particular Ethereum test network which I am configured in the application. You can see this is the network where we're going to deploy our contract. So let me connect. So you can see I have connected and I already have this much fund in this particular account and this is the account I'm going to use for deployment. So if I come back to the network connection, you can simply click on this add network and it will take you to this particular page and here you will find all the network which you can simply add one by one because MetaMask provide you few default accounts. So you can add those accounts or if you want you can add this one as well. So you can come back to the network section and there you will find that this is the network configuration you have to do for this particular test network. You have to provide the name. This is the RPC URL, exact RPC URL you have to provide, which you can simply get it, come back here in this particular website and here you will find all the RPC URL for different blockchain. That's all you will find here. So if you want to go with the Ethereum, the one which we are using, click here. You can come back to the testnet and here we have this RPC URL. You can simply copy that one and that's what you can provide here. And here you have to provide the chain ID, Ether, and this is the block explorer for Etherscan. So you can simply come back here in the Etherscan and you can click here, go to the test network and you can simply copy this explorer and that's what you can provide here. So that's how you can do the manual configuration. If you want to go with the automatic configuration, you can do that very easily. So you can simply come here and here you will find a button. You can simply click here and this network will be added in your MetaMask. But the RPC URL will be different. So make sure you should always get the RPC URL from this particular site because it's quite good and it's all the transaction which you will do through this RPC URL will have quickly. That's what I have noticed. So first, what I would suggest you that when you will install MetaMask already provide you some default network. So if you are deploying your contract to those default network, then you can use the information they want you to add. So if I go with the Sofali, it will automatically is there in the default. So instead of taking this RPC from here, I will use this one because this is the same RPC URL will be available in all the other user MetaMask extension as well. So when you don't have this default network in MetaMask, then you can do the manual configuration and you can get the RPC URL from here, but always try to get the RPC URL from the MetaMask, which looks good. So this is the configuration you have to do. Once you're done with that, everything's good. So make sure to save it. And now I can come back to our Remix ID and if I show you that we have already this much fund. In your case, you might don't have this fund, so you have to copy your address, open a new tab and we have to go to Google Faucet. So we'll say Google Cloud Faucet. Google have started their Web3 tools, so we can utilize that to get a couple of free faucet which you can utilize to deploy our contract. So you can see we are on the faucet section. We can click here and it will give you two different network. The first one is and the second one is. So we will go with the first one because that's what we have configured and we're going to simply paste our wallet address and click on this receive. And it's going to transfer this faucet to your wallet address. So if you click on your wallet address, you will receive the fund once the transaction will complete successfully. So just wait. It will take 30 seconds and you will have your fund in your wallet address and that would be enough for you to deploy and do all the transaction. And the best part of this particular network is that all the transaction which you will do, it will going to cost very less gas amount. So you can use this 1 Ether for a very long time for testing multiple contract and deploying and doing all the transaction. because the transaction cost is very less. You can see we have done with the transaction. If I open my MetaMask one more time, the fund will be go up. So it's taking a little bit time. If I click here, if I go to the Explorer, I can see the transaction went through successfully. I got 1 ETH, but let's me open my MetaMask and you can see it went up to 4. So we have successfully received the fund, and this is the account we're going to use for deploying our contract. So let me close this one. Now we can come back to the Remix ID. So we have our fund ready, and now we are ready to deploy our contract. So first we're going to select this injected provider. So it's better to reload the page one more time because we have been not using the Remix ID for a while. So we have to reload the page, and let's start from one more time. So click on this. Here, this is our contract. It's compiling. It's got compiled successfully. Now we can simply click here, and we can simply go to this injected provider, and here it's going to connect with our wallet automatically. So the fund will be reflect and the wallet address will reflect. Once you have done with the setup, now we can simply come back here, click on this, and this is the contract we have to deploy. So click on that. So we have selected the contract. Now we have to simply click on this deploy, and it's going to deploy our contract to the test network. So we have to confirm the transaction. So click on confirm, and once the transaction will complete, it's going to give you the interface right up here, which you can simply use it to test your contract and interact with your contract with all the functionality. So you can see our contract got deployed successfully. If I click here, if I go to the block explorer, you will find that transaction got successfully. It's still pending, but our transaction is complete. If I come back here, you will see this is the address of our contract. So if I open this, you will find we have all of this function: add pool, claim reward, deposit, modify, renounce over, sweep, transform, withdraw, deposit, get notification. So we have all of this function which we can utilize and pass the data in it, and we can simply interact with our contract. So we can utilize this portion to interact. Now if we come back to the transaction history, you can see the transaction is completed successfully. Now what I can do is I want to verify this contract, because this is very important. When you are building any kind of DeFi project, you have to verify your contract so other can know that what exactly there in the contract, and you will build more trust. So first thing we have to do is to simply copy. Let's open this one, copy the address of the contract which we have deployed. Now you can come back to the Explorer. Make sure you have to be on the same block explorer where you have deployed your contract. Here you have to paste your contract address, and it's going to reload it. Just wait, and it's going to open our contract, and here you can see the contract we have deployed 1 minute ago, and there is no transaction is available. If you look at the contract, our contract is not verified. So let's verify our contract first, then we're going to do the testing of all the function. So let's click on this verify, and it will take you here. The address is here. We have to select the file type. So we have used the single file, that's what you have to select, and from here we have to select the compiler version. So we have used the latest compiler version. So if you come back here in the Remix ID, go back to the compiler version, we have the latest one, and that's what we have to pick. Make sure the compiler version you are using for compiling your contract, you should always use the latest version, and that's what you have to provide. So I'll go with this one because that's what I have used. I can simply come here, this is the compiler version, and from here you have to select the license identifier. So I have used MIT. If you go back to the code, you will see that we have used MIT. That's what the license identifier we have used. So once you provide all of these details, simply click on this continue, and it's going to simply verify your transaction. So here we have to paste the entire smart contract. So we can simply come back here, select our entire contract, and that's what we can paste here. Let's paste the contract and come down here, and we have to simply click on verify and publish. Once you do that, our contract will be verified, and we'll have the function enable right up here, and we can able to interact with the smart contract right here in the block explorer. So you can see our contract got verified. You can simply click here, and it will take you to the contract section, and there you will find all the contract we have coded and deployed on the chain. Here we have the ABI of our contract. That's all you will find here, and you will also get this functions like read data and write data. So if you click on this read data, here you will find all the function we have for reading the data. So you can simply connect your wallet first, and I'm connected. So you can pick any wallet provider, but I have installed MetaMask, so that's what I will select, and I'm connected. And from here you can able to simply read all of this data. So if you want to deposit a token, that's what we have here. So this is for read. You can click here and you can paste the address, and you will get the information. This one is for the get notification. So if you click here right now, you will see there is an empty notification we have. There is no data available. If you go back to the notification, here I have to provide the index value, and I will get the data. So if I paste this and hit enter, you will see there is no data available. If I come back to the owner, you can see this is the account we have used for deploying our contract. If you come back to the pending, we have to provide this information like pool ID and user information. If you come back to the pool count, right now it's 0. If you come back to the pool information, there is no pool available. If you come back to the user information, there is no data is available. So we can literally interact with our contract right from here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to test the contract from here as well as in the remix ID. Then we can move to the actual code. So let's close all of this open boxes. Now we can come back to the right contract, and here you will find all the right function like adding pool, claiming reward. That's all you will find. So this one is reading and this one is writing. So let's connect our wallet first, and let's click on this MetaMask, and I'm connected. Now I'm going to create a new pool. Okay, I'm going to create a new pool using this particular function we have. So for that I need to get the address of a token. So I'll come back here, and this is the token I have. So I'll simply get the address of this particular token. I can come back here in the block explorer, and this is the address. I got it. Now I can come back here. I'll simply come and paste the staking token. I have to paste the reward token. I'm going to use the same one, and here I have to provide the percentage. So I'll go with, let's say, 50%, and here I will go with the log day. So I will go with 1, means 1 day. But I have done the setup in the contract. If you come back here, you can see this is the setup we have done. This time the one we are providing is going to take 1 minute instead of 1 day. So when we're going to launch our application, at that time I'm going to enable this, but during the testing time I'm going to go with 1 minute. So let's come back here, and I have given 1, and I can click on this write. If I click on that, it's going to make a call, and you can see we are calling the function, and let's click on this confirm, and the transaction is in the pending state. Once the transaction will complete, you will see the data will reflect here. So just wait, and the transaction is completed successfully, and we have created the very first pool. If you want to read this data, you can simply come back in the remix ID, and you can go back to the deploy section. Here we have the interface. We can simply read the data about the pool we have created. So we can simply come down here, and here you will have this. So if you give 0 and click on this pool info, you will find that the pool we have created just now through our block explorer. You can literally create it from here. If you click on this pool count, we have 1 count we have created. If you come to the user information, in that you have to provide 2 details. You have to provide the address and the pool ID. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this one, the function we have in the remix ID, to create a pool. So let's paste the address, let's paste the reward address, let's paste the percentage is going to be 100, and here we have this logged is going to be, let's call it 2 minutes, and click on this transaction. It's going to open the MetaMask, and we can simply add the pool. So every functionality is working absolutely fine. So let's confirm the transaction and open the MetaMask. You can see our pool is getting created. Once we complete the pool, after that we can able to simply stake and try to earn a couple of reward. And here the transaction is completed. You can come back here, and you can simply give 1, and you will see this is the second pool we have created with all the details. Now if you want to deposit, it will not work, because when it's come to depositing the token into a contract, first we have to approve the token to be deposited in the contract. So that's what we cannot test it out right now. We have to do it in our application in the front end, because we don't have the feature to approve our token. If I try to call it, it's going to fail the transaction. So let me show you. If I pick the pool 1 and I want to deposit, let's say 100 token, I already have this token. So if I click on this transaction, it's going to make a, and it will give me this particular error, gas estimations, that insufficient allowance. Means our function is working absolutely fine. It's checking the allowance and then trying to deposit it. So that looks wonderful. I hope you guys have noticed it, how we are testing our application, and we have done the deployment, and all things are looking good to me. Now let's do one thing. Let's try to create a pool. So we can come back to the notification. Let's click on this get notification, and you will see that currently it's 0. There is no data is available. So our contract looks good. Looks good, and we have deployed it successfully. So what I will do is I'll simply select this entire contract one more time, select that entire contract, and that's what I have to update, because remember we have done a couple of fixing here. So I will select this one, remove and paste, and now it's good. So we have updated our staking contract. Now close this one. Now we can come back here, and what we can do is, looks good. Now we have to get our ABI. So click here, we have to go back to the artifacts. Inside the artifacts, we have the ABI of our contract. So simply select this one and copy, come back in the code, and that's what we have to provide here in the context. So let's go back here and paste the ABI. So this is the entire ABI of our staking contract. So our staking contract is looking absolutely fine, and we have deployed the contract, created the pool, getting the informations, all of things are looking good. So that's the first contract, we have done it successfully. Now what I will do is I'll simply come back to the second contract, which is the token ICO. Click here. Now I will select this one more time, this entire code. Now I can simply close this one, close this open file, close this one, and now let's create a new file. So click here, create a new file called token ICO.sol, and here I have to paste the code. So click on the OK, and you can see this contract has no issue. We have successfully compiled the contract. Now we have to deploy the contract. So to deploy it, click here, and I'm going to simply minimize this one. I can come back here in the contract section. We have this two contract. Let's select this one and make sure you are connected with the injected provider and your wallet is reflecting here and the balance, and I'm using the same wallet. So I'll simply click on this deploy, and it's going to make a call to my smart contract, and I have to simply confirm the transaction, and it's going to open the MetaMask. I have already confirmed the transaction, and once the transaction will complete, you will find the interface of the token. Here you can see we got it. We can simply copy the address, and we can simply verify our contract the way we have done. So let me do one thing. Let me simply copy this entire code and let's verify that. Let's copy this address and let's update that first. Come back to the environment variable, and here we have to update address. Got it? Now we can simply come back here in the block explorer. Then I can paste the address and hit enter. Our contract got deployed successfully. Let's quickly verify our contract, because it's very important that you have to verify your contract. So it's going to be single file. I have to pick the compiler version is the latest one, and here I have to select this MIT and click on continue. Now I will come back here. I have to select the entire code and simply come here. I have to paste the smart contract and simply confirm and publish. So here is going to publish my contract on Remix ID on Etherscan. So our contract is successfully published and it's here in our block explorer. So that's the first thing we have to do. Let's come back here. So we got the address of our token contract, token ICO contract. Now we can come back here. Let's get the code. This is the one we have deployed. Now we can come back here. Let's simply replace it. Looks good. Now we can get the ABI of our contract. So to get that, we can simply click here and we can simply come back here. Here we have the token ICO. Simply select all of this and come back in the VS Code. Now here we have to go in context and we can simply paste the ABI. That looks good. So that's how you can deploy your contract, verify your contract, and do the testing. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to redeploy the staking contract, because we have already created a couple of pools. So because I want to start from scratch, so we can do all the testing right in our front-end application with the logic we're going to build. Okay, so let's try to redeploy the contract one more time. Let's do that very quickly. I'll simply close this one, close this one, close this one. I can come back to the staking. I'm going to simply select and paste, and let's deploy that. Come back here. I'm going to simply close all of this. Let's select the contract. Let's click on deploy and click on confirm. Once the transaction will complete, we'll have the address of our contract and we can simply verify. After that, we're going to simply import the address as well as the ABI. So simply copy this one. We got the address of our staking contract. Now close this one, close this one. Come back here in the environment variable, and here I have to provide the staking contract address. So we got the address of the two contract. Now we can come back here in the ABI. So we already have the ABI. So simply select here, copy, and let's paste here. Remove, save. So we got the ABI, we got the address of our contract. Looks good. Now let's quickly verify our. So let's verify our contract. So we can come back here, we can paste the address. Looks good. Now we can click on this contract. You can see it's already verified because we haven't made any changes and we previously deploy our contract. But this time if you try to read the data, there will be no pool available. So if I come back here, you can see this is the interface I have got, and if I try to read the data, there will be no data available. So if I give 0 and call it, there is no pool available. That's why you can see there is no data. So our contract is absolutely empty. Now we're going to use all of this function to create with our front end. So let's close this one, and let's come back to the code. So that looks good. This is the staking contract we have tested successfully. We have the ICO contract we have tested successfully. We got our address of the 2 token. So those are the 2 information we got it. Here you have to provide your account address which you have used. So I'll simply come back here, select, and this is the account I have used. So simply copy that one, and you can come back here, and that's what you have to provide. So we got all of this information, and here you have to provide your reward token. I hope you guys have the reward token. So I'll simply get the reward token, which I'm using this one, and I can simply copy the address from here. So I'll simply come back to the block explorer, and from here I can copy it. And I already explained you 100 of time in all of this project that how you can create your own ERC20 token. So I'll simply paste the address of the deposit token and the reward token, because this is what exactly we follow in the industry. We allow user to deposit the exact token and get the reward exact token. In that way, your token will get popularity, and it will have a good promotion, and user will utilize it. So we got all of that. We got the address of the contract, token, and this is the logo of my blockchain coder. So if I copy that one, and if I show you in the tab, this is the one logo which I have deployed to the IPFS, and I have already explained you in all of this project that how you can create and deploy the logo. So make sure to follow that, or you can deploy your logo to anywhere, and that's the URL you can provide. So we got the URL, and this is the network configuration we have done, because I have deployed to the Ethereum test network. So this is the ETH currency, this is the chain ID, this is the name, this is the decimal, and this is the network name. And here we have the RPC URL. So this is what I have explained extensively. So if you come back to the block explorer, you will see this is the token. So you can simply copy this, and that's what you can simply paste here. You can see this is the token. That's what I have got. In the same way you can get for the address. So you can simply come back here, click on this, and it will give you this address. So you can simply copy, and that's what you can simply provide here, address. And here we have the RPC URL which I have got from this particular website. So you can simply come and you can get it from here, because by default this particular network is not available in MetaMask. But if it's available, then I will get this RPC URL and all of this information from the MetaMask instead of getting from here. So first you have to check MetaMask. If this information available in the network setup, then you can get it from there. Otherwise you can do the custom setup just like the way I have done for this network. And here you have to get your FormSpare key. So let's get this one, then we're going to start working in our context management. So to get that, let me close all of this tab, because we have done with all of these setups. Looks good to me. And now we can simply close this as well. Come back here and type FormSpare. This is a very good platform which allow you to send emails for absolutely free. So you can click on this sign in, and it will take you into your account. So I have already created my account. Make sure to create your own account, and here you will find all the project which you have created. So that's all the project I have created, and that's what you will find. So you can see this is my key which I'm using, and this is the project which I have selected. So to create a new project, you can simply click on this add new, and here you have to select. So you want to create a new form or a new project. So I'll go with a new project, and you can give a name. So I'll say staking DApp. That's what I can select, and click on this create project. The moment you will do that, it will create a project, and there you will find all the information about your account. That's what I have. Now I have to create the form. So I can click on this create, and here I have to give the name. So I'll say Token Staking DApp, and that's the name. And in this particular email, I will receive all the email which user will send. Okay, so make sure the email which you will use at the time of create account, that's the same email where you're going to receive all the email which user will send you. So let's click on this create form, and it's going to create a form for you, and you will have the API key. So here you will find all the method which you can use to configure. You will have HTML, Ajax, React, HTML, file form. That's all you will have, or even you will have this button, form button. So that's what you can use it. Now you can come back to the submission. There you will have all the details when the user will send you the email. That's all you will find here. You can go to the settings, and there you will find all the additional settings which you can do. You can redirect the user, but for that you have to simply upgrade, or you can add the captcha. And here we have a couple of plugins. So if you want to integrate this with the email service, email marketing provider, you can simply select that. You can select the Discord, Stripe, that's all you can do it, but we have to simply receive the email. So once you will create that, this is the key which you need. Simply select this. Now you can come back in your code, and that's what you have to provide. So we got all this environment variable, we got our contract and the token ICO contract, we got our token contract addresses, this is the URL, this is the account which I have used for deploying my contract, and this is my network setup. So all this environment variable is done. Now we are ready to build our context management, because our Web3 functionality and the smart contract all is looking good. So let's close this one. Now close this one, close this one. And now we're going to start working on our context management. So first we'll start working on the constant. After that, we're going to work in the index. So let's start with constant in the next video, because this video is quite long. So let's move to the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back to the fourth part of our staking DApp project. In the last part, we have deployed our contract, tested our contract, and we have done all the setups. In this video, we're going to write our context management code. So this is where we left in the last video. So make sure to come here. This is what we have. Open up your context file. In that, we have all of this file. So first we'll start with constant. After that, we'll go back to the index file. So first we have to come back here. This is what we have coded and we have deployed in the previous videos, and now we're going to start working on our context. Click here, and first thing, we're going to import a couple of libraries. So let's do that. First we have to import our Ether package, and that's coming from Ether. It's Ethers, okay? It's not only Ether, it's S. Then we have to import the ABIs. So let's call this staking DApp ABI, and that's coming from the same location, staking DApp.json. We got the ABI, and you can see here we have all the ABI, ERC20 ABI, staking DApp ABI, token ICO ABI. So we are importing all of these three ABI. So let's this one. Now we have to simply import the other ABI of token ICO, and it's coming from the same location, ICO.json. So we got the ABI. Now we have to simply import the custom ERC20 token ABI. So we'll say custom token ABI and ERC20.json. So we got the three ABIs and the Ether package. Now we can import our environment variables. So let's call this contract. Let's call this staking DApp, and this particular address of our contract, which we have deployed and got in the last video, we are getting from our environment variable. So when you're going to make the changes in the addresses, all you have to do is to change in the environment variable in all the places. So now we have to simply import process.env, and this is what we have called next public dash staking DApp. So this is the address of our contract. If you come back here in the environment variable, click here, and this is all the addresses, all the variables. So when you want to do the changes in the ICO contract, reward token, deposit token, logo, admin address, that's all the configuration we have done here. So simply copy this one, make sure to give the exact variable name. Simply come and check that. So this is the exact variable, replicate that. Now we have to get the address of our token ICO contract. Come here, copy that and replace here. So we got the two address of our two different contract. Now we can go ahead, and now we have to import the other variables, so reward token and deposit token. So let's call this deposit token, and it's coming from our environment variable. So simply copy, and that's what we can paste here, and come back here, and we have to simply copy this, and that's what we can simply import. Now replicate this and change this to reward token. This is the logic we have applied in our smart contract. So you can reward the same token which one you are allowing user to stake, or you can simply reward different token. But in the actual world, in actual project, when we launch on a decentralized ecosystem or decentralized protocol, so we try to promote our token. So we allow user to stake the same token and get the same reward. So in that way, our project will kick off. It will get more popularity, more trading. So this is the strategy you have to apply. So we got our addresses, all of this. Now we can simply come back here and let's build a couple of utility function. So let's build our very first function, which will convert any number into ETH. So let's call the export function to ETH. In that, we have to simply pass the amount and a decimal point. So I will go with 18 decimal point because that's how we make the conversion. I hope you guys are familiar with way. So we got this to input. Now we can come back here. We'll take a variable called to ETH and we'll say ether.utils format utils. And in that we have to simply pass the amount and the decimal point. In that way we can able to convert into ETH. Got it? Now we can simply return this. So we'll say 2 ETH and we have to convert it as a string. So that's our first utility function which will convert any number into Ether. We got that? Looks good. Now we can move to the next utility function. So let's call this export const token contract. So this is going to be our native token contract which we are allowing user to deposit. It's going to be an async. And we're going to build the provider and the signer, and then we're going to generate the token object, means token contract object. So let's do that. So we'll say const provider. We'll use our ether package, new ether dot providers, and we have to call this Web3 provider. And in that we have to simply pass the Ethereum object which is there in the browser. So we can get that from window.ethereum. And you can able to have this Ethereum object whenever you install any Web3 crypto wallet. It's going to inject that Ethereum object in the browser, so we can get that. And that data is available in the window object. So that's why we are getting this. So once we have that, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply extract the Ethereum object. So let's do this Ethereum, and it's coming from the window. So I want to execute this function when there is a Ethereum object exists in our browser. So let's build a if statement. We'll say Ethereum, if it exists, then we have to simply generate the contract object. So we'll say contract object. So we'll say signer, and we can say provider dot get signer. In that way we can able to get the signer. Then we can simply come back here and we can simply generate the contract object. So we'll say contract render. In that we have to pass 3 information. So let's use our ether package. We'll say new ether dot contract, and it's take 3 argument. First is going to be the address of the token, because here we are dealing with the token contract. You can make it dynamic. All you have to do is to take the address of the token as an input, and that's what you can pass. But here we are going with the fixed value. We are taking the deposit token. I have to pass the ABI of our ERC20 token ABI, and at the end I have to pass the signer, means the user is interacting with our contract. So we'll have that data in the signer. In that way we can able to have the contract object. So once we have the contract object, now we can simply come back here, and that's the thing we have to return, because this particular function is going to be a reusable function. We have to call in multiple places. So first we are getting the provider in Ethereum, then we are making the changes and then checking the condition and creating a contract object, and that's what we are returning. So that's the very first function. Let's move to the next one. We'll say export const, and this will be our actual contract of our staking. So it's going to be an async. Let's come back here and we need this portion, copy, paste here, and we have to get this portion as well, because it's going to be the same thing, but all we have to do is to simply change the contract address and the ABI. So here we have this is going to be exactly the same. Here I have to give the staking tab address, and I have to change the ABI to be the staking DApp ABI. So this one, copy, and that's what I can simply pass here. And that way I can able to have the object of our staking contract. So we can call in our other function. So we got our contract object. Now we can come back here and let's call the export const ERC20, and this particular function will allow us to give the information about the token, which is very important. We have to display those information in the front end, and we need some of the information in our contract internally. So it's going to be an async, and it's going to take 2 arguments, address and the user address. Actually this function is dynamic. All you have to do is to pass the address of the user and the token address, and it's going to give you the relevant information as per your address. So let's build that. So in that, what we're going to do is we need this provider, copy, and that's what we can paste. And we also need this object. Simply copy this one and paste here, and all we have to do is to change the address and the ABI. So we can simply change the address of this, the address we are getting from the user as an input, and we're going to use the custom token ABI, which is for the ERC20 token. So we got our contract. This looks good, and remove this version because this is going to return the entire data about the token in respect of the address of the user. So what we're going to do is, here we have it, we have the contract. So let's call the function. So first we want to get the token. I'll take as an object, and there I can simply call that. So I'll take this name, await So say await contract render dot name. In that way I can able to know the name of the token. I need the symbol, so let's change this to symbol, and this will be symbol, and this will be address, and this address is available. Simply remove this and address. So we got all of this information. Now we can simply replicate that and change this to total supply, and here we have to make it this ETH, because the data will come in terms of way and we have to convert into ETH. So we'll use our internal utility function. This is the one, that's what we're going to call it, and all we have to do is to pass the amount. So we can come back here and we're going to simply wrap it and change this address with our function. So we'll say total supply, and that's the only thing we have to do. In that way we can able to have the formatted total supply. Now we can simply come back here, change this to balance, and here we have to call the balance of function. In that we have to pass the address of the user, because this time we are getting the address. So let's say user address. In this way what will happen, that we can able to know that how much token this particular user have in this particular token. So once we know his balance, now we can simply go to the next line. Let's change this to contract token balance, and this particular variable will tell us that how much token we have in the contract. So all we have to do is to simply come back here, and this is going to be exactly the same, and change this to contract staking contract address. In this way we can able to know that how much token of this particular token we have in the staking contract. So balance is for the user, and this contract token balance is for the staking contract. So we know all the balances. So that's the entire object we have for the token, and that's what we are getting from here. I hope you guys can understand the logic. Now what I have to do is simply copy and return the entire data, so we can utilize in our function and in the front end. So that's the entire thing for our ERC20 token. I hope you guys can understand. Let me have a quick look one more time. Looks good. Now we can simply move to the next function. So we can come back here. Let's call this token ICO, because that's what we're going to do now, because all of this utility function, all the contract function we have built for staking contract, but we have two different contracts. One is for staking and the other one we have is for the ICO contract. So now we're going to deal with the ICO contract. So it's going to be exactly the same. So let's build that quickly. We'll say export cons load token ICO, and it's going to be an async. And we have to take this try and catch if anything goes wrong. So we have to simply catch that. So let's come back here. So when the user will reload the page, this is the function we'll call, and it's going to reload all the data. So what I'm going to do is, let's build this internal function. So we'll say contract, let's say contract await token ICO and contract. So this is the function we're going to create, which is going to give us the contract object. So let's call this one. Right now we don't have this function. So what I'm going to do is, let's come back here and let's build that function. We'll say export cons token ICO contract. It's going to be an async, and we have to do exactly the same thing the way we have done on top. So we can come back here and we can get a couple of information. So simply select all of this, and that's what we can paste here, and all we have to do is to change the API and the address. So this is fine. We can change the staking with the token contract. So we'll say token ICO. So this is the ICO address, and we have to change the API. So let's call this token ICO API. And that way we can able to have the token ICO object, and that's what we're going to utilize it in our load token ICO function. So this is the contract function. Now what we can do is, let's come back here and let's work on the other function before we actually go and write all the functionality for loading the data. So this looks good. Now actually what we can do is, we can simply come back here, simply copy this entire portion, and let's build a separate ERC20 token function, and we're going to do a little bit modification in this. So the first one, ERC20, is for the staking contract, and this function is going to be for our ICO contract. So I'm going to change this name. I'll call it token ICO ERC20, and let's remove this one. We're going to have all of this. We're going to change the address to deposit token. That's the token we are allowing user to stake and get reward. So that's what we have here. Now what I'm going to do is, this looks fine. We don't do any changes here, but we need more information. So I'm going to call the contract render function and get some more information. So let's do one thing. We can come here. We'll call it user address const user address, and this data we have here. So we'll say await signer dot get address. So we'll get the address of the user. Let's replicate that. Now we have to get the balance of the user. So we'll say, let's change this to native balance, and we're going to change this to get balance. In that way we can able to have the balance of the user. Now we can simply replicate this, and let's simply copy and paste here. Actually we already have the name, so we don't need that portion, we need this portion. So simply copy this. Let's copy from here, and that's what we can replace with, because we already have the name, and here we have to do the changes. So we have already provided the user address, it looks fine. In that we can able to have the balance of the user. Now I'm going to simply change this to balance. Got it? Looks fine. So these are the three data we got it, and we're going to simply adjust the format. So what I will do is I need to do the changes in an alignment. So let's bring this address on top, because this is what I have in my data structure. So I'm just following my data structure. This is the symbol, format it, replicate this, change this to decimal, and copy and paste here for the decimal. So we got that. Now we have to simply remove this for supply, and this looks good. Now we can simply, we need the balance, so simply copy and paste here. That's also look good. And here we have this. Got it? And the rest should be fine. Let me have a look one more time. And this is our contract token balance. So what I will do, I'll simply copy this one, and that's what I will paste here, and simply copy this and simply remove this one and paste this and convert to a, let's call this to string. So we'll have a formatted balance. So that's the entire data we have for this token. Looks good. This is what all we have, all of these details we got it, and that's what we are returning at the end. And that's the only thing we have to do here in this token ICO ERC20. So we are done with this. Simply pause the video and try to understand that what exactly I have done. This is very basic. Got it? Close this one and close this one, and now we're going to start working on our load token ICO, and this particular function is going to load all the data. So our internal contract function is ready. Now we're going to simply call it. So what we can do is we can simply come back here. We're going to simply take a variable called token address, and we can get that contract dot token address. That's how we can call it. Once we have that, now we can come here, we'll take a token details, and we have an internal function we have built in our ICO contract. So we'll say await contract get token details, and this particular function will give us all the details about the token which we are allowing user in our ICO contract. So if I take Q here, let's call this const contract owner. So we'll say await contract dot honor. So in that way we can able to get the honor of the contract. Now we can simply come here, we'll take this token sold, and we can get this data from our contract. So we'll say token sold tokens. So we got all of these details. If you come back here and go back to the contract, you will see here we have all the function we have built in our ERC20, and this is the function we are calling. All of this data we are getting, like token address, token sell price, and token sold, all of that. And that's what we are calling here. Looks good. Now we can simply come back here. Let's call this ICO token, and we're going to build our token ICO ERC20 function we have built. Is going to give us the entire extra information which we need. So let's call the function called token ICO ERC20. We got all of that. Now we can simply format the data and return it. So we'll take this variable called token, and let's format that. So first is going to be the token balance. We'll say ether utils format units and format ether. In that we have to simply pass the token details. This token detail will contain all the balance, all the information about the token. So we'll say token detail dot balance, and we'll pass as a true string. So we got that. Now we have to get the name. So we'll say token detail dot name. Then we can simply get the symbol. We'll say token details symbol. Then we can take the supply. We'll say ethers utils format ether. In that we can simply pass the supply to string. Got it? Now we can simply come here and we have to simply change this to token price. Simply copy, and that's what we can replace here, token price. Now we can simply come here, we'll take this token address, we'll have this token detail dot token address. Now we can take the owner, which we already have, it's contract owner, and we have to convert it into a lower string because we have to do the comparison in the front end. So it would be better we should convert into a lower string. We'll say lowercase, and at the end we'll have this sold token. We already have it to convert into a number. So that's all the details we have, and at the end we have to simply call the function we have built. We'll call it token ICO token, the entire token object. So that's the entire data we have about our token ICO contract, including the price, owner, sold, all the information we are getting in one particular object. This is the strategy you have to follow. You should never call separate function in different places. Make one particular call, in that get all the information and distribute the data. So that looks good. Simply copy, and that's the thing we have to return here in the function. And if anything goes wrong, we have to simply throw an error so we can see what exactly went wrong. So it looks good. I hope you guys can understand. This is the entire function we have. We are getting that. We are creating an object of the data, and then we are returning it. Looks good. Now we can come back in this particular function, and here we have to simply also, like this particular one, we can, here we have this. There's no try and catch. So let's add a try catch if anything goes wrong in this particular function. So let's do one thing. Let's minimize this one, and let's take a try and catch. So we'll take this try and catch, cut this one and paste here, and let's console log out the entire error if anything goes wrong. And that looks good, and we'll say error. So that's the entire code we have to write here in the constant. So let's have a look. So this is the import we have done. We got our addresses. Like, we're going to do the testing. If there is any changes need to do, we'll definitely going to do that. We're going to do more testing to make more flexible and easy to interact with the data. So this is the structure which we are following, but we're going to do the little bit modification as well. So we got this utility function. This is the token contract. Then we have the actual contract, all of that. Then we have our ERC20 with all the data. Then we have our load token ICO. We're getting all of this, returning the entire object. Then we have our token ICO contract and the token ERC20. So that's all information we have. Looks good. I hope you guys have understood so far. We are done with this. Now we're going to move to the next one, which is index. Here we're going to write all the function which allow us to write the data in the smart contract. So this is the general structure we follow in the industry. One is for read the data and the other one is for the write the data. And that's writing data function we're going to write up here in the index file. So first thing, we're going to import couple of things. So let's do the import. We need big number and we need ether, and that's coming from the ether package. It's ether. Once we get that, now we can simply come here. We have to import our toaster for the notification, React hot toast. Once we have that, now we have to simply import the functions. So we'll go to the constants and let's import the function because we need the token contract object and contract object. So we'll take this contract, token contract, ERC20, then we need the 2 ETH, and the last one is going to be the token ICO contract. These are the contract we are importing for our constants. Now we can simply come here. We need to copy the address of our staking contract. Let's import here. And we can come back here and go back to the environment variable. Just keep it as it is. This looks fine. We can come back here and we need this. Copy the address of deposit token and reward token. We got that. And change this to token logo. Because in our environment variable, we have the logo of the token, because when the user will click on add to logo, we are adding this particular image. And that's what we are importing. So this is the entire import. If we find we need to do modification and import more variables, we'll definitely do that. But let's go with this first. Now we have to create our notification. So we'll take this notify success. In that we need to simply pass the message. We'll call it toast success. In that we need to pass two things, the message and the duration. So the duration is going to be in seconds. So I'll go with 2 seconds. This is going to be an error. So we have to call the error method, and this will be error. So this is our notification component. It's ready. We're done with that. Now we can simply come back here and let's try to build the functionality. So let's write couple of utility function. So first is going to be a converting time into a readable format. Let's build that particular function. So here I'm going with a regular function, or you can take a normal async function. It's absolutely fine. So let's call this convert timestamp to readable. In that we have to pass the timestamp. Then we have to build the logic. So it's very easy. I'll say date, new date. In that we can simply pass the timestamp and multiply with 1000. Got it? Now we can come back here. Let's create the entire object of the time. So we'll call it readable time. We'll take this date dot to local date string. In that we have to provide that English US. And then we have to simply design the entire date format. So first is going to be the year. I'll take this number. The second one is going to be month. Is going to be 2 digit. The third one is going to be day. Is going to be 2 digit. Then an hour, same 2 digit. Then minute, 2 digit, and the last one is going to be second for 2 digit. You can play around with these variables. Okay, it has multiple format, but I'm going with a simple approach. So we have that. Now at the end we have to simply return this data. So we'll say return readable time, and that's our first utility function for converting timestamp into a readable time. Looks good. Now we can come back here. Let's build another function for way converter, because this one is also important. So let's call this to way. It's going to take the amount, and we have to follow the same logic we have follow into ether. So we'll take this two-way ethers utils parse units. In that we have to simply pass the amount and convert it to a string, and at the end we have to simply return it. So we'll say two-way into a string. So this is our way function. Got it? Now we can come back here and let's build the next function called parse error. When anything goes wrong in our smart contract, it will throw an error. So we have to format that error in such a way so we can display it to our users. So it's going to take a entire error object. Let's format that. So we'll take this const JSON parse, and that we have to pass this JSON dot stringify, and that we can pass the error message. If we have the error, it's going to give us the message. So let's build a dynamic condition. We'll say JSON reason, else we have to display the actual error message. JSON dot error message. It's dot message. So what logic I'm following, that if there is a reason, a proper message, then display that. Otherwise go with a simple reason. So that's our parse error message. Looks good, simple. Now we can go back to the next function called short address. It's very simple function. We'll say shorten address is going to take the address of the user and is going to have a simple return. So let's take a template return. In that we can pass the address. We can simply slice it down from 0 to 8, and from the last part of the address we need the 4 character. So we can take the address dot length and use the slice method, and then we're going to say address dot length minus 4. So it's going to give us the last 4 characters, and I'm getting some sort of warning. Okay, I forgot to add this const. Now it's perfect. So what I'm doing here, I'm getting the first 8 character of my address, then I'm taking the address dot slice method, and then I'm passing the argument like I need to whatever the length is, just simply subtract with 4. So it's going to give us the last 4 characters. So we got this. Looks good. Now we can continue ahead and let's build the next function called copy address, because when the user will click on the table, they will copy the address. So it's going to take a text, and we have this particular method called navigator clipboard write text. So we'll say clipboard write text, and let's display the notification that you have copied successfully. So we'll say notify success, copied successfully. So this is the utility function we have built. Now we're going to write the actual function. So let's come here. Let's call export async function, and this will call contract data. This particular function is going to fetch all the data about our staking contract, and it's going to be a little big. So it's going to take the address of the user. Let's take a try and catch. If anything goes wrong, we have to format the error. So first thing, we have to get the contract. So we'll have the contract object. Let's call the await contract. So we got our staking contract, ICO contract as well. So let's call that. So we'll take this staking token object, and we'll have this token contract. So we have taken both the contract for token as well as the staking contract, but we're going to deal with the contract object, which is the staking contract. Now what we can come here, we'll take a if statement. We'll say if address is there. If we have address, then we want to execute it and call all the functions. So let's build this if block, and in that we're going to build all the logic. So first we're going to get couple of information. So let's take a variable and let's call this contract owner contract object, and it's going to give the owner of the contract. Then we want to take another variable called contract address, and we have the address available on the contract object dot address. Once we have all of this data, now we have to get the notification. So let's call this notification, and it's going to have a array. So let's build that logic. So first we're going to get the entire notification. We'll say notification contract object dot get notification. So this is the function we have in our smart contract. So if you come back here, if you go to the contract section, there you will find that this is the function we have built, which is going to return all the notifications. Simply come all the way down, and this is the function we have. So simply copy, and that's what we have to simply call it, and it's going to give us the entire notification, but we have to format the data in proper way so we can display in our front end. So let's do that. We're going to take this const, is going to be notification array, and we'll say await promise dot all. In that we have to take our notifications, and we're going to simply run a loop. So we'll say notification dot map, and we'll say async, and we have to get the data which we have in each notification. So we have all of this data. We'll have the pool ID, then we'll have the amount, then we'll have the user, then we'll have the type of, and the last one is going to be the timestamp. I hope you guys can understand that from where I'm getting all of this data. So if you come back to the staking contract, you will see this is the exact information. So you have to give the exact variable name, and that's what we are simply calling it. So once we have all of this, now we're going to simply make an instant return, and let's format the data. So we'll take this return, and let's call this pool ID, or we can do one thing, we can take it as an entire object. So we'll take this and let's bring that. So we'll take this pool ID is going to be the pool ID, and we have to convert it into a number. Then we have to take the amount, and we have to simply say amount, and we're going to use our internal function. So we'll take this to ether, and in that we can pass the amount and remove this. Then we have the user is going to be the user. Then we have our type of, so it's going to be type of to type of, and the last one is going to be timestamp. So we're going to simply convert this timestamp. So we'll take this convert timestamp to readable. In that we can simply pass the timestamp, and this is the entire data we are getting in each notification. So we got the entire data in a proper array. So we are done with this first notification. Now let's move ahead, and now we have to deal with the pools, because pool will also have a data in the form of array. So we have to construct in a proper way so we can utilize it in our front end. So we're going to take the length, because this length is very important. User can create as many pool as they want, and we have to run our loops. So we have this particular variable in our contract which we have taken. So let's call this pool info array, and it's going to be an empty array. So when we're going to run the loop, we're going to push every single pool in this particular array. Now we're going to simply build a logic. So we'll take a pool length, which we can get it very easily. We have this particular variable called contract object dot pool count, I hope you guys have remembered this. If you come back here, this is the variable which we are taking. This will keep the track of how many pools have created so far. So once we have the length, let's convert that into a number. So we'll say length pool dot number. Now we can build our for loop. So we'll take this for, let I is equal to 0, I less than length, otherwise we have to simply increment it. If this condition is true, then we have to increment. And here we're going to build all the logic and we're going to make calls. So this is look good. Now we can simply come here. We'll take a variable called pool info, and this particular variable going to keep all the information about a single pool. So we'll say await contract object, and we're going to simply call this pool info, and in that we can pass the first one. So this is the one we are calling. It will keep the track of all the pools as a form of array, and that's how we're going to simply access. So we'll simply call it and pass the I. So it's going to increment every single time. So once we have the pool info, now we can simply come back here. You have to get the user info, await contract object dot user info. In that we have to pass two arguments, the ID and the address, this address. Got it? Now we have to simply get the pending reward. So we'll say pending reward, and it's going to take the same argument. Change this to user reward. So got all of this data. Now we can simply come back here. Let's take a variable called token info A. So now we have to access the data of each token, token 1 and token 2. So we'll say await, we'll say ERC20. In that we can simply pass the deposit token and reward token. So we'll take this pool info dot deposit, because this pool info will contain information about all the information, and in that we have the token deposit token, percentage, reward token. So we are accessing that. So let's call this deposit token. Got it? And we can pass the address of the user. Replicate this one, and this is going to be our reward token, and change this to B. So we got the two token information. That's what we have. You can see, make sure to check the spelling. Spelling is very important. So we got this token information as well. Now we can simply come back here. We got all of this information. Now we can simply format the data. So let's come here. Let's take a variable called pool, and in that we're going to simply format the data and we're going to return it from this particular function. So let's call this. So let's come back here. Let's take this deposit token address, and let's call this pool info deposit token, and this one is going to be for the reward. Change this to reward. So we got the address of the two token. Now we can come back here. Let's get the information about the token 1 and token 2. So change this to token A, and this one is going to be token B. So deposit token and reward token. Looks good. We are got the information of the addresses and the token object. Now we have to simply get the other information like deposited. You can see deposited amount. That's what we need. So let's call the deposited amount, and this information is available in the pool info. So we'll call our formatted function. We'll say pool info. In that we can call this deposited and convert it to a string. Got it? Now we can take this percentage, the pool info dot APY, convert it to a string. Then we can take this log day, and this information is already there called log days, convert it to a string. Now we can get the information about the users. We'll take the amount. We'll take this converter function. In that we can simply pass the user info dot amount, convert it to a string, and this one is going to be called user reward, and here we have the reward. So simply pass the user reward. Then we can simply come back here. Here we have the lock until, and that's what we can take it. Simply remove it. We can use our internal function for converting the time, and we can simply pass that. So we'll take this user info, and we can pass it, convert it to a number. Looks good. Now we can simply come back here. Let's pass the last reward at, convert it 2 ethers. We'll take this user info and this information we have here in the last reward at, like this one. Simply copy this one and that's what we can call it. Convert it to a string. So we got all of that, looks good. Now what else we are missing? So we got all of that. We can simply come here and we can simply push this data into our pool array. So like this push, and we'll say pool array. In that way we can able to have the entire data about each and every pool along with the reward and deposit, and we are storing as a array of object. So we got all our dynamic data. Now this is the information. Now we can simply come back here. Let's take a variable called total deposit. So we have to calculate that how many token deposited by the user and how many token we have deposited as a surplus so the user can claim the reward. So that's the difference we need to get. So we can call it, first we have to simply calculate that how many tokens user have deposited in all of the pool, not in a single pool, all the pools. So you can do it very easily. I hope you guys are familiar with JavaScript. JavaScript is really powerful, which you can use it to design your own data structure. So we can do that. We'll take this pool array info. In that, we're going to simply call this reduce function. In that, we have to simply target it. So we'll target the total and the pool. That's what we are targeting. Now we can simply come back here. We can take this return. We'll take the total plus parse float, and we can simply take this pool dot deposited amount, because every single pool will have this particular variable and that's what we want to access and add it. And that's the only thing we have to do. This is going to return that how many tokens user have deposited in all the pools. So once we have this data, and that's data we're going to use it in the actual object. So let's come here. Let's take a variable. Let's call this reward token as an object. And that's what we can simply get it. So we'll call this await ERC20. In that we can simply pass the reward token address and the user address, replicate it, and this one is going to be the deposit token address. Change this to deposit token. We are just designing this data as per our requirement, because this is the structure we're going to use in our front end for displaying the data. So you can play around with the data, but first I would suggest you to follow the way I'm doing it. We got it. Now we can come back here. Let's take a variable called data. So we have all of the data. Now we're going to simply assign it in our data, and that's what we're going to return it. So let's do that. First is going to be the contract owner, and we already have the address, contract owner. Then we have the contract address, we already have it. Then we're going to take this entire notification. We have the entire array, notification array, and I'm going to reverse it. So we'll have the latest notification. So let's call this reverse function. It's going to simply reverse the array. Once we have that, now we can simply take the reward token. We already have it. Then we can take the deposit token. Got it. Now we can take the pool. It's an array. We already have it. Now we have to take the deposited token amount. Deposited amount. We got it. Now we have to get the difference, that how many token users have stake in the contract and how many tokens we have provided as a creator as a surplus so the user can claim the reward. So let's build a variable. We'll call this contract token balance. I just want you to give a try. It's a very simple function. We have to do a subtraction. So first thing, we're going to simply take this deposit token. In that, we're going to simply call this contract token balance. So whatever the balance we have about the token in the particular contract, we're going to simply subtract with the total deposit amount. So whatever value we'll get means that's the amount owner of the contract provided as a surplus. Very simple subtraction we are doing. And that's what we have here. Now we have to simply return the entire data. So we'll say return data. So this is the huge function we have written. First we have imported our contract, then we have got the information about the owner and the address. Then we have got the information about the notification and formatting the data in a proper array. Then we are getting the information about the data, about all the pools which user are creating. So we have taken the empty array. Then we are getting the length of our pool. And then we are running all this for loop and calling all the function we have, like pool info, user info, pending reward, and that's what we are taking as an array. Then we are simply calculating the total number of token deposited by the user in the entire contract. Then we are getting the information about the deposit token and reward token, And at the end, we are simply formatting the data and returning it. Simple. Let's catch if anything goes wrong. So first we're going to say console.log, and we have to pass the error. So we'll say, and at the end we can simply return the entire error message. So we'll say return parse error message, in that we can pass the error object, or we can simply copy this one and replicate this and paste here, so we can see in our console as well. Remove this comma, and now it's look good. So this is the entire function. I hope you guys can understand. So let's close this one. Now we're going to move to the next function. So it's going to be a deposit one. So we'll say export async function deposit, and it's going to take a couple of arguments like pool id and amount and address. These are the three information it's going to take for depositing the token. So let's take this try and catch if anything goes wrong. First thing, we have to simply display this notification that you have called the function. So we'll take this calling contract. Then we have to get the contract object. We'll say contract object await contract. We got that. Now we have to simply take the staking token object. We'll say await token contract. And the reason why I'm taking this staking token object, means the token contract, because first we have to check the allowance, and that's how the contract exactly work. You cannot able to transfer the token just like that in the contract. First we have to check the allowance and approve the allowance. After that you can transfer the token in the contract. So let's do that. If you just try deposit the token just like that, is going to throw an error. So let's avoid that. So we're going to come back here. We're going to simply convert this amount. So we'll take this amount in way ether.utils.parse units, in that we can pass the amount and convert it to a string, and we'll call it 18 decimal point. So we got the converted price. Now we can simply come back here. Now we're going to simply take this current allowance. So we have to check that what is the current allowance, what is the status. So we'll say await staking contract object allowance, and in that we have to simply pass the two information like the address of the user and the contract address which we are allowing. So we'll say contract object dot address. So we'll have the current allowance status, and here we have to build a if statement. So we'll say if current allowance with our converted price. So if we don't have enough allowance, then we have to first increase the allowance. After that we'll allow user to deposit. So let's call this notification success approving token. Let's call that, we'll say approve transaction await. We'll take the staking token object, then we'll call this approve function, and in that we have to simply pass the information. So first is going to be the contract address which we are approving, and the second one is going to be the amount, our converted amount, and that way we can able to increase the allowance. So we have to wait for the transaction to be complete. So we'll take this approve wait, and we can console log out the information once this approval get completed. So we'll take this approved, and we can give the amount we have approved. We'll say let's call token for staking. So this much token we have approved successfully. Now once we complete this particular function, after that we have to go to the next function which is going to deposit the token in our staking contract. So we can come back here. We'll take a variable called gas estimation, where you have to always calculate the gas. You can go with the hard code value, but that's not the appropriate structure which you have to follow in the DApp. You have to calculate the exact value which you're going to provide during the function call. So we have this particular method in our Ether package which allow us to calculate the gas estimation. So we can calculate it very easily. So we'll say await, we have to call our contract object, in that we have a function estimate gas. So this is the method we have, and now we have to simply call the function which we want to check the gas consumption. So we want to check the function for deposit. You have to pass the argument. So in the deposit we have to pass the two argument like pool ID and the amount. So when this particular function will execute, it's going to give you the exact gas which the function is going to cost. So once we have the gas amount, that's what we're going to provide it in our function. So let's come back here. Let's build that function. So first we have to display the notification. We'll say staking token calling. Take a variable. We'll say stake transaction. Await. We'll take a contract object and call a deposit function, and we can pass the exact variable, pool ID, an amount, and our gas fee. So we'll say gas limit, and the gas estimation we have calculated. This one looks good, and that's the only thing we have to do here. Looks good. First we are checking for the allowance. If it has enough allowance, then we have to stake the token, but if it don't have allowance, we are increasing the allowance, then we are allowing user to deposit token. So that's our dynamic block we have. Once we get that, simply convert into a number. Got it? Now we can come back here, and we have to simply wait for the transaction to be complete. So we'll say received, wait, we'll say stake transaction dot wait. Once the transaction is complete, we have to simply display the notification that token take stake successfully, and at the end we have to simply return the receipt. And here we have to simply build the error message. So first we're going to simply console log out the error, and we already have the function called parse error, so we can simply format that. So we'll say error message, we'll call our parse message error, and then we can pass the error object, and it's going to give us the error message, and that's what we can display in our error notification. Looks good. Got it? I hope you guys can understand that what exactly we have done. This is very crucial, you have to understand it. So we are done with this deposit function. Now let's move to the next one, which is going to be, and this particular function will transfer the deposit token. You can make it dynamic, but here I'm focusing on the deposit token. So it's going to take the amount and where we have to transfer, means transfer address. If you want to make it dynamic, you can simply take it the address of the token which you want to transfer, but we are focusing on deposit token. I will take a try and catch, and we need the exact thing. So what I will do is I'm going to simply copy this one and paste here, and we're going to do a couple of copy paste. So this looks good, and let's come here. We can take this notification and we'll say calling contract token. Then we can take our token contract, we'll say staking token object token contract. So we got our token contract. Now we can simply come back here, and we have to convert this amount. So we'll take this transfer amount, we'll say ether utils parse parser, and then we can pass the amount. So once we have the converted amount which we want to transfer, now we can simply come back here and let's make the transaction. And now we have to simply do the transfer. So let's call this approve. You can call whatever you want. Transaction, we'll say await contract object. We'll call this transfer function we have. In that we have to simply pass the two data, like the amount and the address. So first address, then amount, and it's going to make the transaction. So looks good. Now we have to wait for the transaction to be complete. So we'll say approve.wait, and once and display the notification token transfer successfully, and at the end we're going to keep it as it is. Looks good. I hope you guys can understand that how things are coming together. This is a very simple function we have built which transfer the deposit token. This is what we have. If you want to make it dynamic, make sure to import the address of the token, and that's what you can simply pass here in the token contract, and is going to receive here in the token contract like there, and you can simply add here. So in that way you can able to make dynamic transfer function, but here I'm focusing on deposit token, so I'll keep it as it is. Close this one. Now come back here. So we are done with this transfer function. Now we're going to simply move to the next function. So take a variable called async function, and this will call withdraw, because we need to withdraw the token from our staking contract. So it will take the pool ID and the amount we want to withdraw. Let's take a try and catch, and we can get the error object. So simply copy this one and paste here. Once we have that, now we can get the same information. So we'll take this notify calling contract, and we can come here, and we have to simply convert this amount in way utils parse units, and we'll pass the amount string. So we have that converted amount. Then we can simply take our contract object, await contract. We got that. Now we can simply come back here. We have to estimate the gas consumption, so we'll say gas estimation, and it's exactly the same. So we'll say await contract dot gas estimate gas. We'll call a withdraw function. In that we have to simply pass the pool ID, and we have to pass the way, the amount. It will give us the gas estimation. So once we have that, now we can simply call the actual function. So we'll take this data, await contract object, withdraw, and let's pass the pool ID and the way along with the gas estimation. This is gonna be gas limit, gas estimation. Got it? Now we have to wait for the transaction to be complete. So let's take a receipt. We'll say await data dot wait. We have to display the notification message, token transaction successful, completed. Then we can simply return the recipient, and this looks good. And that's the only thing we have to do for withdrawing the token out of the staking contract. So we are done with that. We are done with that. We are done with most of the important functionality. Now we can simply come back here and let's build another one. So we'll say async function, and this will be for claim reward. In that we have to take the pool ID, same try and catch. We have to get the error object. That's what we have to paste here. And now we can simply come back here, and we need all of this information. Simply copy this one, and that's what we can paste here. Just remove this. We got that. Now we can simply come here. Now we can come here. Let's open this one and copy this gas estimation and paste here. Change the function name to claim reward. We got that. Now we have to get the transaction object as well. So it's going to take only pool ID, no amount. And we can simply come here and we can take this entire portion. Simply copy this here and paste here, and let's change the function. So this is going to be claim reward instead of withdraw, and we have to simply remove the amount, and that looks fine. And the rest should be exactly the same. Change this message. Let's call this reward claim successfully completed, and that's our claim reward function. I hope you guys can understand that how we have built this logic. We're done with this. Now we can move to the next one. Simply copy and paste here, and let's change this to create pool. It's going to take a lot of data, so we'll say pool, and this pool will have an object of data. So first thing, we have to check the data, that all the data is provided by the user or not. So first we have to deconstruct that. So let's take a variable. We'll say const, it's coming from pool, deposit token. Then we have to take the reward token, the percentage, and the last one is going to be the log day. Now we have to build a if statement to check all the data is there or not. Then reward, percentage, and log day. If any one of these data is missing, then we have to simply throw the error message. So we'll take this return and notify error. We'll say provide all the details. So that's our check. Looks good. After that, we have to call the contract, and we get the contract object, and here we have to calculate the gas estimation. So let's call this add pool, because this is the function we have, and we have to pass all the data. So let's remove this, pass our deposit token. Order is very important, so make sure to pass the data in exact order. Then we have our reward token, percentage, make sure to convert into a number, and same goes with the log day, convert into a number. This is the exact data we have to provide. So this will give us the gas estimation. Now we're going to simply change this to add pool, and we have to change the data as well. Simply copy this one, and that's what we can simply paste here, and looks good. And that's the only thing we have to do. In that way, we can able to create the pool. So let's rename this called stake transaction, and the rest should be fine. Let's change this to let's call pool created successfully completed. Let's make it successful. Got it? So this is the create pool function we have. All the things are look good. No issue we have here. Close this one. Now let's write the next function. Let's move to the next function for modifying pool. So let's change this to modify pool. It's going to take the pool ID. This is fine. We need the gas estimation. Change this to pool, modify pool, and we have to simply change the function. we need the amount as well, the new amount which user is going to provide. So let's provide here, it's going to be a number, and here we have to change this, and we have to provide the amount. So simply copy and paste here. So we got the gas estimation, and the rest would be fine. In that way we can able to modify the pool. Looks good. Change this to, let's pool modify successfully, remove this completed, and looks good. So with this modify function is ready. Now we can go to the next function called sweep, SWEEP. This function will allow us to withdraw the token out of the contract, and this particular function will take couple of arguments. So let's call this token data, and let's deconstruct that. So in that we'll have the token address. So let's call this token data. We'll have the token, and we'll have the amount which owner of the contract wants to withdraw. Let's check for a condition that all of this data is there or not. So we'll take this token is not there or amount is not there. If any one of these data is missing, then throw this error message. We'll say notify error, data is missing. We getting this contract notification and contract object. We can change the gas estimation. So let's change this to sweep, and we need these two information like token address and the amount. So token address, and we have, let's convert this amount in transfer amount. So we'll take this ether utils parse ether amount. So it's a converted amount. Now that's the amount we have to pass here. Got it? Let's format that. Now it's good. Simply copy and exact details we have to pass here. Remove this one, pass here, token and transfer amount, and the rest would be fine. Let's change this message to transaction completed successfully. So this is our sweep function which allow the owner of the contract to withdraw the token out of it. So we have completed all the function from our staking DApp contract. Now we have to write the function for token ICO contract. But before we start writing for our token ICO contract, let's build this function which allow a user to add the token in MetaMask. So it's gonna be add token MetaMask. Let's call this export const add token MetaMask. It's going to be an async. It's going to take the token, and let's do that. So we're going to take this if window.ethereum is there, then only we allow to call this particular function. So we'll take this window.ethereum. In that we need to get couple of information. So we'll take const contract, and we'll say await token contract. So this will give us the entire token contract, so we can extract the data, because we are allowing user to add the token which the user will deposit in the contract. So we'll say const token decimal. We can get that decimal endpoint from the contract dot decimal function. Then we need the address of the token. Let's change this to token address. We got that. Then we need the symbol, and the last information we need the image of the token. So let's call this image, and this image will come from our environment variable. Remember, we have this token logo. We got that. Now we can take this try and catch block, and let's try to add that in our MetaMask. So we'll take this const was added. So this will keep the status whether the token is added or failed or is about to add. It will keep all the data. So let's take that await window.ethereum request, and in that we have to pass the entire object of our token. So first is going to be the method. So we are calling this particular method wallet watch asset. Then we have to give the params. So we'll do this params. It's going to be the entire object. So it will be the type of, so we have, it's a ERC20 token. So we'll say ERC20. Then we have to pass the options. This will contain all the information about the token. So first is going to be the address. Second is going to be the symbol. Third is going to be the decimal. And the last one is going to be the image of our token. And that's the entire thing we have to pass. Now we have to check for conditions. So the status. So if was added is successful, then we have to display this notification success message that token added. If it's failed, then we have to say error. So we'll say failed to add token. Let's change the spelling to FAILED, failed. Simply copy this, and that's the same thing I'm going to display here in the catching error. And at the end, I can display that MetaMask is not installed, because that's the thing I have to keep into consideration. So let's keep it as it is. Come here and let's call this else MetaMask is not installed. So we'll say MetaMask is not installed. So this is the entire function for adding token in our MetaMask. I hope you guys can understand. It's very simple. We are getting the information about the tokens, decimal, address, symbol, logo, and we are making this particular request through Ethereum object, and this is the method we have in the MetaMask, and then changing the status and displaying the notification. So simply close this one. We are done. Now we're going to start writing the functionality for our ICO contract, token ICO contract. So it's going to have 4 functions, one for updating token, update price, buy, and we're going to have a couple of more. Let's say ICO contract export. First function is going to be our buy token. Async is going to take the amount, and it will have a try and catch. Let's open this one and simply copy this entire error, and that's what we can paste here. Now we can simply take our token contract, means ICO, token ICO contract. Let's say contract, we await token ICO contract, and here we have the contract object. Now what I can do is, let's simply copy and paste here, build the skeleton for other functions. So this one is going to be, for token withdraw, and it's not going to take any amount, because when this function get called, it's going to withdraw the entire token. Close this one, copy, paste here. This one is for update token, and it's going to take the new address, copy, paste, and this one is going to be the price. Let's say update token price, and it will take the price. Looks good. So this is the 4 function we have to build. So let's start with the very first one, like buy token. Now in that, what we're going to do is, first we're going to display this notification calling ICO contract. Then we can come back here. Let's take this token details, and we can get it very easily because we already have the function called contract get token details. This is the function we have. You can come back to the contract token ICO, and there you will find this is the function we have, token details, get token details, copy, and that's what we can simply call it. This will give us the entire detail about the token which we are allowing user to buy. Once we have that, now we can simply come here. We can get the available token, that how many tokens is available in the contract. First we have to check the condition. If the token is not available, then we don't allow user to buy it. So let's call this ETH utils format ether. In that we can simply pass the token details dot balance, and we can simply convert it to a string. So it will give us the balance of the token. Once we have that, now we can simply build a if statement that available token, if it's greater than 1, then we want to execute it, otherwise we have to stop the transaction. So we'll take this const price, and we have to convert it. So let's call this ether utils format ether. In that we can pass the token details token price, and we have to convert into a string. So in that way we can able to have the price, and we have to multiply with number of token which user wants to buy. So let's do the multiplication. So let's come here, do the multiply, and we'll convert into a number. In that we can pass the amount. So in that way we can pass the actual amount, that how many user wants to purchase, and we'll have the exact price. We got it. Once we have the price, now we can simply come here. Let's take this pay amount. Now we have to convert this amount, utils parse units, and in that we can simply pass the amount, not amount, we have to pass the price and convert it to a string, and we'll call it ether, not ethers, ether. In that way we can able to have the amount which user will pay for buying the token. So when we have the pay amount, now we can simply build a condition for the transaction. So we'll say transaction await contract. We can call this buy function. In that we can simply pass the details, number of token which user wants to take it, and is going to take the value. We'll say value means the money which user will pay, and convert it to a string, and we have to declare a gas. So here I will go with the custom gas because I tried with the dynamic one, it was throwing error. So let's go with this hardcode value. We'll say hexilify, and this particular value is perfect when it's come to buying the token, 60 after 8. So this is our transaction. Now we have to wait for the transaction to be complete. So let's build this receipt, and we'll say await transaction dot wait. Then we have to display the notification token transaction successfully completed. Then we can simply come back here, return the entire script. Let's go ahead, and we have to keep that in consideration about the else block as well. So let's take a else statement. If the token is not available, then we can simply display the error message. We'll say notify error insufficient, like token balance is low than expected. Looks good. And at the end we want to simply return the simple text. So let's copy and call it string script, and that's our buy function. I hope you guys can understand. It's very simple. We are checking for the supply, then we are making the transaction and converting all this. Very good. Now we can start with the withdrawal function. Simply copy this one, and that's what we can simply paste here, notification, and simply change. Let's keep it, come back here, and here we have this. Simply copy this one because we have to check whether the token is available or not. So simply copy, and that's what we can call it. Now we have to check the if block. So simply copy all of this, and that's what we can paste here. Now we're going to simply change this. So this is fine. We have to remove the price, this section, remove it, and we have to make the transaction only. So here we're going to simply call the withdraw function, this particular one, withdraw all token, copy, and that's function we have to call it. Remove all of this data, and the rest should be fine. It's going to simply withdraw the fund out of our ICO contract. Got it. Close this one. Our withdraw function is done. Now we can start working on our update token. So first we have to check whether the token address is available or not. So let's build a if statement. If address is not there, then we can simply throw the error message like data is missing. After that we can simply perform the transaction. So let's come here. I can simply come here and grab the same details from here. So simply copy at this portion and paste here, and we can come close this one. We need this gas estimation as well. Simply copy, and we can simply paste here. So we got our gas estimation and all of this data. Now let's change the functions. Come back here, and this is the function we have, update token, copy, and that's what we can call it here. And here let's copy the address and paste here, and change this and paste the address here as well, and this is fine. Let's replace the address here, and we have to update the gas estimation, and the rest to be fine. This looks good. Now we can simply take the gas estimation and change it here. Now this function is ready. This will allow us to update the address of the token in the contract, and the rest should be fine. Just keep it as it is. Simply copy this one. Now we have to build the Rust function. Let's paste and check for price is available or not. Simply copy and paste here. Now we have to do exactly the same thing. So let's build this pay amount, and we have to convert this amount, and that's what we have to pass in the function. So we'll say parse unit, in that we'll say pi ether price to string, and it's ether. Got it? Now we can simply come here and simply copy this portion and paste here. First we have to change the function name. So let's come back to the contract price and paste here in two places. Once we're done with that, now we have to simply change the price and change here as well, and the rest should be fine. Looks good. So this is our entire function for updating the price. So we are done with this entire index file. We have imported all of these functions and the libraries. Here we have the environment variable, notification, and this is our utility function for converting time, way, parse error, short address, copy address, And here we have the other function like contract data, deposit, transfer token, withdraw, claim reward, create pool, modify. We have sweep, we have add token, MetaMask, buy token, token withdraw, like update token, update price. So all things looks good. We're done with that. Simply close all of this open file. This is also look good. This is also look good. And if we find that we need to do any modification in the functions, we can do that as per our requirement. But this is the structure we are following. So remove this one, remove this one, remove this one. So we're done with this. Now we're going to simply come back to the pages, go to the app.js, and here we have to do the configuration of our wallet providers, which is going to add multiple wallet, and that's the setup we're going to do. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. In the next video, we're going to start working on our crypto wallet, and we're going to build a couple of components in our front end. So let's move to that next video. Everyone, welcome back once again to our staking DApp project. In the last video, we have built all the functionality which allow us to communicate with our smart contract. Now we're going to start working on our front end, and we're going to integrate our crypto wallet, and we're going to build a couple of components. So let's start working straight away. So this is where we left in the last video. We have worked on our constants. We work on our index file with all the functionality. So if you haven't watched, make sure to watch the earlier videos. Now we're going to start working on our app.js and build our crypto wallet setup here. So let's close this one. First thing, we're going to simply import a couple of things. So first thing, we have to import our toaster because we have to display our notification which is happening in our contract. So it's coming from React hot toast. Then we have to import our merge our wallet. So we'll take this load slash and there. Once we have that, then we have to import our CSS file. We'll say Rembo get, and we have to import the style file CSS. So we got this CSS file. Now we can come back here. We have to import couple of thing from Rembo. So we can simply import the first one is going to be get default wallet. Second one is going to be called Rembo get provider. Third one is going to be dark theme, and we'll have the midnight theme. So these are the four things we are getting from our Rembo get. Got it? Now we can come back here. We have to simply import few things. So it's going to be from wing, and there I want to have our chain config chain, and we'll have create client and our wing component config. So this will allow us to communicate with the blockchain, and these methods are really powerful. We have multiple methods, but we need only these three: chain, configure chain, create client, and wing config. Now we have to import, and this data is coming from our wing slash provider. And right now we have multiple provider to interact with the blockchain and connect. So we can see that we have Acme, Coinbase Node, Infura, JSON RPC, Publix, but we'll go with the JSON RPC, which is very easy, and you guys are beginner, that's why I don't want to create more complication. So just go with the basic one, RCP. In that we have to simply get this JSON RPC provider. So this is the method will allow us to communicate with the blockchain. All we have to do is to simply provide the RPC URL, and we are ready to interact with the blockchain. Got it? All of this imports we have done. Now we can come here and let's do the environment variable import about the network configuration. So let's call this network setup. So first thing, we have to get the RPC URL. So let's call this HOLESKY, and this data is coming from our environment variable. So we can come back here, and I will simply copy this one and paste here. And let's change the data. So this one be HOLESKY, and now we can simply import it. Replicate that, chain. This one is going to be the explorer. This one is going to be the chain ID. This will be the currency. And this one will be the decimal. And this one is going to be our name. And this one is going to be the network. These are the variable you have to provide no matter which network you are deploying your contract and launch your application. You have to provide the exact variable right up here in our environment variable. So we have deployed our contract to Ethereum test network. So this is the entire setup I have done for Ethereum. So we have to simply change. So we have done with the currency. Now simply copy the chain ID and chain ID. Then we have to get the network name and we have to call it network name. Then we have to get this decimal. This is the network. Then we have this explorer, copy, and this is the explorer. And last one is going to be our RPC URL for the blockchain. So make sure to provide the exact relevant information for that particular blockchain and your application will work absolutely fine. So we got all of this environment variable. Simply copy, check the spelling, decimal, this is the name, and this is the network. Looks good. Network. So we got the environment variable. Now we can ready to build our connection. So let's come back here. Come here. We're going to simply call this network and let's build our chain configuration first. So we're going to say chain and it will take the provider, and here we have to build that. So we'll call this configure chain, and it's going to take an array of objects. So first take the array, it will have an object. So first thing is going to be the ID, the chain ID. It should be in a number. Then we have to take this net name. Then we have to take the network. We'll have the network. Then we have to take the native currency, and it's going to have an object. It will take the name. Then it will take the symbol. Then it will take our decimal endpoint. So we got it. This is the first set of object data we have. Now we can simply come back here. Now we have to simply configure the JSON RPC URL. So let's build here. So we'll say RPC URL and it's going to have an object. So we'll have a default. Let's give a HTTP and we have this. So we can simply pass our RPC URL. Now we're going to simply go with the public one. It will have the same data, HTTP, and we'll have our RPC URL. Got it. You got it? Now we can simply come here. We have to take this block explorer. Inside that we have to take the default, and in that you have to provide the name. So our blocks explorer, whatever name you have for the blocks explorer for that particular blockchain, you can provide that. So I'll go with this whole scan because this is what I have found in the blockchain in Etherscan. Then we have to provide the RPC URL for the block explorer. This is the one. Got it? Now we can simply come here, and so currently we are using on the test network, so I have to enable it. So I'll say test net is true, but if I'm using on the mainnet, I can say false. Look good. This is the entire chain configuration we have done for our provider. That's the only thing we have to do. Okay, make sure to provide the relevant information and everything would be working fine. Now we're going to take the second array of object. So this is the first set of that. Now we're going to take the second array. In that we have to configure our chain one more time. So we'll take this JSON RPC provider. It will take the RPC. We're going to take the return function. So we'll take the chain ID if there. Then we have to say if chain is equal to the chain ID we are providing. We have to provide in a number. Then we have to simply return the HTTP and our RPC URL. Else we want to return null. And here we have to say priority is going to be first because we want to have a top priority in terms of connection. That looks good. Wonderful. So this is the exact setup you have to do in our configured chain. Once you're done with that, now we can simply come back here. We can take another variable for connectors, and we'll have a get default wallet. In that we have to simply pass the app name, and we can pass the second one is going to be the chain. So we have our connectors. Now once we have that, now we can simply move to the next one called Wing. We have Wing client, and here we can simply create our clients. We'll say create client. In that we can simply pass our auto connector true. Then we'll say connectors, we already have it, and we'll have a provider, which is already we have done the setup. So we'll have in that also. So we are set with our Wing client. Now we can come here and we can simply do the changes in our theme. So we'll say my theme. In that we can simply provide our custom color. So we'll go with the midnight theme, and let's do that. So if you want to change the color, you can change that very easily. So I'll go with this one because this is the one branding color we are using. So ascent color, and this is the one we have 562C7B, and we have the ascent color for background is going to be white. So that's our theme. All the setup we have done. This is the import. This is the import of the libraries. This is our environment variable. This is the provider. This one is the connector. This one is our Wing client and theme. Now we are ready to simply wrap our application with our wallet provider. So we can simply come back here. We'll take a Wing config. In that we can simply pass the client. So it's going to be our Wing client, and close this one, and we have to simply cut this and put inside this so we can able to have the access. Now we have to simply build our Rembo kit provider. In that we have to pass the chain ID and the theme. So it will take the chains and it will take the theme, the custom theme we have built. So we'll say my theme and simply close this one and cut this context and paste here component, sorry. And that's the only thing we have to do. Now we can simply import our toaster. So we can display the notification, and that's the entire setup we have done. Looks absolutely incredible. I hope you guys can understand that what exactly we have done. This is the exact setup you have to do no matter which network you are deploying. All you have to do is to simply change the variables for the networks, RPC URL, currency, and everything would be working fine. So that's the entire setup we have to do here in app.js. Looks good. Now we can simply come back here. Now we can simply go close this one, and now we can start working on our pages. So open up your terminal and let's test everything. So let's simply type npm run dev to check that the configuration we have done is working or not. So simply copy this RPC URL 3000 and paste in a new tab and hit enter. Okay, I'm getting this error. So somewhere I have called chain instead of chains, and that's why I'm getting this error. So I know the problem. So maybe we have done here in the problem. So simply close this one, come back in the app.js, and here we have the issue. So here, okay, it's chains, not chain only, S. Now it will work fine. Save it, and now you can see everything is working fine. So we have done the entire setup for our wallet. Looks good. Now we are ready to start working on our page and components. So let's come back to the home page and let's quickly import all the components. Let's quickly import. So first we are going to take this use effect and use state. Then we have to simply import our account, which is coming from Wing. Then we can simply do the internal import of the component. So let's call import, and it's coming from the component directory index. First is the header, hero section, then footer, pools model, withdraw model, withdraw. Then we have partners, statistics. Then we have token loader, notification, ICO cell, contact, and arcs. So these are the components we are importing. You can see we have no issue, everything is look good, and we have done the entire import of the components. Good. Now we can simply import the functionality we have built, because we need couple of functions we're going to attach here. So let's do that. So it's coming from our context/index. So first is going to be the load data, means contract data. Then we're going to have this deposit, we'll have this withdraw, and we'll have this claim reward. So these are the function which you're going to have in the home page, and we'll also have a function of adding token in MetaMask. So we got all of this function, looks good. Now we can simply start importing the component. So first we're going to work on two components in this video. So we'll start working on header and footer. So let's import the header, and import the footer. So this is the two components we're going to work on in this video. So if you check, we have imported both the components. Looks good. Got it? Now we can come back to the code. Let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. So we are getting some sort of error. I think I have provided 2 extra dots, so remove this one, and now it's good. Now we're going to start working on our header component first. So come here, go to header, and let's build our header component. So first thing, we're going to import a couple of things from React: use effect and use state. Then we have to import the Rembo-get, means connect wallet, connect button. Once we have that, now we have to simply import our account. So we'll say use account. We got these 3, and we can simply do the internal import. And here we have to do the import of our, let's say, icon, we'll say, and we need this token icon. So we'll say md generating token. So these are the import we have done. Now we can simply come here and we can simply take a state variable. So in that we're going to receive a prop, we'll call it page, because we have to redirect the user and we have multiple pages. So based on the pages we have to allow the redirection. So let's take this page as a prop. Let's take a state variable, we'll call it token balance component. So this is what I have. Now we can simply take our menu. It's going to be an array of object. So we'll say navigation, and let's call this array of objects. So first one is going to be the name, and second one is going to be the link. So simply replicate this few times, and here is going to be home. This will be staking, and we'll have this one is going to be crypto, and the last one is going to be, let's call this partners and partners. So when the user will click on the navigation, it will redirect to that particular section. This is the navigation. Now we can start working on our JSX straight away. So let's convert into a header. It will have a class. Let's call this header. There it is, you can see. Let's remove this one. Take a div, it will have a class. Let's call this container. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class. Let's call this row. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class, and we can call this one column 12. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class. Let's call this header dash content. Inside that we'll take a button. We'll say class header dash button, and it will have a type, is going to be a button, and we'll have our area label as well, label, and we can call this header dash nav. Inside that we're going to take a couple of span, so because we're going to have 3 lines. So remove this one and replicate this. There it is, you can see that's our hamburger. So that's our button, and this is going to be visible only in mobile. Now we have to take our anchor, means the logo. It will have a class. Let's call this header dash logo. Inside that we can take an image tag, and we already have this logo image in our image folder. So SVG, there it is. We have our logo. Now we can simply come here, we can display our text message. So this text message will say, it will have a class called header dash tagline, and in that will say crypto king. Now we can simply come here and we can display our navigation. So it will have a class. Let's call this header dash nav. It will have an ID. Let's call this header dash nav. Inside that we'll take our dynamic block and we're going to render our navigation. So we'll take this navigation.map item index. It's going to be an instant return. We'll take our li. Let's close this one. Li, close this one. It will have a key. We'll say index, and inside that we'll take an anchor, and this is going to be a dynamic one. So let's build that. We'll say if page is equal to activity, then we want to redirect the user on the home page. That's the first condition. But if the page is equal to admin, then we also want to redirect them to the home page. But if the user on the home page, then we want to redirect them in different section. So let's call this item.link. So this is our dynamic block, and we can simply display our item name, and that's the entire menu. You can see, let's make it side by side, and somehow it's not looking good. Something's wrong. Okay, we have to see into this. So you can see the alignment of the component is not good. I guess I made some spelling mistakes somewhere in the code. Okay, I can see that it's 2 space, not 1 space. Save it, and you can see it's perfectly aligned. We got our logo, we got our menu. Now we have to add the button and the toggle menu. That looks good. Let's make it side by side. Let's bring it here. Let's drag it here. Now it's not working. Obviously it will not work. We have to build the next one. So we can come back here. Now we can simply call our button connect button, sorry, and there it is. The button is reflecting. User can click and they can connect. Now we can simply come here. Now we can work on our click button. So I just want to simply remove this one. We'll take a style tag and we'll have some margin from left. Let's 10 pixels. There it is. And let's add couple of attributes. So it's going to be, let's say, default data base toggle. So when we'll click on this particular button, it's going to open the by component model. Got it? Now we have to say type is going to be button, and it will have the data base toggle, and we have to give the toggle ID. It's going to be toggle model, and it will have a class called header dash dash profile. There it is. You can see that. Inside that we can simply display our icon. So we'll take this class. We'll say ti user circle. Inside that we can display our generating token. There it is. User can click, it's going to open the pop-up model. Now we can simply come out of that and we can display our text. So we'll take a span and we'll say token ICO. This will be only visible on the desktop, not on the mobile device. So that looks good. Somehow it's not working. It's working. I have to reload the page. Okay, let's make on the big screen, and you can see this is how it's going to look. Let's reload the page. That's what we have. Let's click on that, and you can see our pop-up model is working absolutely fine. You can connect, you can disconnect. Looks good. Let's give you a password, and you are connected successfully. You can disconnect and you can connect one more time. There it is. You can click and we'll go to different section once we'll complete that. Let's make on the mobile spine. Let's click here. Let's click one here. You can see it's working. You have to click on the right spot. Everything is looking absolutely incredible. So we are done with this navigation section. Let's look wonderful. And let's make it side by side. Let's break on this side, and you can see if you click, it will open. You can click on this button, it will can't. You can click on this, it will throw this error message because this component is not exists. That's why it's getting undefined. So that's on click function is also working fine on our button. So let's reload the page and let's bring it back properly. Okay, let's bring it properly. Let's bring on the left hand and right and drag it here. So this is the entire code for our header component. We are done with that. Now we have to work on the footer. So let's click on the footer, and this is what we exactly going to work now. So let's quickly work on the footer component. So first thing, we're going to simply import couple of icons. So let's import, and that's coming from our icons. So first is going to be our TI social Twitter, then we'll have the Facebook, and then we're going to have our LinkedIn with a small I. That's the icon. We got it. Now we can simply come here and build our navigate menu, footer menu. So it's going to be an object. So we'll say link is going to be where you want to redirect the user, and we'll have an icon. So it's going to take the Twitter, replicate, and this will be for Facebook. This will be for LinkedIn. So this is our footer menu. Now we can start working straight away on the JSX. Let's change this to footer. Let's add a class. Let's call this footer, change this. Inside that we'll have a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that we'll have a div. It will have a class called row. Inside that we'll have a div. It will have a class called, let's column 12 call small 8, call medium 6, call dash large 6, call XL 4, order is going to be 1, order large device is going to be 4, and order XL is going to be 1. I hope you guys are familiar with this class structure. So looks good. Open this one. Inside the, we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's take our footer, logo, and in that we're going to take the image tag. We'll have our logo, SVG. There it is. Now we're going to display our text. So we'll take this p tag, and I'm going to take the dummy text. So first I'm going to say footer dash tagline, and we'll have a lorem dummy text, and I'm going to remove a couple of lines. That's good. We got that. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this call dash 6, call medium 4, call dash large 3, call dash XL 2, order is going to be 3, order dash medium dash 2, order dash large dash 2, order dash XL dash 3, and we'll have a offset. We're going to have like medium 2, and we'll have a offset large 0. We'll take this h6. It will have a class. Let's call it footer dash title. We'll have a company. There it is. Now we have to display the menu. So we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call it footer nav. In that we can take an anchor, and we can redirect wherever you want. So we'll take about censure. Change this to our news. Change this to license, and this will be contact us. Contact. There it is. You got all of that. Now we can simply copy, paste here, close the div, and we have to do a couple of changes. This will be 8. This will be 6. This will be 4. Order is going to be, let's say 2. Order medium is going to be 3. Order large is going to be 1, and XL is going to be, let's say 2, and remove this one. We don't need this. And I noticed one thing, that just remove this and fix this, and it will fix this. So shave it, and we have to do one more fix. So instead of 6 we have to go with 12 range, and there it is, perfectly aligned. Now we can start building the next set of components. So open that one, take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this row. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class call 12. In that we'll take a h6. It will have a class called footer dash title. In that we can say service and features. There it is. We'll take a div. It will have a class call 6. It will have a div. It will have a class called footer dash dash nav. Inside that we can simply copy this portion and paste here, and just change the text. So let's call this one to invest. This will be our token. This will be affiliate, and this will be called context. Simply copy and paste here and change the text. The second set of data is going to be, let's say, safety, auto mobilization. This will be analytic, and the last one is going to be reports. There we have. Looks incredible. You can see we're done with that. Now simply copy this one, paste here, and close this div. Now we have to change in the variable. So instead of 12 we're going to 6. This will be 4. This will be 3. This will be 2, and this will be 4. This will be 4, and this will be 3, and this will be 4. Looks good. Now simply copy this portion, and that's what we can paste here. Let's change this to support and change all of this. This will be help center. This will be how it's work, and this will be our privacy policy, and the last one is going to be terms and condition. condition. Looks good. Perfect. Excellent. Now we can simply leave 3 divs, come down here, and now we have to build the footer copyright. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called row. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called column 12. In that we'll take a div, it will have a class called footer dash dash content. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called footer dash dash social, and we can display our social menus. So map social index, and we can simply return that. So we'll take this anchor, we can take this key is going to be index, href is going to be our link, social dot link, and we'll have the target is going to be blank because we want to open a new page, and inside that we can simply display the icon. So we'll take this social, we'll have a class title, title brand Facebook, and we can simply take this icon. And actually we don't need this class, remove this one. There it is. You can see our icons are displaying fine. Got it? Now we have to display the text. So we'll take this small class is going to be footer dash dash copy right. Inside that we'll take this @ copyright sign. We'll say censure 2024 created by the blockchain coder. So we'll take this anchor tag and you can redirect wherever you want. I'll say target is going to be blank, and this will be the blockchain coder. Got it. And that's the entire footer component we have. So we are done with that. Let's make on the big screen. Let's see one more time. This is the section we have. So this is the first section, this is the second section, this is the third section, and this is the fourth section. If you combine this two, so we have this 2 section. Looks fine. So we are done with this header and footer components. Looks incredible. Let's make on the small screen, and you can see we have this footer, navigations, everything is working good. You can disconnect and you can connect. So this is the global component we have built. You can see all the different wallet scanner is opening. So looks good. So we are done with this entire footer component. Next we're going to start working on our admin panel. So everything is good. This video is already getting long, so I'm not going to extend this video too much, but in the next video we're going to start working on our entire admin panel. So looks good. So with that, I'm ending this video. Let's move to the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back to the 6th part of our token staking DApp project. In the last part, we have done the setup for multiple wallet provider, which allow us to communicate with different wallet. And we have also built our header component and footer component. So if you haven't watched the last video, make sure to watch it. In this video, we're going to start working on our admin panel, and let's build all the functionality along with the UI component. So this is where we left in the last video, and we're going to start working on the admin panel. I'm going to simply minimize this, and now we're going to do a couple of import. Actually a lot of imports. So first thing, we have to import use effect and use state. That's coming from React. Now I have to do the import of the account. So we'll say use account, and that's coming from Wagmi. Once I have that, now I'll come here and let's do a couple of internal import. So we're going to import, and this coming from, so we're going to import header, footer. That's what we have. And now we're going to import loader, ICO cell. So these are the components we are importing. Now we're going to do the internal import from the admin files. So let's call import, we'll say admin, and it's coming from the admin folder, admin/admin. Then we're going to simply replicate it, change this to admin head. Then this one is going to be our update API model. This one is going to be our auth. So these are the 4 components we're going to import. So let's change this. Copy, paste, and these are the admin components we have here. Looks good. Now we can simply come back here, and here we're going to simply import the functionality. So it's going to be coming from our context/index. In that we're going to need a couple of functions. So first one is going to be contract data. Second one is going to be transfer token. Then we have create pool, sweep, and we're going to have modify pool. Because owner of the contract can have this power to modify the contract and change the data. So we got all of this function, we got this component, and this is the packages we are installing. Now we can simply come back here, and we need few things. So come back to the component constants, and we need this environment variable. So simply copy this one and come back here and paste here. and I'm going to do the changes. So come back here and go to the environment variable, and we need the address of the admin. So we can simply grab this and replace here, and let's call this admin address, copy and paste here. So this is the only environment variable we need here in the admin page. We got it. Now we can simply come back here and let's declare a couple of variables. At the time of page reload, we're going to fetch the information about the contract and we're going to set in our context. So we're going to take this use effects snippet and I'm going to say loader. By default it will be false. Then I'm going to take the account. So we'll say address and it's coming from our package use account. We got this. Let's take another one for auth. We'll say check auth. By default it will be true, because when the page will reload we have to check that which user is connected. If it's admin, then we want to allow them to have the access, otherwise we have to restrict this. Once I have that, now we're going to simply come here and let's take another one. This is going to be called pool details, which is going to have all the data about the contract. Now we'll take this use state and it will say modify pool ID, because when we want to modify the pool APY, the percentage, we have to get the ID, and that's what we're going to update here. So these are the state variable as far of now we are taking it. This looks fine. Now we have to simply come here and open up your terminal and start the application and just test. So we'll say npm run dev, and now we can simply come back to the browser. I hope you guys are following me on YouTube. So open a new tab, click on this localhost. I have done this setup and here you can see everything is working fine. So right now we are on the home page. If I try to go on the admin page /admin, and you will see that it has this blank canvas. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply import header and footer component. So what we can do, we can simply come here, remove this, take this fragment, and inside that we can take our header component and we can take our footer component. And this looks good. Now the moment you will save and reload the page, you will see these two components are reflecting here absolutely fine, and we can simply click on this and we can connect our wallet. So give your password and click on unlock. So we are connected successfully. If you click here, you will have this pop-up model. You can disconnect and copy the address. So everything is looking good. Now we can start working on our other components. So before we start working on the component, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a function which is going to fetch the information about the contract, the staking contract. So let's do that. So let's write that function. So we'll take a variable called load data. It's going to be an async, and this is the function we're going to call at the time of page reload. So let's build that condition. So we'll say if address exists, means the user is connected, then only I want to call this function. So I'll say set loader is to true. So I have to display the loader. Then I can simply come back here, say if address. So again I have to do the check whether the user is connected with the application, is the admin or not. So we'll say if address, I have to convert it to a lowercase, is equal to admin. So take this admin address lowercase. If is equal to admin, then I want to allow the user to have the access of the admin panel. So in that I can say check auth is going to be true. Then we have to simply call our smart contract function. So we'll say data, we have the function, we'll say await contract data. In that we have to pass the address of the user, and once we have the data, we have to simply console log out that to see in our browser, and we can set this data in our pool details, and that's the only thing we have to do. Else what I can do, if anything goes wrong, I have to simply stop the loader. So I can say set loader to false, and this is the function is ready, which allows us to fetch the information about the contracts, and it will set in our state. Now we can simply call this function. So we'll take this use effect, and I want to call this on page reload. So let's call the function, and it's going to be an empty array. So whenever the page will reload, this is the function is going to be triggered, and that's the only function we have to write here. Everything's look good. Everything's look good. Now we can simply come back here and we can check that this data is reflecting in our console. So let's do the inspect element, and we can click here and let's pick on this. Now look good. It's 100% responsive. You can see it's opening. You can close it. Now come back to the console, and here I'm getting some sort of error. It says that Ethers is not defined. Okay, somewhere I have called something else instead of Ethers. So that's the error I'm getting. So to fix this, we can come back here. This looks good. We can come back here in the index. So this is the function we are calling. This is the contract address, and in that we have couple of internal function. So here we are importing absolutely fine. So there is no problem in the index file. Maybe it's happening in the constant, because we are also importing this particular to ETH function. So let's come back here, and yeah, there is a problem. So let's give this S, give this S, and it will fix the issue. Now the moment you will reload the page, you will see everything is good, and now we are getting different error. So we are getting this typo error. So maybe I have done some typo error, so we can close this one. And what I can do, I can simply come back here, go back to the index, and this time this error is happening somewhere here. So this looks fine, there's no problem in it. A contract object, so let's do console.log to see we are getting our contract, and you can see we got our contract. If you open that, in that you will find all the functions we have, all the function we have coded in our smart contract. So there's no problem in the contract. I'm going to simply cut this one, and I'm going to simply bring down here, like bring down here, and simply copy this pool info array, and that's what I'm going to console log out to see. If it's empty array, means there is everything is good. Okay, so there is no problem in the pool info array. You can see we are getting this empty array, means this, that's fine. So this particular error is happening right up here where we are calculating the deposit token, and I can see the problem. So here I have to simply provide this 0, and that will fix the issue. That will fix the issue. So make sure to give this 0, and now you will have all the data about the contract. So reload the page, and here you can see we got the data from our contract. So this is the data structure we have designed: contract address to contract owner, we have the total balance, we have the deposit token, so we have notification array, pool array, and here we have the reward token, in which you will find all the balance which you are getting and all the details. Everything is good. So that function is absolutely working absolutely fine. So there is no problem. At the end we are returning the function. Looks good. Let's have a quick look. And I have to do a couple of changes. So I can see that the reward token and the deposit token has the same environment variable. So let me switch that. So I'll simply come back here. So before we do that, let's come back here. Here I have to do the changes. So I noticed that this is the place where I have to remove it, and it's going to be only token logo. So that's the one change I have to do, and I have to do the changes here in the environment variable. So what I will do, I'll simply copy this deposit token. So that's what I have. I'll come back to my environment variable, and I will get the reward token, copy, and that's what I have to replace here. So make sure to do these changes. So we have done the changes. Now what I will do, I have noticed something else when I was going through the code. So I can simply open this one, and here is everything is good. Now this is the balance we are fetching from the contract. This is fine, but here we are doing exactly the same thing. So there is a repetitive code. So I'm going to do the changes. So what I will do is I'm going to simply copy this portion, and this is the one, this balance portion I have to remove. So simply paste here, and I have to remove this semicolon, and that's the only thing. And now I can simply remove this one. Make sure to do this change. This looks good. There's no problem. Now the rest should be fine. This is good. Close this one. Now we can open this one. We don't need to make any changes here. Everything is good here. Like we are getting the contract object. Now we can simply come back here, and this looks fine. We are getting all of this information about the token. Then we are getting our ICO token object, and that's what we are assigning here and returning at the end. So things looks good. Now simply close all of the open tab. We are getting all of the data. You can see we have all of this data, looks fine. Now we can start and working on our component. So we can simply come back here, and let's build the structure of our component. So what I'll do, let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Let's drag it here, and let's do that. So first we have the header. In that we have to send the prop. So it's going to be called admin. That's the prop we are receiving in our header component. Now we have to simply build our loader first. So let's take this loader. If it's true, then we have to display it. Let's turn it to true, and there's nothing here, but soon everything will come here. So now we can start working on our loader. So come back here, go to the component, and we have this loader here. So this is the one, click here, and that's what we're going to start working now. So it's going to be a simple loader. So let's take a class. We can call it new loader dash wrapper. Inside that we're going to take a div. It will have a class called new dash wrapper. Inside that we have to take divs. So we'll take a div. It will have a class, and we'll say new dash circle, and you can see the bouncing ball we have, and we're going to have 3 balls. So let's replicate this 3 times. So we have this 3 balls, and we have to change this to shadow because we need to have the shadow, and that's what we have in the design. And we have to replicate 3 times as well. So we got 3 shadows, 3 ball, and you can see it looks absolutely wonderful. And that's the only thing we have to do, and that we can able to have our loader. Now we can simply come back here, close this one. So our loader is working fine. Now we can simply come back here in our admin page, and now we can start working on the auth component. So here we're going to say, let's change this to check admin, and here we're going to call our auth component. It's going to be do the simple work. It's going to simply check the address. If it's admin, then it's going to hide, otherwise it's going to display. So I'm going to first remove this one. Now I can simply come back to the auth, which inside the admin folder, in that we have the auth, and this is what we're going to work now. So let's do one thing. What I will do, I'll simply take a class and let's call this new loader dash wrapper dash admin. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this model dash dash auto. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this model dash dialog, model dash dialog dash centered. Now I can simply come back here and I can simply remove this. Like by default it's true. So I can simply remove this one. It's going to display, and there you can see we have the loader, then it's our component is reflecting for the auth. Now we can start working here. So we can come here, take a div. It will have a class called model dash content. Inside that we'll take h4 and we can display our text. Let's call this model dash title, and in that we can say notice. There it is. Now we can come down here, we'll take a p tag. It will have a class called model dash dash text. Inside that you can display your text. I'll say sorry, you are, we'll take a span. Inside that, not authorized to access admin panel. There it is. We have our notification message. We got it. Now we can simply come down here and display a button so we can redirect the user. We'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this model dash dash form. Inside that I'll take anchor and I have to redirect the user on the home page. So I'll take a class. I'll say form dash dash button, and it will have a type is going to be button. There it is. Inside that I can display the text go home, and there it is. This is our auth control component we have, and that's the only thing we have to do. Everything's look good. Let's make on the big screen. Okay, so we have some issue. The shadows are not reflecting. So if we click here, we can redirect to the home page. That's working absolutely fine. So let's come back to the admin. Here it's loading and checking the authentication, and once it's true, we can come back here. So I can see the problem. I can simply come back here. It's going to be dash dash content. So make sure to do the change. But there is a problem in the button. So the shadow is getting perfectly fine, but we have an issue with the button, and I notice, okay, there is a problem with the form spelling. So let's say FORM and save it. Now you can come back here. Now we have a perfect button. If you reload the page, it's going to simply wait for the authentication and fetch the data, and you can click and you will be redirected to the home page. Now let's minimize this one, make it side by side, bring it here, and that's how it's going to look on a mobile device. So everything's looking good. I hope you guys are following it and see how things are coming together. So we are done with this auth. Close this one. We're done with the loader and the auth. Now we're going to start working on the other component. So let's do one thing. Let's quickly import all the components we're going to work on it. So we already have all the components here. So let's simply import that. And I have noticed one thing that, and by default it's true. So when the authentication is matching, I have to simply off the component. So this is the function, in that we have the if statement and we are doing the check. So here I have to do the chain. So this is what we have. This looks good. Now we can see and simply change this to false, because once the authentication is true, means the admins try to access the admin panel, then we have to simply turn off the like auth component and save it and reload the page, and there it's reloading, and here you can see now we have the access of the admin panel. So it's look good. Now we can start working on the other component. So I hope you guys have understood the logic. Now we can start working on the other component. So let's do one thing. Let's quickly import all the components. So the second component is going to be our admin head. Then we can simply take the another one, going to be admin, and here we can take our dynamic component, update API model, and we're going to have our ICO cell. So let's send the prop. So first start with the admin. In that we have to send the entire data, the pool data, means the data we are fetching from our contract. Then we're going to simply transfer the transfer token function. Then we have to take the address. Then we have to take the loader. Then we have to take the create pool. Then we have to take the sweep function. Then we have to take this set modify pool ID. So these are the props we are setting in the admin component. Now we can come back in the update API model. In that we have to send couple of data. So pool data, pool details, set loader. Then we'll have this modify pool. So these are the three information, and the last one is going to be our modify pool ID. So we are passing the function and the ID looks good. And in the cell, we're going to simply add the loader. So that's the entire code we have to write here in the admin page. So we have to do a lot of work. So first we're going to start with our header, after that admin and other components. So let's start with header first. So we can come back here in the admin folder, and here we have the header. So let's start working on it. Let's make it side by side. Let's bring it, click here, and now good. So let's start working on it. So first is going to have a class. Let's call this section. We'll have a section dash dash head. Inside that we can take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called row. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called column 12. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called section dash dash title. We'll say take h header. We'll take h1 and we'll say admin panel. So there it is. We got our admin panel, and that's the only code you have to write here. So we got our admin head. Now simply close this one. Now come back to the admin page, and now we have to start working on our admin component. So first we're going to simply copy all of this prop. So we need all this prop. Simply copy, click here, come back to the admin folder, and we have the admin component. And here we have to simply import all the props. So this is the way you have to import. So first you have to give this bracket, and inside that you have to import. If you import without giving bracket, it's going to throw an error and the props will not work. So always give this bracket and then import the prop. Now we can simply format this, remove this one, remove this, remove this, remove this, remove this, and remove this. So we got our prop. Now we can start working on components. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a couple of imports, because we need couple of internal import to display here. So let's do the internal import. We need to import the admin nav, and that's coming from the admin component. Simply replicate this one, and this will change this to admin card. This will be token. This will be investing. This will be, let's say, transfer, pool, staking, and we'll have the ICO token. So we got all of this component. Now let's change the name, paste, pool, transfer, investing, we have token, admin card. So we got all of this internal component. Everything's look good. Now we can simply come back here. Let's start working on the JSX. So we're going to take a class. It will have a section. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this container. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call row. Inside that we'll take our admin nav. Then we can simply come down here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called column 12, column large -9. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called tab dash content. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called tab dash panel fade show, and we'll have active. Let's give an ID. We'll call it tab -1, and make sure to give this ID exactly, otherwise the click event will not work. Then give a role is going to be tab list tab panel. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call it row. Inside that we'll build our dynamic component. So we'll take this dynamic block and we'll say pool details. In that we'll have the pool info array, and this array will contain that how many pools are there. So we have to random this card component dynamically. So we'll take this map. It will have a pool and index. Inside that we have to simply provide our component. So we got this. We'll take our admin card component, and in that we're going to send the props. So let's send this key is going to be index. Then we'll have our name. Inside that, we're going to say, take a template literal, we'll say current APY, and we'll have our dynamic data. So we'll say pool APY. Then we'll take this value, we'll take this dynamic block, we'll say pool dot deposited amount. Then we'll take the pool dot deposited symbol, because we have to get the token symbol, and that's the only thing we have to do. This looks fine. So this is going to be our dynamic component. No matter how many pools user will clear, this will automatically going to fetch the data and render and display. So we got this dynamic block. Now we're going to simply have the same block, and we're going to display a couple of static data. So what we can do, come back here and go to the index. There you will find we have all of the data. So what we can do, we can simply come back here. So this is what we are displaying. So this is the exact data we are returning from this function. You can see we have this deposit token. In that we have the entire token object for the deposit token, and that's what we are trying to access. I hope you guys can understand that what exactly we are doing. So simply we can copy this component, we can come here and paste here, and let's change the data. So first thing is going to be our token stake. Here we have to display that how many token total stake in the staking contract, and that data is already available to us. So we're going to simply take this pool details, and we can simply change this to pool details, and this is fine. Now we can simply take this and change here. This looks good. Let's give this one this question marks, and now we have to remove this one and save it, and it's going to reload the data. Right now you can see it's the component is reflecting. There it is. We have the component, means it's working absolutely fine. Now we can simply copy and paste here and change this. So this one is going to be your balance, and we already have the balance. So we can simply come back here. If you come back here, you can see we have this deposit token. In that we have the balance of the user, that how many token he or she hold of that particular token. So we can access that. We have this deposit. We have to simply change this to token deposit, and we can access the balance. We'll say balance, and we can slice it down to 8. And the rest will be fine. So we got the second component. Now we have to copy one more time and paste here, and this one is going to be the surplus token we're going to provide. So let's call this available supply, and this data is already available to us, so we have to simply get it from here. So you can see contract token balance, that's what we need, copy, and that's what we have to paste here. And we can simply remove this one. We have to convert it into a string because it's in the number. So let's convert that to a string, and we can simply cite it to 8 characters, 0, 8. There it is. We got our 3 card component, admin card component, and that's what we're going to build it. So that's the only thing we have to do. Now we can simply move ahead, and here we have to display our token details. In that we can simply send the prop. So we'll say token, and we already have the details about the token. So we'll take this pool details. In that we can get the access of the deposit token. Copy and paste here. So we'll have all the data. Now we can simply come back here, come down, and come down here. We can take a investing component, then we're going to take the staking component. We'll take transfer, pool, ICO token. All we have to do is to send the props in these components. So all the components are reflecting fine. So let's send the prop loader. Here we have to send a lot of data. So first is going to pool details. Then we have to set create pool, set loader, set modify pool ID. That's all we have. Now we can come back to the here, copy and paste, and change this to transfer token, copy and paste here, and simply change this to address, and the rest would be fine. Simply copy, that's what we can paste here, and here we need only 3 data. So let's remove this one, change this to sweep, and sweep, and the rest would be fine. Copy and paste here, and here we need the notification, so we can have the entire pool data. So that's the only thing we have to do here in the admin component. It looks absolutely great. I hope you guys have understood that what exactly we have done. So we have this, imported the component, cut this, and this looks good. So we have the card with all of these details. We have all of this component. So now we're going to start working on our admin nav. this one. So let's come back here, go back here in the admin nav, click here, and that's what we can start working on it. So simply click here. So we have to work on the JSX. There is no prop we're going to receive in this particular component. So let's start working on the JSX. So first we have to do a couple of internal imports. So let's do that. We'll say button component, and it's coming from our regular component / button component. Let's take a class. It will have a column 12, call large 3. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called section -- tabs -- profile. Inside that we'll take a UL. It will have a class. Let's call this nav --tabs section -- tabs section -- tabs big section -- tab profile, and that's the classes we have. Now we have to assign the ID. Let's call this section -- tab. It will have a role called tab list. So these are the classes and the ID and role we have to assign. Now we can simply come into this component, and here we have to simply display the component. So we already have the component, so we'll take this button component, and in that we have to simply send the prop. So it's going to be a name, so we'll say dashboard. It will have a tab ID, so we'll say 1, and it will have the class, dynamic class. So we'll take this style class is going to be active by default. The first one is going to be active, and you can see it's reflecting here. Now all we have to do is to simply replicate this. Simply copy and paste here and remove this one. Now replicate this couple of times. Change the ID, tab ID to 2, and this will be investing. Replicate this couple of times and change this to 3, 4, 5, 6. Altogether 5 component we're going to have it. Now this one is going to be our staking. This will be our transfer. This will be pool, and this will be ICO token. We got all of the component, and that's what we have to import in our button component. So let's come back to the button component, go back to the regular, and here we have the button component. Click on that and let's receive the prop. So give this bracket and receive the prop. Now let's remove this, and give this class and remove this. So we got the prop. Now we can start working on our button component. So what we can do, we can take a li. It will have a class. We'll have a class called nav-item. It will have a role called presentation, and inside that we're going to have our button, and it's going to have a lot of props, lot of data. So first thing is going to be class. It's going to be a dynamic one. So we have a couple of regular class and dynamic one as well. So we can say style class, but at the time we are just going with the normal dynamic one. Let's have a couple of data. So let's come back and let's assign the data base toggle, and we have to give the name tab. Then we have to give data base target. It's going to be our dynamic ID. So we'll link this tab dash and the tab ID we are providing. That's what we can pass. Now we can come here. We'll type is going to be button. Then we have to assign a role. It's going to be tab. Aerial control is going to be our dynamic ID. So we'll say tab dash tab. Then we'll have our aerial selected. In that we can say true. So that's all the property we have assigned to our button. Looks good. Now we can simply come back here and display the name. And there it is. You can see we got all our component. Now you can click here and it's going to open different component. So that looks good. Now we can come back here in the nav, admin nav, and that looks good. And that's the only thing we have to do here. So we are done with this. Now we can simply close this one. Now we can come back here in the admin, and we're going to start working on our admin card. So we have to simply receive all these props. This one, like name and the value, not the index. So let's receive in our, so come back here, go back to our admin card. So click on this and let's see, receive the prop. So it's going to be a name, then value. We got it. Now we can start working on the card. So we're going to have our class. Let's call this call -12, call -medium 4. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called stats. Inside that we'll take a span. It will have a class called stats --value. There you can see we have got our card. Looks fine. Inside that we can display the value. So we'll say value. There it is. We got the value. Now we can simply come down here and we can take a p tag. Let's close this one. It will have a class. Let's call this stats dash dash name, and inside that we can display the name. There it is. So we got the data. You can see my balance is reflecting the total supply, which there is no total supply, that's why it's 0. Everything is looking good. So we're done with this cart component. Now you can simply close this one. Now we can start working on the token component. So we already have the data about the token. So let's receive this. Copy. That's what we can receive. So we can come back here. We can go to token, click here, and let's receive the prop. And now we can start working on the token component. So it's going to be a very straightforward. So we have to do a couple of internal imports. So let's come here. We'll say internal import. First we have to import the component icon. So you can get it. So we'll take this MD admin panel setting. This is the icon we are using. Now we can simply come back here and we can simply go back to our constants. There we have this information. So simply copy this portion, and that's what we can import here, because we need this staking contract address so we can provide the URL. So user can copy the URL and they can check the contract on the Etherscan. So we got our staking contract, and now we can simply do one thing. We can simply change this. This name is quite big. Let's call this DApp. That looks good. Got it? Now we can simply come back here, and here we have to simply provide the token. So we can simply come here, we can get the URL. So we can simply come here with get this address URL, copy, and that's what we have to import. Let's call this address explorer. Now I can simply copy and paste here. I need more. I can get this token URL as well. Let's paste here. We'll say token explorer, and we need one more, copy and paste here. And this time we need the token, so we can come back here and we can simply copy this deposit token. Let's import that and let's call this token. So copy and paste here. I hope you guys can understand that. This looks good. It's rolling the data, and now we got the data and it's look perfect. Now we can start working straight away on our J6. So you can take a class. Let's call this call 12. Inside that we'll take couple of data. So this right now it's empty. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called invest dash dash big. There it is. You can see the card. Inside that we can take a h2. It will have a class called invest dash dash title. Inside that we can take a block explorer. There it is. We got our block explorer. Now we can simply come back here. We can take a div. It will have a class called invest dash dash group. Inside that we'll take a input field, and that's going to have the URL of our contract. So type is going to be text. We can take a ID is going to be partner link. It will have a name. Let's call this partner link, and it will have a class called form dash dash input. There it is. Looks perfect. Now we can have our default value. We'll take this, and here we have to display the URL along with the address. So we make a template literal, and we can take the address as well. So staking DApp address, and you can see the URL is reflecting fine. So we got that with the input field. Now we can come back here. We can take a P. It will have a class. Let's call this invest text. Inside that we'll take our text. We'll say stake token stats crypto king best return on your investment. Looks good. You can type anything, or I can see there is a typo. Simply dash text. Now it looks perfect. We got it. Now we can simply come back here. Now we can take a table and display all the details about the token. So we'll take a table. It will have a class invest dash dash table. Inside that we'll take a table head tr. Inside that we'll take this th. So first one is going to be the token. Second one is going to be value. There it is. Now we can come here and work on the body. So we'll take this table body. Inside that we'll take this tr name, and the second one is going to be the value. So we'll take this token. In that we have the entire data about the token. So first we try to access the symbol. Got it. Now we can simply wrap this tr. Okay, so let's change this to td, and we can take a tr. Okay, I made a mistake. Take a tr. Inside that we have to put this value. Now it's good. Now we can simply replicate it and change this to symbol. And here we have to do the changes. So here I have to change the name. There it is. The name is reflecting fine. Now we can simply copy and paste here. This will be our total, and we have the data. So we can say total supply, and we can display our symbol. Got it? Now we can simply copy, paste here, and here we can say total stake, and we can say contract token balance. In that we have the entire balance of the contract, and the symbol is going to be the same. If we don't have that, we can display our 0. There it is. Got it? Simply copy and paste here, and here we have to do the change. So let's add a class name. We can call it yellow, and this will be called, we'll say explorer token. We got that, and here we have to simply take a anchor, and we have to redirect the user to the explorer. So we're going to take a dynamic block, and we'll say we'll take the token explorer URL, and then we have to display our token address. So user can simply click and they can redirect the explorer's page. We can have a custom styling. So I want to have margin from left like 10 pixels. That's fine. Now we can add the property. So we'll say target is going to be blank, so it will open in a new page, and we can add the class. So let's call this header dash profile. There it is. You can see we can display the text. We can call it, take a icon, we'll say TI. Inside that we can display the admin, and it's going to have a text as well. So we'll take this span. Inside that we can take this dynamic data. So we'll take this token name, token symbol. There it is. So right now on the mobile device we'll display the icon, but on the bigger screen desktop we're going to display the name and the symbol. Looks good. If I make on the big screen, you can see that's how our dashboard page look like. If you click on the investing, this all tabs are working absolutely fine. You can click on add dashboard, and there you will have all the details. So this is undefined because there is no data in the stake. You can simply copy the URL and paste here, and there it is. You can have the details about the contract. Looks good. Close this one. You can click on this, and it will take you to token scanner, and here you can able to find all the stats about the token. So close this one. Looks good. Now you can come back here in all the tabs, all of this working absolutely fine. So we are done with this dashboard. Now we have to work on the other components. So we're going to simply start working on our pool component first. So close this one, and we can start working on this because we can create a pool, then we can able to display all the data. So let's simply copy this props and receive in our pool component. So that's what we have here. Let's give this and paste and remove this one. So we got the prop. Now we have to do a lot of internal imports. So we're going to simply come here, we'll say internal import. So first is going to be, and that's coming from our icon. So we'll say f rug copy and f edit. So these two icons. Then we can come here, let's do the import, and this one is coming from our context / index. In that we have to receive the short address, and we have to receive the copy address. This two function. Got it? Now we can simply come back here. Let's take a state variable. So first one is going to be the pool. It's pool capital P, and it's going to be an object. So to create a pool we need 4 data: deposit, reward, percentage, and the day. So let's take the deposit and give the exact name. So it's going to be deposit token is empty. Then we have the reward token. Then we'll have our percentage, and we'll have our log days. Looks good. These are the data we are taking from user as an input. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take a variable, and let's format all the pools array. So we'll take this pool array, and we'll have a data. So we'll say pool details. In that we have the data. We'll say pool info array, which contain all the pool which user, the admin, will create. So what we have to do is, if there is no pool, then we have to return an empty array, only empty array. So we'll go with this conditional operator. So if the pool is there, then is display the pool. Otherwise we can go with the empty array. That's the simple condition we have built. Now we can simply come back here. Let's build the function. So we'll say const calling function, and this function is going to create the pool. So it's going to be an async function. In that we're going to receive the details about the pool, and here we have to on our loader. So we'll say loader is going to be true. Then we have to simply console log out the entire data. Then we can start making call to our smart contract. So we'll say receipt, because when there is a successful pool create, we will get some data back. So we'll say await, and we can call this create pool. In that we can pass the pool. Then we can come here, we'll build a condition. So we'll say if there is a receipt, means receipt, there is a successful transaction, then we can simply change the state. So first we're going to simply console log out the receipt. Then we're going to simply turn off our loader. After that we're going to simply reload the page. So we'll say location.reload. And that's our successful function call. And if anything goes wrong, then we have to simply close the loader. So we'll say set loader to false anyway. And that's the function we have, which we're going to attach on the button. So it looks good. Now we can come back here. This looks good to me. We can simply, let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. So here I'm getting some sort of warning. So I have to import the use state. So let's call this use state. And now it's good. It's reloading the data, and we got all of this data. If you come back to the pool, nothing in here right at the moment. Now we can start working on the JSX. So let's take a class. We can call it tab pan fed. It will have an ID. Let's call this tab 5. It will have a role called tab panel. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called role. In that we'll take a div. It will have a class called call 12. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called profile. Inside that we'll take a UL. It will have a class. Let's call this nav dash tabs section dash dash tab section dash dash tab dash dash left. Inside that it will have an ID. Let's take this call section dash dash profile dash tabs 3. We got all of that. Now we can take this role is going to be tab list, and inside that we're going to display all the tab. So it's going to have 2 tab. So we already have the component we have built, so we can simply import those components. So come back here. So first is going to be our button component, and it's coming from our regular folder. Now we can simply replicate this. Now we have to import the other components like input field. Then we need our, let's say, click button. And the last one is going to be our title. Let's change this, change this, change this. So these are the components we are utilizing. So let's start with the first one, copy. And that's what we have to simply call here. Let's send the prop. So first is going to be the name. So I want to call this to be add pool, and I have to give the tab ID. So we'll say tab, the ID is going to be, let's call this F6, and we'll have our custom style. It's going to say active. There it is. You can see if you come back here, we have the active style. Now we can simply replicate it. Let's change this to pool list, and there is no active style. So user can click, and let's change this to 7. So they can click and they can open different tab. It's fine. Now we can simply come back here and let's build the entire component which we have to display on the click event. So first we're going to take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this tab content. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this tab dash pan fed show active. Inside that we'll take a div, and by default this is the component we're going to open first. Let's call this tab dash f6, and role is going to be tab panel. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this row. Inside that we'll take our title component, and we can send the prop. So we'll say title, and the prop is going to be provide pool details to create new pool. Only admin can call this function. So we got our title component. Now we can come back here and we can take the other components like input field. So altogether we're going to have 4 input fields. In that we have to send the prop. So first is going to be the size, and it's going to be half 12 because it will take the full width. 6 min take the half width. Type is going to be text. It will have the title. So we'll call this stake token address. So it will capital T. Then we have to say name, deposit token 1. Then we'll have a placeholder. In that we can say address. Then we'll have a handle change function. So the user will type and we'll get that details. So we'll take this we'll take this set pool. We have to spread this pool data. Then we have to get the deposit token and we have to update that. So we'll say e.target.value. So this is a very simple approach. First we are deconstructing, then we are targeting this deposit token, and that's what we are updating. So that's the first input, and altogether we're going to have 4 inputs. So we can simply select all this and copy and paste here and change the data. So this will be reward token, this will be reward token, and here we have to say reward token dash reward token. So we got this. Now we can simply copy and paste here, and we have to change the size. So this will be 6, and here we have to change this to APY percentage. This will be APY 1 and APY, and here we dash APY. Simply copy, paste here, and this one is going to be the days. So this will be log days. We'll say days 1, this will be days, and this will be dash log days. And here we have the 4th component. Looks good. Now we're going to have a button as well. So we can come here, we'll take our click button. It will have 2 props. First is going to be the name, create pool. So that's the prop we're going to have. And we'll also have a handle click prop. So what we can do, we can simply come back here and let's build the next component for the pool list. So we're going to have a div. It will have a class called table pan fed. It will have an ID tab F7. It will have a role called tab panel. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called row. Inside that we'll take a title and we can display our title. So let's send the prop. So it will be all pool. There it is. It's reflecting. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called call12. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called scroll bar dash div. It will have a style. We'll say overflow x is going to be scroll. There it is. Inside that div we'll take a table. It will have a class. Let's call this deals dash table. Inside that we'll have our head, and inside that we'll have our tier. We'll take the head. We'll say stake token. There it is, the first one. Replicate this reward token. Then we'll have the, let's change this to deposit, and we'll have the pool ID. Then we can have our percentage and the log day. So all of this data we have to provide. So you can see we can slide it and you can check. This looks good, perfect. You can go to different tabs, looks good. Now we have to work on the body, so we can come back here. Let's take this table body. Let's close this table body tag, and here we have to build this dynamic data. So we already, this data will be available in form of array, so that's why we are taking this dynamic data, I hope. So we already formatted the data, so we'll take this pool array, and that's what we have taken above. And on that we can simply call the map. So we'll say pool index, and we have to do the instant return. Inside that we can build our transaction. So we'll take this tr, close this one. It will have a key index. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this deals dash exchange. Inside that we'll have a span. And what I'm going to do is, let's make on the big screen because we have to work on the JSX. So let's take a class, call this red, and it will have the short address, and we have to display the address. And then we can pass the deposit token. So if you come back here in the index, there you will find we have the details. Like this is the actual detail we are returning, but if you come back to the pool, here we have this deposit token address. So that's what we have. Copy and paste here. Got it? Now we have to give some space. So we take this HTML space, copy and paste here, and now we have to display our symbol of the token. So we can take this pool deposit token, and in that we have the symbol of the token, and we can simply take this space and we can display our copy icon. copy icon, and it will have a on click function. So we'll say on click, and we can simply call this particular function. So copy address, in that we can pass the address of the token. So this one, copy and paste here. So this is the first component we have. Looks good. Now we can simply close this one, and we can simply copy. I forgot to wrap this, so simply take this td, and inside that we have to paste this, copy and paste here. Now it's look good. So simply copy this one, close this and paste here, and change this for reward. So this will be green. We can come back to the reward token, copy this. This is reward, change it, and we can simply come back here, reward token, copy and paste here. So this is for the reward. Looks good. Now we can simply come here, we'll take a td, it will have a div, it will have a class. Let's call this deal dash dash text, deals dash dash text, green. Inside that we'll take our data, so we'll take the pool, and here we have this deposited amount, total deposit in a pool. So simply copy that one, and that's what we'll call it. And here we can display the icon. So we'll take the HTML space tag, we'll have a span, it will have a class called red, and we can display the deposited amount. So this is what we have. So first we have to display, take this deposit token, and inside that we have this symbol. So we have the deposited amount and the symbol. Looks good. Now we can come down here, we'll take a td, let's take a div, it will have a class called deals dash dash text. Inside that we'll display the data, so we'll say percentage. Now we'll take the next one, it will have a div, it will have a class deals dash dash text, deals dash dash text dash green. Inside that we can display the id. So what I can do is, let's say pool APY. So it's getting repeated. Okay, I forgot to check. So first we have the id, then we have the APY. So what I will do, I'll simply check this index. We can simply copy this one and paste here, and just simply remove here and remove this portion. This is the APY is fine. Here we have to build the id. So I'll say hash p00 dash and the id, and that's the only thing you have to do. This looks fine. Now we can come back here, we'll take a td, inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class, and let's call this deal dash dash text, deals dash dash text dash cell. Inside that we'll take our address, so we'll take the pool and the log days. Got it? And at the end we have to display the button which user can click and update that specific pool. So let's come back here, we'll take a td, inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class. Let's call this deals dash dash text, deal dash dash text dash cell. Inside that we'll take this click button anchor, it will have a class called header dash dash profile, it will have a data base dash target, and we'll say model dash a poll, type is going to be button, and we'll have a data base toggle, let's give the name model, and it will have a on click function. So on the on click function we want to simply set this modify pool id. So the pool will start from 0 index, 0 1 2 3, and we can pass the index. Inside that we can simply say take the icon, inside that we can take the icon. So let's have a class called ti, in that we have the edit icon, and we can display the text. So let's call this update APY, and that's the entire data component. Looks good. Now if you come back here, you can see looks good. Let's minimize this one. So right now the data is not available, that's why you cannot see, but when the data will available, the data will reflect here. So it's look good. Now we can start working on our add pool. So this tabs is working fine. Now we have to work on this. So let's make it side by side, drag it here, click on this add pool, and we have to build all of this component. So let's start with the title first, because we have already built this one. This looks fine. Let's start with the title. So in that we go to receive the title. Let's receive the prop. Let's have a class name column 12. Inside that we'll take h3, it will have a class called profile dash dash title. Inside that we can display the title, and there it is, the title is reflecting fine. So that's the only thing we have to do in the title. Now we have to do in the input file. So there is a lot of data we have to receive. So let's come back here. Let's go to input file and let's receive the prop. Size, type, title, name, placeholder, handle, change, value, disable. So these are the prop we are receiving. Now we can simply come here and let's start working on the JSX. So let's take a class. It will have a dynamic class because we have a different size. So let's have a regular class, column 12, column XL, and we'll have the size. Now inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called form dash dash group. Inside that we'll take the label and it will have the name, and we'll have a class called form dash dash label. Inside that we can display the title. You can see the titles are displaying absolutely fine. We can come back here and work on the input field. So it's going to be type, ID is going to be name. There it is. You can see all the stylings are applying, all the inputs are applying. Name is going to be name. Then we'll have our class form dash dash input applied successfully. Now we can have the onChange function. In that we can simply call this handle change. Then we'll have a placeholder. Then we'll have a value. So we'll say value. Then we'll have a disable, and that's all the prop we are sending. That's the only thing we have to do here. So you can click on this and you can go to different tab. Click here, pool, and looks good. Close this one. Now we have to work on the button. So let's come back here, copy, and this is what we have here. So this is coming from regular. So click on this and let's receive the prop. So we're going to receive the name and handle click. Simply copy here. Let's give the class call 12, and in that we'll have a button. Type is going to be button. It will have a class called form dash dash button form dash dash button dash dash small. It will have a on click function, and then we have to simply call this one. Got it? And here we have to simply pass the name, and there it is. Looks fine. You can have the button, and now we are ready to create the pool. So close this one, and here we have to send the prop. I've noticed that I forgot to pass the handle click function. So let's call this handle click, and on the handle click we have to simply call the function which we have built. So I'll say calling function and pass the data pool, and that's good. This function we are calling, and that's the only thing we have to do. Now we have to make a big screen, and now we are ready to simply create a pool. You can click and let's do the testing, whatever we have done. So let's try to create a pool. So here the pool data will reflect, and this is our dashboard. So now we can simply come back here, and I have noticed one thing. Go back to the admin, and there is an undefined. So if there is an undefined, we have to display the 0. So let's take this if statement, else 0, and there it is. Got it? Now we can come back to the pool, add pool, and let's create a couple of pools. So we need the address of the deposit token and the reward token. So we can come back to our environment variable. So I'll take the address, copy, come back here, paste here, paste here. Let's give the percentage is going to be 50, and it's going to be for 1 day. And now we can click on this create event, and here it's calling our MetaMask. Now we have to simply confirm it, and finally the transaction is happening. You can see it's working absolutely fine. Once the transaction will complete, this pool will be created and the transaction is completed successfully. You can click here and you can verify the transaction on Etherscan. So the create pool is working absolutely fine. Now you can simply see this dynamic block is got rendered. So this is the pool we have created with 50%, and that's what is reflecting here. If you come back to the pool, here you will find, go to the pool list, and here the pool we have created. So look good. Now let's create 2 more, because altogether we're going to have 3. Let's provide the address, and this is going to be 100, and this is going to be for 2 days. Click and confirm the transaction. Open the MetaMask and see the transaction is the pending and the transaction is completed. Sometimes the transaction takes a little bit time, sometimes it will happen quickly, so you have to wait. In my case, the transaction is happening quickly, and you can see this is the second pool we have created. If you come back to the pool, the second we have created, let's create 1 more quickly. This is going to be 200 and for 3 days, and we have to simply confirm the transaction. You can see the transaction is in the pending state. Once the transaction will complete, this will be created. So we got our third pool, and you will find the third pool is also listed here. So 50%, 100% and 200%. Come back to the pool, go to the pool list. There you will find the pool we have created with the ID, percentage, day, all the deposit. That's all reflecting is fine. So I hope you guys have understood that how things are coming together. So we are building this powerful application. Now we're going to start working on the investing section, but this video is already getting long, so we'll try to continue working on our admin panel in the next video. So let's move to the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back to the 7th part of our staking DApp project. In the last part, we have connected the pool create function in the UI component. So the owner of the contract means the admin can create multiple pools and the user can stake their token. So we have done all the testing in the front end with the contract. So make sure to watch the last video to understand everything. Now we're going to go ahead and continue in our admin panel and build other component and other feature. So this is what we have. So we have done with that. Now we're going to simply come back to the code. Let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. And this is all we coded in the last video. So let's close this one. And now I'm going to come back and start working on this investing component. So we already have the data. So simply copy that one, come back here. And we have to open this investing component. Let's select that. Let's drag it here. And now we're going to simply receive the prop. So let's receive that. That's what we have. Now we have to import a couple of things. So let's call it internal import. And this import is coming from our button component. It's coming from regular component / button. So we got that. Now we can simply come back here. We'll import our notification component. We'll say from / notification. So these are the two components we're going to use it. We have these two components. We can simply close and open different tabs, working fine. Now we can simply come back here and start working on our JSX. So let's take a class, tab, pan, fade. It will have an ID called tab2. It will have a role. Let's call tab panel. So we got our main div. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class called row. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class called column12. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class called profile. Inside that we'll take a UL. It will have a couple of classes. So let's add that. We'll have a nav, nav-tabs, section-tabs, section tabs dash left, and inside that we're going to have the component. So before we add the component, let's add an ID. Let's call this to section -- profile --tabs1, and role is going to be our tab list. So we got all the classes ID and role. Now we can simply go to UL and we're going to simply render our button component. So in that we have to send the props. So let's send this to, call it active. In this component we're going to display all the activities happening in our smart contract, like claim reward, withdraw, that's all. So we have the name. Let's come back to the investing and you can see the component is reflecting fine. Now we have to give the tab ID. So it will be called F1 and we'll have our class. So we'll say style class and we'll say active and save it. And that's the only component we're going to have it here. Now we have to build the component. So this looks fine. Simply replicate it and you can add multiple components, but I'm going to have only one. So let's come down here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called tab content. It will have an ID called tab -F1. We'll have a role called tab panel. Inside that we're going to display the component. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called row. Inside that we'll have a div. It will have a class called column12. Inside that we're going to take our dynamic block, and this data we have in the form of array. So that's what we can simply render. So we'll take this pool details and we can access the notification. So all the notification we have in this notification variable as a form of array. So if you come back here, go to the data section, there you will find this is all the data section we have designed, and this is what we are returning at the end. So this is the one. This will contain all the notification array. So that's what we are simply calling here. Now we have to simply call this map and we'll call it notify and index. And we have this notification component, and that's what I'm going to simply call. It will have a index, then we'll have a notify data, and it will have a pool details data as an entire prop. So that's the only data we have to send into this. This looks good. And that's the only thing we have to do here. Everything is looking good. Right now there is no notification is available. That's why you can see no data is rendering. But all the states are looking fine. Now what we can do is let's start working on this notification component. So come back here, we can go back here in the admin panel and you will find that we have this notification here. So this is the one which we have to select this one, and in that we're going to receive the props. So let's take this bracket and simply paste the one we have copied and remove this one. So this is the prop we are sending in the notification component, and that's what we are importing. And now we have to import couple of things. So let's import this use effect and use state. We got that. Now we can simply come back here and go to this app.js, and we need couple of environment variables. So we're going to simply copy this one. Actually we need a lot. So we can simply come back here. We need the currency. For the time being, let's keep it the currency. And we have to import list component, and that's coming from regular list. So we got that. Now we can simply come back here and let's take a variable, state variable. We'll call it percentage. And the reason why I'm taking this state variable, because our notification will have a percentage bar. So based on the user purchase, reward or deposit, we have to display that percentage. So that's what we're going to calculate here. So let's take the state variable, and by default it will be empty. Now we have to build a small function. We'll take this use effect, and inside that we're going to calculate the percentage. So we can come here and we'll first take a variable. Let's call this calculate percentage, and we want to execute this function. So inside that we'll take a variable and we'll call it amount. So we already have the data in this notify about a single notification, and from there we can able to have the access of the amount. So what is the amount the user have deposit, what is the reward he got, what is the token he withdraw, that's all data we'll have in this amount. So once we have the amount, then display that. Otherwise we are going for the safety purpose for 0. We have the amount. Now we can simply come back here. Let's take a percentage new and let's build that calculation. So let's do that percentage calculation. So we'll take the amount, and that's what we have to divide with 100, and we have to multiply with 100. So in that way we can able to get the percentage, the new percentage. We got it. Now we have to build a if statement. We'll say new percentage if equal to 0, then we have to simply execute this. So we'll say console.log, and we have to throw this message that token balance is 0, cannot calculate percentage. We are just building this guard class, so if anything goes wrong we can simply prevent this percentage bar. Else we can simply calculate the percentage and set in our state variable. So we already have this set percentage, in that we can simply pass new percentage. Simple logic. So this function is going to simply calculate the percentage and check for the 0. If it has greater than 0, then we're going to simply set that into a percentage variable. So we got that. Now we have to simply execute this function. So we have to do this based on the changes. So we can simply come back here and we can take a variable called timer. In that we're going to use this set timeout. I hope you guys know what is set timeout. In that we have to simply pass the second and the function which we want to execute. So I want to execute this function every 1 second. Got it? Now we can simply come back here, and here we have to simply return, and we can say clear timeout, and in that we can simply pass the timer. That's very simple JavaScript. I'm not doing any hard fast work. I'm just building a simple JavaScript which can calculate the percentage, and I want to calculate and run this variable every time there is change in notification, because we'll have an array and we have to calculate for every single array. So I want to run this every single time we render the array notification. Got it? So this is the entire function we have. Looks fine. Now we can simply come back here and start working on the JSX. Right now there is no data available in the notification, so it might be not reflect in the front end, but let's build the skeleton for our code. So let's start working on it. So we'll take a key, and that we can pass the index. Then we can take a class. Let's call this one to be deposit, not deposited. Okay, so some of you have made a mistake, like you have added e, so it's a deposit, deposit. Then we can take this div, it will have a class. Let's call this deposit dash name. Inside that we can simply click on this investing, and you can see right now it's not deflecting here because we don't have any data, but when the data will come it will automatically reflect here. So let's work on the JSX. Now inside that we can take a span, it will have a custom style. In that we can say color is going to be white, and we'll have a class name. It will have a deposit dash icon, and we'll have a deposit dash icon dash dash, and we'll have a custom index, because here we have to display multiple colors. So we have 3 different color: red, blue, green, and based on the index value we have to change the color. So let's say if index is equal to 0, then I want to display orange color. Else if index is equal to 1, then I have to display, let's say, green color, and by default I will go with blue. So this is the 3 color which I'm using. It's going to simply render it. Got it? Now that's our dynamic color, and inside that we're going to simply display the currency. So that's what we have. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take h3. It will have a class called deposit dash dash title. In that we have to simply display the data. We'll say notify dot type of. So this type of will contain that what kind of transaction the user have made. It's a withdraw, claim reward, or deposit. So we got that. Now we can simply come here. We'll take this UL. It will have a class called deposit dash dash list. Inside that we'll take a list, and this is the list we're going to build it. In that we have to send the props. So it's going to take name and the, let's call this pool ID, and it will take the value which we have inside this notify. So we'll say take a template literal, and in that we can simply display the ID. So we'll say notify pool ID. So that's the list we have. Got it? Now all we have to do is to simply replicate this couple of times, and we can simply display the ID. So we'll say date, this will be the amount, and this one is going to be our user. So we have all of this information in the single transaction in the notification. So that's what we can display here. So let's change the data. So let's remove this one, and this will be user, and this one is going to be amount. So let's change this to amount, and this one is going to be date. So we already have that in timestamp with a small t. Okay, so we got all of this, and let's look good. We got that. Now we have to build the percentage bar, means the progress bar. Now we can simply come back here. Let's take a div. It will have a class called, let's take a template literal. It will call progress bar dash dash, and in that we can simply build our dynamic classes. So we already have this. We can simply copy this dynamic block and we can paste here. In that way we can have multiple class, multiple color progress bar. We got it? Now we can simply come back here. We'll take h3. It will have a class called progress bar dash dash title. Inside that we can take this, and we can simply display the data. We'll say notify amount in the percentage. Got it? Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this progress. It will have a role called progress bar. It will have an aerial attribute. So we'll say value. It's going to be now. So what is the current value? I'm going with the hardcode data. So let's call this 75, and it will also have the value minimum, and that we can say 0, and we'll have a maximum value as well. So that's going to be 100, because that's going to be the range of our progress bar, 0 to 100. We got that. Now we can simply come back here. We can take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this progress bar dash strapped, and we can take this progress dash bar dash animated. We'll have a custom style. Let's call this width is going to be our percentage bar, the one which we have calculated. So we can simply pass it, take a template literal, and pass our dynamic value, and we can simply pass our percentage we have calculated, percentage, and let's give this percentage sign. Perfect. We got our bar. Inside that we can come here. We'll take a span. Inside that we can display the percentage we have calculated. Let's convert it to a string, so we can display, because the percentage can be in decimal point. So I want to simply restrict and remove the decimal point. I want to display the actual number. So let's take the slice method, and I want to take the first 2 character, because it can be 1, 2, but we don't want to have a decimal. So that's the approach I'm taking. Look good. Now we can come back here. Let's take a div. It will have a class called progress bar dash dash values. Inside that we'll take a span, and we'll take a class. Let's call this progress dash dash value, and we'll have progress bar dash dash value dash left, and here we have to display the starting, so I'll go with 0 percentage, and we'll have a 100. So I'm going to simply replicate this. This is will be 100 and it will start from right. Let's call this right. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here and we'll take a class. Let's call deposit dash dash progress. Inside that we'll take a span. It will have the token, and we can take a p. It will have our pool details. In that we can display the reward amount, reward token symbol. Got it. That's what it's reflecting here. I hope you guys can see that how things are coming together. We are displaying all of this data. Now we have to start working on the list. It's going to be a very simple one. So we can simply come back here. We have that in the admin, and here we have simply click it. Now we have to receive these two props. So it's going to be name and the value, and it's going to be a one line of code. So what we can do is we can simply come back here. Let's take this li. We'll have a name. We'll give this, and then we can simply display the value in the bold tag. So we'll take this. Let's call this value, and that's the only thing we have to do. Looks good. If we find that we need to make any changes, we can definitely come and do and add more here, but for the time being, just keep it as it is. So I hope you guys have understood that how we have built this. Now we have done with this. Simply close this one, close this one. So we are done with this investing, in that we have built the notification and the link. Now we can let's make on the full screen and let's see. That's how things are looking. This is the deposit, this is the investing we have completed. Now we're going to start working the next component called staking. So all of these are done. So the pool one is we have already done it. This is left, and we'll start working on this. After that we'll work on transfer, then ICO. So let's start working on the staking. So we can come back here, and we already have all of this data. So we can simply get this data. We can come back here in the staking, and that's what we can receive as a props. So let's remove this one, remove this one, and remove this one. So we got all of that. Now we're going to start working on the staking component. So first we have to receive a couple of things. So let's call this use state, and we can come back here in the pool, and we have to take this all. So simply copy all of this, and that's what we have to take it here because we're going to provide it. So let's close all of that, and okay, let's bring it back and let's paste here. So we need all of these components. We have already developed it. Now we can start working here. So we'll take this state variable. In that we can take the token, and it's going to take two information, the amount and the token. So token and amount, these are the two data we're going to keep it. Once we have that, now we can simply come back here and we can go back to the pool, and we need this. So simply copy this function we have developed, and that's what we can import here. All we have to do is to change the function names. So we can change, we can call this one, let's say sweep, because this particular company is going to withdraw the token out of our staking contract. So like we already have the function here, we have to simply provide the data. So simply copy the function and paste here, copy this pool, and that's what we can send. So replace it. So this is the object of token we are passing, and that's the only thing we have to do here. This is fine. And now we can start working on our staking straight away. This looks good. So let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. So this is the dashboard, this is the investing, and this is the staking. So right now we don't have anything in here. So let's take a class. Let's call this tab pan fed. It will have an ID tab -3. It will have a role called tab panel. Got it? Inside that we can take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this row. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called column 12. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called profile. Inside that we'll take a UL. It will have a couple of classes. So let's call nav dash tab section dash tab section dash tab dash left. It will have an ID. Will have section dash profile dash tabs 2, and it will have a role. Let's call this to tab list. We got this. Now inside that we can take our button component, and it's going to have only one button. So let's send the prop name. It's going to be the sweep, and you can see it's reflecting here. Now we can add the active class. So we'll say we'll have a tab is going to be F4, and we'll have our active class. We'll say active. So we got it. Now we have to build the body. So this is the button. Now we have to build the body. So we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called tab-content. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called tab-pen, fade, show, and active, because that's what we're going to display as a default. It will have an ID. We'll call this tab-f4. Role is going to be tab panel. Inside that we can take a div. It will have a class called row. Inside that div we'll take a title tag and we can send out props. So we'll say withdraw staking token cryptocurrency. So this particular function which we're going to allow, admin can call and they can withdraw the token frac. So that's the title. Now we have to simply take our input field. So we'll take this input field and let's send all the prop. We have already done the hard work. So let's give the size. The size is going to be 6. Then we have to give the type is going to be text. We'll have a title. Let's call this to token address. We got it. Now we can take the name. It's going to be amount to. Then we'll have a placeholder. This will call address. Then we'll have a handle change function. We'll say E. And we have to simply update that. So first we're going to take this stake token. We have to deconstruct the token and then we have to take the token variable, and that's what we have to update. So e.target.value. We got it. So this is our first input. Now we have to simply copy, and that's what we can paste here. And here we have to display and change this to enter amount which we want to withdraw. This will be 3. And here will be the, let's say, the current token is available in the staking contract. That's balance I'm going to display. So let's display. We have the data, pool details. From there I can able to have the access of contract token balance. So T, token balance. And I can display the symbol of the token which I already have. So I'll go into the deposit token and from there I can access the symbol. So there you can see we have a 0 token available in the staking contract and it's reflecting fine. And we can simply call it amount. Looks good. Now we can come back here and we can call our click button function and send the 2 props. So it's going to take the name, will be withdraw, and it will have the handle click function we have already developed on top. So in that we can simply call the calling function sweep and we can simply pass the token object. That's it. And that's the only thing we have to do. Let's make on the big screen and you can see it looks absolutely perfect. We can able to withdraw the token from our staking contract. So we are done with these 3 component. Now we're going to work on the transfer. We have seen all of things looks good. And this is the one we have to work. Now come back to the code. Let's close this one, close this one. Now we have to simply come and work on the transfer component. So we need all of this prop, simply copy that one. And that's what we can simply receive. So we can come back here in the transfer and let's receive the props. Simply change this one, change, remove, remove. So we got all of this prop, looks fine. Now we need couple of things. So we can come back to the pools and we need the components. So simply copy this one. And this is the exact component we need and paste here. So we got the component. Now we need this particular function. Simply copy this one. And that's what we can simply paste here. Got it. Now we're going to do a little bit modification. So we need to import couple of things. So we can come back here. We'll take this use state. That's what we have. Now we can take a variable and it will say amount and we'll have the address where we want to transfer the token. So we'll say transfer address. These are 2 variables we have. Now we can call this particular function token transfers, copy and paste here. Got it. And here we have to simply copy amount and this is the address. This order is very important. Okay, so simply copy and change here and here. And that's the only thing we have to do. The function is ready. Now we can start working straight away on our JSX file. So let's make on the big screen side by side. And this is investing, staking, and this is the transfer one. Click. Right now we don't have anything, but we can start working on it. So let's take a class. It will have a tab dash pan fade. It will have a ID tab 4. It will have a role called tab panel. Got it. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called role. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called column 12, inside that will take a div, it will have a class called profile. Inside that will take a div, it will have a class called row, and inside that we'll take our title tag and we can display our title. So we'll say transfer, there it is, you can see it's reflecting fine. Now we can come back here, take our input field, and we're going to display 2 input fields and actually 3 input fields. So let's send the prop. So the size is going to be 6, type is going to be text, we'll have our title will be available supply. In that we have to display that how much token is available in our staking contract currently, and let's send the name is going to be method 1. It will have the, we have to display this particular input field because this input field is only for displaying the data. So we'll say disable is going to be true, then we can display the value. So let's say value, and we already have the data. So let's take that sample literal, we'll access the pool details and we'll say contract token balance, and we have to simply convert it into a string. So we can slice it down to 8 character, and currently I'm getting this error. Okay, that's weird. Okay, no problem. So we can come back here, and if I go back to the index, we have the data. So this is the exact name I have given, contract token balance, copy, and let's paste that. But still I'm getting this. Let's format this one. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, bring it back. Let's cut here, and it's loading the data, and you can see it's working, but somehow I'm not getting the data. Okay, something weird is happening here. So let's come back here. Let's take the another variable like the symbol. So we'll take this deposit token dot symbol. So in the same way, I'm having the same issue in the symbol as well, but the data is there. Why it's happening? So I have noticed one thing, like I can see the problem. So I have to wrap this data in a bracket. So let's give this bracket and give the bracket. Now it will fix the issue. So this is the problem we have. Whenever you receive any prop, you have to give the bracket, and in that you have to receive it. Now it will work fine. So let's bring this back, and you will see the balance is reflecting absolutely fine. So we got our input field back, and all of this data looks good. And now we can simply convert it to a string and simply slice it down to 8. Got it? Now we can simply copy this one, paste here, and let's change the variable. So it's going to be for quantity, that how many tokens you want to transfer. The method is going to be the amount for, and remove this value. Here we have the, remove this one as well. We'll have a placeholder. We'll say amount, come back to the transfer. You can see it's reflecting, and why the data is still reflecting? No problem, because we have to reload the page. So let's keep working. This is fine. This looks good. If I come make on the big screen, you can see the moment I will reload the page, everything would be changed. So you can see the quantity amount is reflecting. So now let's make on side by side. Now we have to attach the handle change function. Let's call this E. In that we have to update the amount. Got it? Value. Now simply copy, and now we have to update the address where we want to transfer. So this time we're going to say 12. This will be the contract / wallet address, and this will be our address, and here we have to change the set transfer address, and looks good. Now we can simply display our button. So we'll take this click button, send the prop, name is going to be called transfer the token. We'll take the token symbol, means TBC, and we have to add the functionality. So we'll say handle click is going to be our function, calling function. In that we have to simply send the amount and the transfer address, and that's the only thing we have to do here. So this particular component is ready. Let's make on the big screen, and you can see it looks absolutely perfect. We have the 3 input fields, and all of things are looking good. This is good. This is the pool address. You can go to different tabs. Looks good. Now you can see the current token available in the contract is 0 in all the pools, and the available supply which we have to provide as an admin of the contract, so the user can claim the reward. So the additional supply, the surplus, is 0. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to transfer the token to our and this is the available balance I have in my wallet address. So I can do that very easily. We have developed the function. So come back here in the transfer, and I can simply come back to the code. I need the address of the staking contract. So let's go back to the environment variable, and I need the address. So this is the token, and simply copy this address where you want to transfer. So I'm going to transfer to the staking contract. So simply copy that, and that's what I have to paste here. And I have to send 100 token. Let's click on this transfer TBC, and you will see we are transferring 100 TBC token. Means the function is working fine. Now we have to simply confirm the transaction. You can check the transaction in the pending state. Sometime it takes a little bit time. Okay, so just give your time, and you can see in my case it's happened very quickly because I'm using the power of editing, and we have successfully transferred the token. So let's see one more time. Here we are reloading the page, and we can come back here. I have noticed that the page not reload, so I can do one thing. I can come back here in the transfer function, and I have to return it. So make sure to return this one. Okay, so we can do this. We'll take a return, and let's take a variable called receipt, and that's what we have to return. So simply copy and paste and return from this particular function, and it will work fine. So whenever you will do the transfer of the token, it's going to reload the page after the transaction get completed. Now let's come back. I had a small problem in my recording. So when I was doing the recording, I noticed that somehow my recorder got stopped, and I continue working on the project. So I have to again re-record everything from scratch from the part where it got stopped. So that's why you can see the token we have transferred, like we have transferred 100 token, but we have 90 because I just play around with the data which not got recorded. So I'm recording one more time. So let me give you a quick walkthrough about the code which I have covered when the recording was stopped. So everything is working fine. You can see this is all we have coded. Every single thing is working fine. This is the investing, staking, transfer, pool, and this is all we have. We have to work on the ICO token. That's what we're going to work. Now let's come back to the code, and let me show you that what are the changes you have to do, and make sure to compare your code. Make sure to compare your code, each and every function which I'm going to show you. So you will be on the same pace. There is no need to make many changes. I have done the changes in one or two places in the spelling. I can't remember it. So that's why I'm going to the entire source code of the functionality we have built. So let me give you a quick walkthrough. So come back here in the context, go back to the constants, and make sure to just try to compare your code, what you can see in the screen. So this is the import we have done. I haven't made any changes here. This is fine. This is fine. And this is the function we have, all of the function. If you open this one, and here I have done the changes, so you can see that like earlier we were not checking this condition. So when you will deploy your ICO contract, there's no token is available for ICO cell. You have to update that. So to prevent any kind of error, here we are taking this approach. So I'm taking the 0 address. We're going to call this particular function get token address. If it has the token, it will return the token address. But if it don't have the token, it's going to return the 0 address. So here we are building a condition that if the token address is 0, then we don't want to call this particular function. But if it's not 0, then we have to call this particular function. And here I have done one changes. It was capital T, I made a small t. I hope you guys have understood. This is the only changes I have done. This if statement I have built, and this is the function which was in capital T, I made a small t. And that's the only thing we have to do here. The rest would be fine. Okay, it was capital, I made a small t. Now the rest will be fine. Make sure to pause and check. So this is the load function we have. Now let's come here. This is the 2 ETH. I haven't make any changes here. This is fine. This is our token contract. This is our contract file. Compare it. And this is our ERC20. So we have the provider. This is the Ethereum object, and this is what we are returning. Got it? Same. And here we have token ICO. So this is what we have. Then we have the 0 address. We have built this if statement, the same. This is the one, and this is what we are returning at the end. This is our token ICO contract, same, and this is our token ICO contract 20. I hope you guys have compared the code. Now we can go to the index page. So let's close this one, come back in the indexed, and this is fine. I haven't made any changes here. So this is exactly the same logo. This is our notification, and here we have the convert timestamp function. Make sure to compare it. This is what you have in way. This is, we have parse error, we have the short address, we have the copy address, looks good, and here we have the contract data address. It's exactly the same. I haven't done any changes, but make sure to compare it. Okay, so we are getting the contract, we are getting the staking token as well. So remove this one. Here I have built the if statement. We are getting all this notification, we are getting the pool. This is good. We have all the pool and we are returning it. Here we are simply calculating the total deposit. We are simply calling our reward token and getting the information about the tokens, and at then we are returning the data. Same. Got it? I hope you have compared. Now we can see the deposit. Make sure to check one more time. This is the notify. This is the converting. So we are converting into way. Then we are checking for allowance. Then we are checking here, building if statement. So if there is enough allowance, we have to simply approve and continue ahead. We are calculating the gas and simply making the transaction. I hope you guys compared. Now we can see the transfer token. This is fine. This is the token contract. You can see we are getting converting it, and that's what we are simply making the transaction. Looks good. This is the withdraw. We are displaying the notification, getting the contract, calculating the gas. So make sure to call whatever you have called to your contract. So I have called contract object, so make sure to call the exact name, okay, in all the places. And this looks good. And we are making the transaction, and this is good. Then we have the claim reward. This is also fine. We don't need to do any changes here. And we have all of that. Then we have this create pool, which we have already tested in the last, so we don't need to do anything in here. It's absolutely fine. Then we have this modify pool. This is good. Got it? Perfect. This is good. Receipt. And here we have this swip. And I noticed that I made a mistake here. So I made a mistake in the contract. So instead of calling contract object, I call only contract. And I also did a mistake in here. So here I was calculating the gas perfectly. When I come to calling the function, it was modified. So I have changed the function. Okay. So make sure to call this particular function as WWP. And this is very common. When you will copy the any other function and try to do the modification, you will make this kind of mistake. It's very normal. Okay. So that's what we got it. Now we have this particular function called add token. We don't need to do anything in here. Everything is good here. It's exactly the same. That's good. And here we have the buy token function. This is the contract. Then we are checking the token details. So make sure to get token detail. Okay. Cap small t, not capital T. But I haven't done any changes here, I guess. And when you are working on a project which is such a big, this things happens all the time. This thing happens. Good. This is the withdrawal function. It looks fine to me. No problem in here. We have it. We are getting the contract, then we're getting the token details, and then we are making the transaction and withdrawing. This is the update. So this is the update function. Check that. We have the contract, calling the right method, calculating the gas, and passing the data in our contract. So this is fine. Don't need to do anything in here. And this is the last function for updating the price. And we have already tested this features. It's working fine. So it looks good. Context is good. Index is good. Now we can simply come back to the pages and go to the admin page. And here I have done one thing. So you can see these are the things we have imported, like this component, function, address. And I'm calling this function whenever there is a change in the wallet address. So that's why I have passed this address here. Make sure to provide, okay, address. So when there is a change in the address, we're going to simply call this particular function, and the rest should be fine. The rest should be fine. Now we can simply close it, come back to the component, and we can simply go to the admin, and there we have this admin panel, and this is all the component we have built. So I have to do a small change in the token component, which I have done, and I wanted to show you. So this is fine. Don't need to do anything in here. So come back here. This is good. We are passing the actual data, and here we have to add the percentage. So I forgot to add the percentage. So make sure to add this percentage. So you can see it's reflecting here. So add this percentage. This is fine. We are calling the right spelling, and here you have to call the right variable name. Contract token balance. Okay. Make sure to call the right spelling. Come back to the token contract. There we have to do the changes. One changes we have to do. Come back here. We can go to the token, and there we have all of this. We don't need to do many changes, you have to do one small changes. And here I made a small spelling mistake in this contract token balance, so make sure to give the right spelling, contract token balance, so it can reflect the fund. You can see it's reflecting the fund, and the rest would be fine. We don't need to do much here. Now we can come back to here, and this is good. That's the fix we have to do. Now we can come back to the, let's say all of this looks good. Auth, this is the one we go to work. Investing, this looks fine, and pool, all of things are good. This is fine, this is fine. So I hope you guys have followed and did all the changes which I have explained you and compared your code. Now we're going to start working on the ICO token contract. So let's start working on it. Simply copy this and get into the folder component, and let's receive the prop, and we can start working straight away. So let's build the functionality. So we can come back to the pool and we can get this component, and that's what we can paste. We have to receive couple of things from React, use state and use effect. Then we have to import our address which is coming from our wallet provider. Then we can simply come here and import the functionality. So it's coming from dash dash context dash cons, and in this we're going to simply call this load token ICO. Is going to give us the details. Now we have to receive the function as well, so index, and in that we need all the function for updating token price and withdrawing token. So let's call this update token price, and we'll have a withdraw token withdraw. We are getting all of these three function. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here and we can import our currency from our environment variable next public dash currency. You got it? Now we can come here and take a couple of variables. So we'll take the address which is coming from our wallet provider. Then we have to take the token details. Then we'll take this call update token, when we'll have a update price. Now we have to build a function which allows us to fetch the information from our ICO contract. So we'll take this use effect, and in that we're going to build a function. So let's call this const load token. It will be enhancing, and in that we have to build the function. So we'll take a variable called token, and we have to call the function called load token ICO. And then once we get the data, we have to set that data in our state variable. We'll say token, and we can simply console log out the token. And here I have noticed, like, instead of bracket I have to give this, remove this and give this. Now perfect. So once we have that, now I'm going to simply call this particular function load token. We got it. Now we have to call this function every time there is a change in the address. So that's the first set of hook we have. Now we can simply come back to the, let's say, context. If you go back to the in constants, there you will find that this is the function we are calling. This is the one which is going to give us all the details about the ICO contract. So right now I have already updated the token. That's why it's going to give me the detail. But if it's not there, it's going to simply not execute this function. If I do the inspect element, you can see our hook is running absolutely fine. We got the address of the token. But let's start working and build the function. This is fine. We got the address. Now we can simply click on let's object, and here we have all the details. You can able to find the token details as well. That's all we have. So let's come back to the code. Now we can come back to our component, close this one, and this is what we have. Now we can start working on the functionality. So we can go back to the pool, and from there we can simply grab this particular function boilerplate. So simply copy this one, and that's what we have to call it. So we're going to build three function. So let's build that. This will call update token, and that we have to pass the address. The rest to be fine. Let's change this to update token, and we have to copy the function, and that's what we can call it. And that's the only things we have to do here. Simply copy and paste here, and here we have to simply change the variable. So this will be price, this will be update price, copy and paste here, and here we have to do the changes, copy and paste here. So we got our update token, update price. Simply copy this, and that's what we can simply call here. Okay, this is the one. So we got this update token and update price. Now the last function we have to build for withdraw all the token. So simply remove this. We are not receiving any prop. We have the function call p, and that's what we can call it here. And let's change this to token withdraw, and that's it. Looks good. Got it. We got all the hook and the function, and now we can start working on the JSX. So we can simply make it side by side to see what we are exactly working on, and this is what we're going to work next. So take a class. Let's call this tab dash pen fade. It will have an ID called tab 6. Role is going to be tab panel. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called row. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called 12. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called profile. Inside that we'll have a, and we can simply come back here. We actually build this particular boilerplate, so we can simply come back here in the pool section, and this is all we need. Simply copy this entire one UL, and that's what we can paste here. And here we can do the changes in the ID. So this is fine. The ID is going to be the, let's say, call this 2, and this is fine. We need this component, button component. All we have to do is to simply change this to update token, and the ID would be 9, and this will be called update token price, and we have to change the ID to be 10. Simply copy and paste one more time. This one is for withdrawal. This will be 11, and let's change this to withdraw token, and you will see all of these tabs are looking fine. So we got this button. Now we have to build the component, and actually we have the component, so we need this entire tab content. Simply copy, and that's what we can simply paste here, and we have to do the changes. Obviously we'll get this error, so because we don't have the array, so we have to remove this portion. Like this portion we have to remove it, and this is what we have, and we need to remove couple of things. So first we have to change the tab content is going to be there. This will be there. I have to change the ID to be 9 F9, and I have to change the title. So this will be update token address in ICO contract. Got it? And here we have the input field. So I only need one input field. So let's change this to address. This will be, let's call to crypto, and actually change this to our actual address, which is currently available in the contract. So we'll go to the token details. From there I can go to token, and we'll display the symbol and the name. Got it? And I need to simply get this detail. So simply do one thing, simply remove this, and we can update the token. So we'll say set update token to be e.target.value, and we have the token address. Got it? And we have this couple of extra field which exactly we don't need it. So what I will do, I'll simply remove this, close all of this, and remove this one. Got it? Here we have the button. So let's change the button name. We'll say update token, and we have to change the function. So we already have the function called update token, and we have to pass the actual data, means update token. Got it? And this function is ready. Our type is ready, and this is the exact thing we're going to do one more time. So we have this tab content. Inside that we have this tab panel. So simply copy this one and copy this, and let's call this 1, and this will be 2, and paste here. And here we have to do the changes. So this time we're going to simply remove couple of classes, so active, and we remove the show, and we have to change the ID. So this will become 10, and here we can change the title, price, and here we have to say price. This will be price 1, and here I can simply remove this, and I can display the actual token price, and I have to display the currency. So this is good. I will remove this, and I can display the currency, and you can see currently the token price is this. I set up when the recording got stopped, but I will show you this function one more time and update the function, update the price. We got that, and here I have to simply change this to update price, and change this to price, and change the function name. So we'll say price, and change this update price, and our function is ready. You can go to different tab for updating price, updating token. Now let's build the withdraw token function. So we can simply come here, copy this portion, let's give this thread and paste here, and we don't need this, remove this one. we can change the title. This will be 11, and we have to remove this call withdraw token from ICO contract. Change this to withdraw all token. You can see withdraw all token reflecting fine, and now I have to simply change the function, and that's it. So that's the only thing we have to do here. You can see, let's make on the big screen, and everything is working fine. So we can go to different tab and we can update the price and all. That's all, looks incredible. So you can come back here and let's try to check the functionality. So if I come back here, go back to the index, there you will find that this is the function we're going to call it, which will update the price and the token address. So let's close all of this open function, and this is all we have. So let's try to update the token address. So this is the function we're going to call it, and it's going to do the works. So we need the address of the token which we want to allow in the ICO. So I will simply go with this deposit one. Now I can simply come back here and paste and click on update token. It's going to make a call to our smart contract. You can see it's calling perfectly. Click on confirm, and the transaction is taking place, and here you can see it's in the pending and it's completed successfully. So our transaction got completed, and if you come back to the ICO, you can see the token is reflecting fine because I have provided the same address. So that's why it's reflecting the same details. So our token got updated successfully. If you come back here, and now we have to check the price. I have noticed one thing, that the message is not reflecting. So simply copy this one, and that's what we can simply paste here on top. So when the function will get called, it will display that the function is getting called. So we'll say calling contract. Simply copy this one, and that's the same thing we have to update here as well. So let's paste here. Got it? Perfect. Let's reload the page. It's reloading, and we got it. Now we can come back here, and this time we'll try to update the price. So this is the current price, and I want to update it to this one more zero. So let's click on this update price, and it's going to make a call. You can see the message displaying, and click on confirm, and we are simply updating the price of the token. So here it's calling, and the successful transaction is completed, and we got the price updated. So if you come back here in the price section, you can see the price got updated. In the same way, we can able to withdraw the token, but currently I don't have any token available in the ICO contract, so I cannot able to withdraw and call this function, but soon we're going to test that. So everything is looking good. Everything is looking good. So we are done with this entire function. Let's close this one, and now we have to work on other components. So if you come back here in the pool section and go back here in the pool list, here we have this update API. So if I click on that, it's going to give me this error because this component is not available, and that's what we're going to work now. So let's come back here, go back to this. This is the pool we have, and if you come down all the way here, this is the one we are clicking, update pool. So make sure you have to give the ID properly. Okay, this ID is very important. I forgot to add this hash. You have to give this exact ID, this, and the rest should be fine. Now we have to work on this update API model. This is what we're going to work now. So we can simply come back here. We need the props, simply copy, and this is, we don't need that. Simply remove this, copy this, and that's what we can receive here. Give this bracket and receive the prop. Let's format this. We give this comma and remove this. So we got the prop. Now we can simply come back here, receive couple of things from React like use state. Then we have to import couple of things. So it's going to be our icon, like close icon, and we can simply come back here. We'll take a state variable, and this will be amount, the new amount which user will update. Now we can simply come back here, and we already built this particular function, so I can simply copy, and that's what I can simply call it here. So we got it. Now we can simply copy the function, and that's what I can simply provide here, and we have to provide the data. So I have to provide two data, pool ID and the amount. So let's change this function name to be modify pool, and let's pass the data. So we can say modify ID and the amount. This order is very important. Okay, first you have to provide the ID, then you have to provide the amount. So simply copy and paste here and paste here. So that's the function is ready. Now we can start working on the JSX. So we can come back here, and we already built the boilerplate. So before we do that, now we can simply come back here in the modify pool, and this is the one we're going to call it and working on it. So this looks good. We have all of this fine. Close this one, and we can come here. We can start working on the JSX. So let's close this one. Let's take the class. Let's call this model auto fade. Inside that fade, it will have an ID. Let's call this model dash a pool. It will have an Arial attribute. So we'll say Arial labeled by. Let's call this model dash a pool. Arial hidden is going to be true. That's our block. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this model dash dialog. We'll have model dash dialog dash centered. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called model dash content. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called model dash dash content. Inside that, we'll take a button. It will have a class called model dash dash close. It will have a type is going to be button, and it will have a data base is going to be dismiss, and it will have our value is going to be model. Then we can display this Arial label is going to be close. Got it? Inside that, we can display our icon. So it will have a class called tx, and in that we can display our close icon, and looks good. Now save it, come back, and you can see we are getting this. Simply reload the page. It's not an error, and you can see it's working fine. Now we can come here and we can click on this. It's going to open this model. So our model is working fine. Now let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Let's bring it here, and now we can start working on the rest of the code. So come back here, we'll take h4. It will have a class. Let's call this model dash dash title. It will say invest. Inside that, we can take this. We'll take a p. It will have a class called model dash dash text, and we'll say update staking, and we can display the ID which user have selected to update, and we can say APY percentage. There it is. So currently I have selected number 1 ID. Now we can come back here. We can take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this model dash dash form. Inside that, we'll take our label. It will be amount to. It will have a class. Let's call this form dash dash label. Inside that, we can take our enter amount, and we can come here. We'll take a input. Type is going to be text. It will have an ID called amount to, and we'll have a name is going to be amount to, and we'll have a class called a pool dash dash input. Inside that, we can have our custom class. So we'll display the transparent the background. So we'll say background color. We can call it, let's say, transparent, and here it is. Looks perfect. Now we can display the placeholder. So we'll say amount in percentage. So 1, 2, 3. That's what you can add. Got it? And now we can simply get the value. So we'll say on change, and we have to simply update in our state variable. Set amount e.target.value. Got it? Now we can display the button. So we can simply come here. We'll take a button. It will have an on-click function. We'll say our function calling modify pool, and in that we can pass the data like pool ID and amount. Let's add the classes. So we'll take a class. It will have a form dash dash button. There it is, and it will have a type is going to be a button, and we can display our text. We'll say update APY, and perfect. It looks good, and that's the only thing we have to do. You can simply come. You can see. You can click. It was 500. Now I want to update to 300. And click on this update, and it's going to make a call to our smart contract. Simply confirm and just wait. It's loading. Let's make on the big screen, and you can see the transaction in the pending state, and the transaction got completed, and we have modified the pool. So if you come back here, go to the pool list, you can see 300. Earlier it was 500, now it's 300. So it's working fine. So we are done with that. All the models which you can click and you can update simply. Perfect. Now we have to work and this particular component, ICO buy component. So that's what we're going to work it. So close it, come back here, and this looks good. No problem we have. So this is what we have to work. So I'll simply copy the prop, and that's what we can receive. So come back here, go back to this ICO cell, and that's what we can receive as a prop. Perfect. And let's quickly import a couple of things from React. So it's going to be our youth state. will have a use effect because we have to get the token details. Then we can import our account from our Web3 provider. So we'll use this use account. Then we have to do internal import about the functions. So this is going to be from our, first we'll import the icon. Then we have to import the functionality. So we'll say load token dash ICO. It's coming from our constants, context slash constant. Then we'll say index, and this will be buy token. We got this imports. Now we can simply get the component. So we can simply come back here in the ICO, and we need this one, this hook, which is going to reload the data. So simply copy this one, and that's what we can paste. And I can see everything good. Now we can come back here, and I need few variables from here as well. Simply copy, and that's what I can paste here. Got it? I need one more for quantity. So let's take this quantity, the quantity user wants to buy. So by default, I will go with 0. Got it? Looks good. We got all of these variables. Now we have to build the function which user will click and buy. So let's copy this one, boilerplate, and that's what we can call it. And let's change the variables name. So this will be buy token, and we have this paste here, and we can simply pass the quantity passed here in all 3 places, and the function is ready. Now we can start working on our JSX. So we can simply come back here, and we already built this in the update API model, and we're going to take a couple of things from here. So we need all of this, copy, and that's what we can simply paste here. And here we have to do the changes. So instead of a pool, we have to call deposit. So let's change this to deposit 1, and this will be a deposit 1. Got it? Now we can come back here. Let's assign an index. So we'll say tab index is going to be -1, and the same thing I want to apply on this as well. Perfect. Now we can start working on the JSX. So we already have this. So what we can do, we can simply copy from here till here. From this, let's paste here, and we can simply close the div 1, close one more time, and close one more time. Save it. So we got this. Now we have to do a couple of changes here. So this is fine. We don't need to do any changes here. This is good. This is good. This is good. And this is good. Now we have to do the changes in the text only. So I will simply take our token like symbol, and we can say ICO token, and just change this one. So we'll say participating in the, we'll take a span ongoing ICO token, and we'll say sell. That's what we have it. Now if you come here, click on this, you can see the component is reflecting fine. Now we can simply make on side by side. Let's minimize this, make side by side, and drag here. Got it? Now we can work on the JSX. Pretty good. So come back here. Let's take a div. It will have a class model dash dash form. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called form dash dash group. Inside that, we'll take a label. Remove this one. We'll say class is going to be our form dash dash label. Inside that, we can take the ICO supply, and we can display the supply. So we already have that data. So we can go into this token balance, and we can display the symbol as well. So we'll say token details token dot symbol. So we got that. Now we can come here. We'll take this input field, and we will remove this. We'll take a class. Let's call this one to be form dash input. It will have a placeholder. In that, I want to display the balance. So let's take a template return. So we'll take this token details and go to the token balance. So this is going to be my balance. That's what I have. I have to simply convert it to a string and simply slice it down to 8. So let's say slice to 12 this time. Got it? And we can display the logo of the token. So we'll take token symbol. Perfect. So this is my balance. Now what I will do, I'll simply take this on change, and I have to get the token value from the input field, and that's what I can set in the quantity which user wants to purchase. Now I can simply come here, I can simply copy this portion and paste here, and in this I'm going to display a couple of data. So first I'm going to remove this one, and this will be called output, means the user money will pay for buying the token. And here I have to do the changes. So instead of going with like this, remove this one. and this will be not there, and here I can display this display because I don't want to allow the user to interact with this, and that's look good. Now I can simply change this to be the amount. I have to calculate that how many token user is buying, and I have to show the actual money they're going to pay for making the transaction and buying the token. So let's convert this to a number. So let's take this tablet return, convert it in number, and this is the price of the token, and I want to simply multiply with the quantity which user wants to buy. So I'll get it. So currently 0 is the default value, so that is reflecting here. Now that's what I have. What I can do is I can display the currency instead of the icon. So I can simply come here, let's import our currency, and that's coming from our environment variable next dash public dash currency. We got it. Simply copy, and that's what we can simply provide here. So let's give this currency, and there it is. Currency is reflecting fine. Got it? So this, let's change this to pay amount instead of output. Perfect. And now we can simply display the button. So we can come back here. Let's call this button. It will have a class called form dash button. It will have a, let's say, type is going to be button, and it will have a on click function. So on that we can simply call the function we have built. So we'll say calling buy token, and we can simply pass the quantity, and in that we can say buy token, and we can display the token symbol. There it is. Okay, there is a problem in our CSS class. Okay, there is only one space, we have to give 2 space, and there it is. And that's the only thing we have to do. So we are done with its entire admin panel. Now you can see, reload the page. Here it's reloading the data. We got all of these details. You can click and you can see the fund, and you can see this much money I have to pay for buying one token. If I click on this buy, it's going to make the transaction. So let's click on that. You can see we are buying and we are paying this much fund. Click on this confirm, and the transaction is the process. Once the transaction will complete, we will buy the token. So we have bought the token successfully. Now you can see, if you click here, you can see it went down to 99. It was 100, and now it's 99. So we have bought that. So this is working absolutely fine. This is the entire dashboard. This is the investing section. Right now there is no data available for investing. Then we have the staking. So you can able to withdraw the token from the staking contract if you want. From here you can transfer the token to the ICO contract or the staking contract. Any address you can transfer the deposit token. From here we can see the pool. So you can able to create pool. You can see all the pools we have. You can click and you can update. You can simply control your ICO contract. So this is the token address and token price. So let's update the token price one more time, and you can see it's working. Confirm, open it up, and the transaction is pending and completed successfully. So we have updated the price. Come back here, you have see the price went up. Now you can see we have this much token because during the recording when it was stopped, I transferred couple of token to the ICO contract. So now I'm going to simply withdraw this token. So click on this, and it's going to withdraw all the token we have in the ICO contract. So simply click on confirm, and you will see the transaction in the pending, and transaction is completed. And we have withdrawn the token from our ICO contracts. Looks perfect. You can see right now we have 0 token. So every single thing is working fine. Now the moment you will try to buy, when the token is not available, is going to throw the error that there is no balance is available. Perfect. Now we have this admin panel, and I have noticed one thing. So simply close all of this, come back to the admin head, and here you have to make it container. I made a spelling mistake. It's CONTAINER. So this is the spelling you have to fix. Got it? This is the admin. Now we can simply come back to the admin. This is all the component we have built. Everything is looking good. So we have done with the entire admin panel. Perfect. And this is the component we're going to build. And this is the ICO, this is the header and footer. That's all we have built. Looks good. So close this admin. Now we can simply come back here, and let's come back to the pages. And now we're going to start working on our home page. But now I want to show you one thing. So come back here. Let's change the account. The moment I will do that, you will see the data will change. So let's reload the page, and you can see this is what normal user will see. Okay, I can see there is a problem. Why the shadow is not reflecting? So we can redirect that very easily, but this particular component shadow is not reflecting. So let's come back to our code and see what's exactly went wrong. So we can come back here in the auth. So open this one. We can go to admin, and from there we can have this auth. And I have noticed one thing, that this is the problem we have. So we have to wrap this in contained. So let's make it dash dash, and that's what we have to simply close the div, save it, and perfect. Now it will display our shadow, and there it is. The shadow is reflecting. Now you can click and you can redirect to the home page. Perfect. Now the moment I will reload change my account, you can see it will automatically trigger and it's going to do the validation, and I will have the access to the admin panel. Every single thing is looking good. It's 100% responsive for all the devices. You can see that's how it's going to look on a mobile device. You can simply open, close, click, and you can buy the token. You can go to different tabs, staking, transfer, that's all tab. This is the dashboard. You can see all of these deals are looking absolutely fine. This is the investing, this is the staking, this is the transfer, okay, this is the pool. We can click on this, we can go to the pool, click on this pop-up model, and we can update. Perfect. Now we can go to the token ICO. Perfect. We can go to the different tab and slide it down. Looks good. So we are done with this entire admin panel. I hope you guys have followed along with me, and even you can see our navigation is working fine. So click here and we will redirect you to the home page, and that's what we're going to work now in the next video. So let's come here, let's close this one, and let's close all of this, and let's come back to the home page, and this is what we're going to start working in the next video. So let's move to the next video. Everyone, welcome back to the 8th part of our staking DApp project. In the last part we have completed the entire admin panel with all the functionality, so make sure to watch it. In this video we're going to start working on our home page. So this is where we left in the last video, and we have done all of these setups. We have imported all of the component and the state variables. Now what are we going to do is, before we start working on our component, let's create a couple of state variables. So let's come back here. First thing, we're going to take our address, and that's coming from our wallet provider. Then we have to take a couple of state variables. So this one is going to be for loader. By default it will be false. Then we have to take another one. This one is going to be for contact us, and by default it will be false. Then we'll take another state variable, and this will be pool ID. By default it will be none. Then we'll take another one. This will be for withdraw pool ID, and by default it will be null. Then we can come back here and we'll take another one. This will be pool detail. So in this particular variable we're going to store all the details which we are fetching from our contract. So by default it will be empty. Then we have to take this selected pool, and we have to take another one, and this one is going to be called selected token. So these are the state variables we have taken. Everything is looking good. Now what we have to do is, let's build a function which is going to fetch out all the information from our contract. So let's come back here. Let's take a variable called load data. It's going to be an async, and in that we have to check if the address exists, the user is connected, then we want to call this function. So we'll take this set loader to true because we have to display the loader. Then we can build this particular variable called data, and we have to simply call the smart contract function. So we'll say await contract data. In that we have to pass the address of the user. Got it? And now we have to simply set the data in our state variable. So we got our data, and let's make the loader close, and now we have to simply call this function. So we can come back here, we'll take this use effect, and in that we're going to simply call our function. So whenever the page will reload, we have to call this function, and when there is a change in the address, we have to call this function. So let's take this address, and in that we're going to simply call this function, and we'll set this. So that's the only thing we have to do. We are simply building the function, and then we are calling it whenever there is a page reload and there is a address change. Everything's look good. Let's do the console log so we can see in our terminal. So let's come back here in the browser. Let's do the inspect element, and here you can see we got the data from our contract. You will see we have all the data. So this is the pool array. In that we have all the details about the pools we have created. Here we have the notification, there is no notification. Then we have the deposit and all the details about the deposit token. So everything is looking good. Now we can start working on our component. So we can come back here, let's build the entire component, and let's call all of that. So the second component is going to be hero section, and in that we have to send the prop. So let's send that to pool details, and this will be our add to MetaMask token function. Then we can come back here, let's call this statistic. In that we can send this pool details prop. Then we can come back here, we'll send this, let's call this pool. We'll take this pool component, and in that we have to send the props. So what I have noticed that I haven't imported the pool components, but we have here in our component section. So if I come here, there it is, and if I go into this index, there you will find that we have imported the pool components. So let's quickly import here. Let's call this pool. We got it. Now let's send the prop. So it's going to be the set pool ID. Then we have to send pool details. Then we have to send the selected pool. Then we have to send this selected token. That's all the 4 pool we are passing in that. Then we can come back here, we'll take this token, and in that we have to send the prop. So pool details, and in that we'll have all the details. Next, take the next one is going to be withdraw. Let's send the prop to withdraw pool ID. Then we'll have this pool details. These are the 2 data we are passing in our withdraw. Now we can come back here. Let's take this notification, and in that we have to simply send this pool details. Then we can come back here. Let's take this partner. We don't need to pass any argument in that. Then we have to take this call args, and in that we have to send the props set contact us. Got it. Now we have to come back here, and we should come back below the footer, and there we're going to display the pop-up models. So we can take this model, close that one, and here we have to call this pool model, and in that we have to send the prop. So this one is going to be a deposit function. Then we have to send the pool ID. Then we have to send the address and selected pool. So these are the 4 props we are sending, and the last one is going to be the selected token and our loader. So these are the 6 props we are sending. Looks good. Now we can come back here, and let's call the withdraw model. And that we have to send the prop. So it's going to be a withdraw function, and we have to also send this withdraw pool ID. Then we have to send this address, and we have to send this select loader, set loader, and we have to send this reward function, claim reward. So that's the prop we have to send here in the withdraw model. Looks good. Now we can come back here, and here we have to display the ICO cell, which we have already developed in the last video, and that we have to send the loader. Looks good. And that's the entire component we have. We're going to add more, but let's work on this component. After that, we're going to add more. So this is the imports. This is all the component we have. This is the function. This is the state variables we have taken. This is the function we are calling to get the data. And here we have all the models with the props. Looks good. Now let's come back to the browser and let's test this out. So if I reload the page, you will see that here it looks perfect. We have the component. If you click on this token ICO, it's going to really give you this pop-up model, and we can able to buy the token. So it's working fine. Looks good. This is the component we have to develop. So we have all the components which we have declared. That's all is here. Now come back here and let's start working with the partner, because in that we don't need to display any contract details. It's going to be a static partner. So let's start working straight away. So we can come back here, go back to the component section. There we'll have the partners. So there it is. Click here. And this is all the array of data I have already provided you in the starter file. So that's what we are getting. Let's make it side by side, so we can see what exactly we are working on, and looks good. So let's start working on the JSX straight away. So first we have to change this div to a section. So let's change this to a section, and it will be have an ID. So we'll call it partner. It will have a class name. We'll call it section. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this container. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called row. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called column 12, column medium 8, offset is going to be medium 2. Then we'll have a column dash large 6, offset dash large 3. We'll have a column dash XL is going to be, let's say, 8, and we'll have an offset XL 2. So this is the classes we have. I hope you guys have applied the classes. Now looks good. Now we can simply come back into the div. Now we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this section dash dash title. Inside that we'll take a h2. It will be our text. We'll say our partners, and I can see the text is reflecting, but there is a problem in the class. Okay, there is a spelling mistake. Title, Title. There it is. Looks perfect. Now we have to display the text message. So we'll take this P and we'll give this dummy text. Let me remove few lines from here. Now it's good. Got it? Now we can simply work on our card section. So let's come back here, leave 3 div and come down here. We'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this row. Inside that we'll take our dynamic block and we can to render the array. So we'll take the partners. We'll call map partner. It will be index and we have to make it instant return. So we'll take a div. It will have a key. We'll pass it ID. And we'll have a class called column6 column large 3. Inside that we'll take an anchor. Let's remove, and here we have to display our link. So we have the link partner.link. It will have a class. Let's call this partner, and you can see the boxes are reflecting fine. This looks good. Inside that we can display our image. We already have the image, so we'll take this partner.image. There it is. Looks good. Now we have to display our text, so we'll say P, and in that we can display the text partner.name. There it is. On over effect we are having the styling and the links are displaying absolutely fine. So that's the only thing we have to do here. If I open this array, you can see we have all of these details like name, image and URL. You can simply modify as per your branding. So let's close this one. Now we can come back here and now we can start working on the next component. So we are done with the partner. Now we have to work on the, let's say, contact. Let's ask one, this one. So let's copy, and that's what we have to simply come back here. So this is the contact. Like not in contact, we have to click on the arcs, this one. Let's receive the prop, and we're going to start working on a JSX straight away. So it's going to be a small component. So let's convert this to a section. It will have an ID called ask. It will have a class. Let's call this section. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this container. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called row. We'll have a row relative. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called call12. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class, and let's call this to question. There it is. Then we can come back here. We'll take h2 and we can display the class. We'll say class question dash title. Inside that we can say any question. So if I simply scroll down, you will see this is the one we have, and we have to display the text. So we'll take this para, and it will have a class called question dash title, and in that we want to display our text. So we'll say our support team is always on call and ready to help you with all your question. Okay, so this is quite big. I have to change the class to text instead of title. So change this one to text, and there it is. Looks good. Now we have to add a button, so we can simply come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this section dash buttons. It will have a section dash buttons dash margin top, and it will have the button. Let's apply the classes. We'll call it section dash button, section dash button dash light, and in that we can simply display the text. So let's add an on-click function, because when the user will click on the button, we have to open the contact form. So let's call this on click, and we'll say set contact us is going to be true, and here we'll say ask a question. Got it. So that's the component we have for this one. Looks good. So we're done with the partner. We are done with the ask section. Let's come back here. Now we're going to start working on the next section. So we're done with this, and now we're going to start working on the, let's say, pool details. Actually, we should start working on the hero section. Let's start from hero. Copy this prop, and that's what we can come here. Let's receive the prop. Let's remove this. Let's remove this. So we have received the prop. Remove this bracket. Remove this. Now looks good. Everything's good. And here we have to receive a couple of things from React. So let's receive the use effect, and we'll have a use state. We can come back here. We have to receive the account, which is coming from our wallet provider, use account. Then we have to simply import the currency, which is coming from our environment variable. So we'll say next public dot currency. We got it. Now we can simply come back here, and here we have to import the functionality. So we'll import couple of things. So this is coming from our context slash constants, and this will be our index. So we're going to get the function which load the entire ICO contract details. So we'll have the function, we'll say load token ICO, and so here we have to import the icon. So let's change this one. Actually we don't need this, so let's remove this, import the icon, and in that I need the tick icon, so we'll say ti tick. So this is the imports of the packages and the function. Now we can simply come back here and let's remove this. We need only the MetaMask function because we're going to fetch the contract information about the tokens right up here. So we can come back here. So let's import the address, and that's coming from our provider. Then we have to simply take a state variable, and this one is going to be for percentage because we're going to display the percentage bars and we have to calculate that. So it's going to be an empty. Now we can simply come back here and let's take this token details, which is going to keep all the information about the token which we're going to fetch from the contract. Looks good. Now we can simply come here and let's build the function. We're going to use this use effect, and in that we're going to simply call the function. So we'll say, and we have to call this function every time where there is a change in the address. So let's call this address. Looks good. Now we can simply build this if statement. If the address is there, then we have to simply call the function. So we'll say const load token is going to be an async function, and we have to simply call it. So let's call this token await load token ICO. We got that. Now we have to simply set this data to our state variable. We got it. And now we have to simply call the function. So we'll say load token. So in this way we can able to have the details about the token. So it's look good. We got this hook. Now we have to build the function which can allow us to calculate the percentage, so we can display out percentage bar. So we can simply come back here and we can simply come here, and we have already built that particular function. So let's come back to the admin, and here we have this in the investing section. I guess investing, actually in the notification section, it's in the notification. Okay, this is the notification section where we have built. So simply copy this one. This is the entire function, and that's what we have to simply paste here. And we have to do the modification in the variables. Obviously it's going to throw an error, so just ignore that. And let's simply call this one token details, and that's what we have to call it here. And here we have to simply call the token sold token, and this will be token sold. We got it. And this is the new percentage. We have to simply change this to total token total supply, and here we have to simply do the calculation. So we're going to take this token details. From there we have to get the number of token got sold, and we have to also get the token balance which is available, and we can add those together. So we'll get the total number of token which is there in the contract, and we'll by default we'll go with 1. I hope you guys have understood the logic. We are getting the number of token got sold and the token number of balance we have, and we are adding together and multiplying with 1 so we can convert into a number. Looks good. Got it. And here we have to change it. This is fine, just keep it as it is. And here we have to simply change the variable. Simply copy and paste here, and the rest should be fine. The rest should be fine. This is good. And change here to token details. The error is gone. So this is our percentage component. Looks good. And now we can start working on our JSX. So this is fine. Check one more time. Looks good. And now we can start working on the JSX. So first thing, we have to simply change this to a section. It will have a ID called home. It will have a class. Let's call this to hero. There it is. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this container. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called row. Inside that we have to take a div. It will have a class called column 12, call dash large 7. We'll have column excel 6. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this hero dash dash content hero dash dash, and this will be first. And in that we have to display our brand and the button. So we'll take a h1. It will have a class. Let's call this hero dash dash title. Let's change this to dash dash, and inside that we can display our tagline. So we'll say, we'll take a strong tag. Inside that I'll say crypto king, best return on your investment, and I can give a break tag is coming together, so I can simply add a break tag here. Good. Now we can come back here. Let's build our button. So we'll take a div. It will have a class. It will say hero dash dash button. Inside that we'll take anchor, and we have to add a on click function. So when we'll click on this function, it's going to open the ICO component. So let's call this data bs target is going to be our model dash hash model dash deposit 1. It will have the type is going to be button. It will have the data bs toggle is going to be model, and it will have a class. Let's call this hero dash dash button. There it is. Inside that we can display the button icon. So we'll say buy. We'll have a token symbol. We'll say dot symbol. There it is, and we can say empty, or we can say token. We got it. Now we have to work on the second button. We'll take a on click function, and we already have the MetaMask function which we have to call it. Let's assign the class, call this hero dash dash button, hero dash dash button dash dash light. There it is. We got the button, looks absolutely fine. In that we have to simply send the data. So let's call this add token, and we can display the symbol of the token. There it is. Looks good. Now we can simply come back here, and we have to work on the next section. So this will be 2. Let's change this to 1. Let's call it 1, and this is the 2. Now we can start working on the div. It will have a class. Let's call this column 12, column medium 6, column dash light 5, column XL 4, offset is going to be XL 2. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this hero dash dash content, hero dash dash content dash dash section. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this node dash dash hero. Inside that we can take a h3. It will have a class. Let's call this node dash dash title, and we'll have a node dash dash red, and in that we can display the icon of our token, so means symbol. So we'll take this token details dot symbol. We got it. And then else that then we can simply come back here. We'll take this token ICO. There it is. But somehow the class is not working. I can see the problem. So here is going to be node dash dash red. So change this one, and it will fix the issue. Got it. Now we can come back here. We'll take a span. It will have a class. Let's call this node dash dash date, and inside that we can take this token details. We have to access the price of the token. So let's give this dot, and we have to give the currency. So it's going to be, we already have the currency, and there it is. The price is reflecting fine. Now we can simply come back here, take a span. It will have a class. Let's call this node dash dash price. Inside that we can take our ICO left. So how many tokens are left exactly in the ICO contract. So that's what we can display. We'll take a BL tag, and we can say token details, the token balance, and here we can display the token symbol. Got it. We got the token symbol. Now we can simply come back here. Let's take a span. It will have a class. Let's call this node dash dash line, and in that we can display our 3 dot images. So this image is coming from our image folder. We'll say dot light red or SBG. So we got our image. Looks good. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a UL, and it will have a class called node dash dash list. Inside that we'll take our li, and it will have our icon, the tick icon. So we'll say ti. Inside that we can display the tick icon. We got it. That's look good. Now we have to display the text. So we can come back below the icon. We'll take a bold. It will have a percentage. So we'll give this dummy data, and I'll say of the deposit amount. Got it. Now I have to simply replicate it and paste here, and here we have to display the number of supply of the token. So let's change this to token supply, and we have to display the icon. So we'll say token symbol, and this will be the total supply. Looks good. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here, and we can start working on the progress bar. So we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this progress bar dash dash CTA, means call to action, and inside that we'll take h3. It will have a class. Let's call this progress bar dash dash title. Inside that we'll take our ICO cell, and we're going to display the balance, that how many tokens exactly got sold. And let's change this title to title proper spelling. There it is. And I also want to display the icon, so let's display that. We already have the icon. We'll say symbol. Got it. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div. Let's call the classes. We'll say progress. There it is. Let's assign the role. We'll say progress bar. Inside it will have a aerial attribute too. Aerial attribute. So we'll say label animated and strapped. That's good. Now we can come back here. We'll take a aerial value. Now is going to be hard code. We'll go with 75 and let's set the minimum is going to be 0 and we'll have a maximum value as well because we'll have a range from 0 to 100. So that's what we have here. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this progress dash bar. Progress will have a dash bar dash striped. We'll have a progress dash bar dash animated. Inside that well, let's add a custom class. So we'll say style is going to be with, and we have to display the percentage we have calculated. So percentage, and we'll give a percentage sign. That's it. So it's automatically going to reflect the percentage. Looks good. Now what we can do is we can simply come back here. We'll take a span. It will have the data of the token sold, the number of token we have sold. That's what we can display. You can see the 11 is displaying. Now we can simply come back here and here we build a div. It will have a class called progress bar dash dash values. Inside that we can just take a span and it will have a class called progress bar dash dash value. Progress bar dash dash value dash dash left. So like starting point and ending point. So I'll just keep it without giving any value. But I'm going to simply replicate it and I have to give the right value. So change this to right and I would say that it's going to be the total value, the total number of token. So we have to do the calculation, like we have to add the number of token got sold and the balance, and that's the number we have to display. So let's build that. We'll take this number and let's get this sold, like token balance, whatever the token balance we have to simply add with the total number of token got sold. So we have this sold token and I'm getting this warning. Okay, this error is happening because I have to give a 0 here. So this is fine. This is fine. Here I have to provide the 0 and this will fix the issue. And you can see the total number of token is reflecting fine because the current token supply in the ICO contract is 0. That's why you can see it's 1111. Good. Now we can come here and we can see everything is looking good. We have done with the entire hero section. And I have noticed one thing, that our progress bar somehow is not working. So we have some issue in our progress bar. So this is the hook where we are calculating the entire percentage. So this is the calculation. It is exactly the fine. There is no problem. And here we are calculating the total number of token. So I'm just adding up. And I noticed one thing, that we have to calculate the percentage. We are not calculating the percentage. We are just passing the total number. So you can see this is the problem we have. We have to fix this one. So I have to calculate the percentage. So we can do that. Come back here. We'll call this cons percentage new. And here we have to do the mathematical calculation. So we'll take the token sold and we have to divide with the total number of token supply. And we have to simply multiply with 100. So we'll get out percentage. And that's what we have to update in our percentage here. Perfect. And still we are having an issue. It's not working. Why? Because this time we have provided the right percentage value. So this looks good. This is good. Now let's make on the big screen to see what exactly went wrong. So it's good. If I reload the page, you can see that it's not working. So this is, everything is good. All the data is reflecting fine, but the progress bar is not reflecting. And if I click on this button, it's reflecting here. If I can open it, and if I click on this, okay, I'm getting this error. So the function name is wrong. I can see that. So this is the function we have called, but this is not what the name I have. I guess that's why I'm getting this error. So what I can do is, let's come back here and let's come here. Let's go back to the here, and in the index page we are passing this props correctly and we are importing the function correctly. So let's go to our constant file in the index and let's see what is the name we have called it. And here we have all the functions. So let's find the function. This is the one. It's called add token MetaMask. Okay, my bad. Simply copy this one. And actually we don't need any prop here. So remove this one. This is fine. Just remove it. We don't need this. Copy the name properly. And that's the exact thing we have to call. So let's come back here in the next page and let's call it. Okay, the spelling mistake I had. So we got it. Now we have to replace in all the places. So I have to replace here. I have to replace here. I have to come back here. I have to replace. Let's close it. Replace here. And I have to replace here. Got it? Now this is fine. Now if I reload the page, if I click on this add token, is going to open MetaMask and it will add the token perfectly. So it's working fine. You can see token added successfully. Now we have to deal with the percentage, everything is looking good. This percentage is somehow not working, and I have noticed the problem. I noticed the issue we have. So here you can see the percentage has a space, so just remove this space. You can see in coding, this space, commas are play a very crucial role, so make sure to remove the space and it will work fine. Now you can come and you can see it's working fine. Reload the page, and here we got our progress bar. Perfect. Got it? All of these companies are looking good. Close all of this. Now we can come back here on our home page. Now we can start working on our pool, and here we have the statistic. So let's start working on statistic. After that we want to work on a pool. Come back here and let's receive our props here. See, receive the prop. Now let's close this one. Let's make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Let's start working on the JSX straight away because we already have the data. So let's take a class. Inside that we'll take another div. It will have a class. Let's call this container. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called row. Inside that we'll take our dynamic data. So we already have the data in our array. So we'll access the pool info array. Once we have that, we have to simply run a map and we'll get this pool, and this will be index, and in that we have to simply build the HTML. So we'll take a div and let's give a key. It's going to be an index. Let's have a class, and this will be called call12, call small 6, call xl3. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call stats. Inside that we'll take a span and we can display a class. Let's call this stats dash dash value. There you can see we are getting these 3 cards because we have 3 different pools. Inside that we can display the value. So we can come back here. We'll access the pool and we can access the deposit amount, and we can display the symbol. So let's give this HTML space tag and we can display our symbol. So deposited token symbol. There it is. Okay, the HTML space tag is not incorrect, so let's fix this one. It will be like SP. There it is. This looks good. Now we can come back here. We'll take a P and we can display our tag. So we'll say stats name. It will be current APY, and I can display the percentage. So let's take this dot APY and it will be percentage. There it is. You can see we have 3 different percentage: 50%, 100% and 300%. We got it. Now what I will do is I need to have one more card. So I just want to display 3 pools. So let's slice it down to 3, 0 and it will be 3. Now I have to take one more for the total stats. So I'll simply copy this, and that's what I can simply paste here. So let's come back here and let's remove this index and let's change the data. So this time we get the data from pool details, and from there I can get the total deposit of the token. So we already have the data like total deposited amount, and let's change this to deposit token, and this will be our, let's call this, remove this, let's call this total stake, and looks good. You can see we got this 3 card which is rendering dynamically, and the 4th one in which we can display the total number of token deposit in our staking contract. Looks good. Got it? We're done with this entire section. Let's close this one. Now we can simply move to the next section, which is the pool section. So simply copy the props, and that's what we can simply receive. And this particular section is going to be a little big because there is multiple things we have to build. So let's receive the prop and let's remove this one, remove this, and the last one is remove this. So we got the prop. Now we have to receive a couple of things. So we have to receive the icon, and this is coming from index. We'll say MD outline attached money. That's the icon, and we'll have a copy icon. So F rake copy. We got the icons. Now we can simply come back here and we have to format the data. So let's take this pool array, and we already have the details about the pool. So we can get this pool info array. We'll say if we have, otherwise we have to go with empty array. So it's not an object, empty array. Good. We got our pool array. Now we can simply come back here and we can start working on the JSX. So let's take a ID. It will have a class called staking. It will have a class. Let's call this section. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call container. We'll have a div. It will have a class called row, and we'll have a div. It will have a class. Let's say column 12, column large 8, and we'll have offset is going to be, let's say, large 2, and we'll have a column XL is going to be 6, and we'll have an offset is going to be XL 3. So this is all the section we have, and looks good. Now inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this section dash dash title. Inside that we can display our h2. We'll say staking pool. There it is. Now we have to display the p tag, and we'll display a couple of dummy tags. So let's remove few lines from here. Got it? Now we can do one thing. We can simply come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this row. Inside that we'll display our dynamic data. So we'll take this pool array, and we'll simply say map. We'll say pool index, and in that we have to build the entire JSX. So we'll take this div. Let's close this one. It will have a class. Let's assign a key first, because every component is going to have a unique key. So let's say index. It will have a class. Let's call this a dynamic one. So this will be column 12. Inside that we have to change the color, because we have 3 different colors. So we'll say if index is equal to 0 or index is equal to 1, in that scenario we have to display this particular class, which is called column medium 6. If index is equal to 2, then I have to display nothing, else we go with simple nothing. So that's the simple condition we have built. If it's 0 or 1, then we have to display this column medium 6, otherwise we go with empty. We got it? Now we can simply take the normal class log large 4. Got it? Inside the div, we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this a pool, and there is you can see the card. We got it. Inside that we'll take h3. It will have a class. Let's call this a pool dash dash title. Inside that we can display the data dynamically. So we already have this condition, so we can simply take this portion, and that's what we can paste. And here we have to do the changes. Remove this one. So we'll say if index is 0, then we can say it's a maximum. If index is 2 1, then we can say it's going to be standard, and this one is going to be, let's say, actually we need one more condition, elite and advanced. So let's build that. So remove this one. Take index is equal to 2, then it's going to be elite, and we'll have advanced. Got it? Now we have to remove this, and looks good. You can see. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a UL. It will have a class. Let's call this name nav tab, a pool dash tab, a pool dash dash tab, and we'll have a dynamic classes. So let's take this copy, and that's what we can paste here. Let's change this to orange. This will be green, this will be blue, and this will be orange. So this is our dynamic classes. Now we can come back here. Let's have an ID and simply copy this one, because our ID is also going to be a dynamic one, and paste here. So we'll say if index is equal to 0, then we have to call this app a pool tab 1, and this ID is very important. So make sure to give the exact ID, because this ID is going to trigger our different component when we go to click. So this one is tabs 1. Now simply copy this one, and here we have to say 2, and this will be 3, and we remove this one. This is our dynamic ID. Now we have to assign a role to be a tab list. Got it? Now we can come back here. We'll take a li. It will have a class. Let's call this nav dash item. It will have a role called presentation. Inside that we can take a button. It will have a, let's say, class called action active, and it will have a data base toggle, and we have to display the dynamic ID. So we'll say tab. It will have a data base target, and here we have to display the dynamic. So simply copy this portion, and that's what we can paste here, and here we have to do the changes. So this will be hash at tab 1. So this is very important. Give the exact one. Simply copy, paste here. This will be 3, and this will be 5. We got it? Now we can come back here. Let's type is going to be a button. We'll assign the role. It will be a tab, and we'll have a area control we have to make it dynamic, so we can simply copy this one. That's what we can paste, and let's give this, and here we have to do the changes. So we have to remove this hash. So let's remove this one, and remove this one. Got it? We got the button. Now we can simply come back here. We'll say area selected is gonna be true, and we can display the button name. So here we have to display the days. So we'll say a pool dot log day. Okay, my bad. Simply say dot log day, and we'll say days. There it is. You can see we are having the active class is also working fine. Got it? So this is our first tab we have. Now we have to simply copy this one. We're going to have one more tab for details. So here we have to do the changes. So we have to remove this active class first. Then we have to simply change this portion is going to be 2. This will be 4, and this will be 6. And here we have to do the changes as well. This will be 2, 4, 6. Got it? And this will be false, and this will be the details. So we got our 2 tabs. You can click and you can open 2 different components. Got it? Now we can simply come back here and we have to work on the body. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called tab content. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this tab dash dash pan fed show active. So by default this is the tab we're going to open. Inside that we'll take a, let's say it will have an ID as well. So we'll take this dynamic ID. So we can simply come back here and we can simply copy this portion, and that's what we can paste here, and let's assign the ID. So this will be our 1, 3, 5. We can assign the role is going to be tab panel. Inside the div we can take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this a pool dash content. Inside that we can take a span. It will have a class called a pool dash value, and inside that we have to display the deposited amount, the amount which you have deposited. So we'll say deposited, and we have the data inside the pool amount, and we can display the icon. So we'll say symbol. Save it. The data is there. Maybe there is a problem in the class. Okay, I can see that. So let's assign this save space. Let's give this space, and there it is. It's in the center. Now simply copy and replicate it, and here we have to change this to reward. The reward you have 1, and here we have this user reward, and the symbol is going to be exactly the same. Now we have to simply display the percentage which you are receiving. So we got 2 data. Now we can come here. We'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this tab dash panel fed, and it will have an ID. So simply copy, and this is going to be our second component for details. So here we have to do the changes. It will be 3, 2, 4, and 6. Let's assign the role is going to be tab panel, and this will be inside that we have to take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this a pool dash dash content. Inside that we have to take the value. So we'll say class a pool dash dash value, and in that we have to display the details. So we'll take this bold tag and we'll display the deposit token symbol, and we have to display the address. So we'll take the HTML space and display the address. So we'll say pool dot deposit token dot address, and let me slice it down to 15. And here we have, you can see this is reflecting fine. All the tabs are working fine. Now we can simply give this, and we can give our copy icon. There it is. Looks good. Now I'm going to simply copy this, and we have to display the reward token as well. So let's change this to reward. This will be reward token. Looks fine. Once we're done with that, now we have to simply display the percentage. Simply copy, and here we have to do the changes. So let's remove this. This will be current APY, and here is going to be the percentage. So it will say APY, and remove this and give percentage. There it is. So we got our dynamic tabs working fine for different pools, and we are having the details. Looks good. Now we can simply come back here and display the buttons and the input field. So we can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this a pool dash dash group. Inside that we'll take a label. It will have a pool 1. It will have a class. Let's call a pool dash dash label. Inside that we can take a total deposited, means the total token dot deposited in a particular pool, and we'll say amount. That's what we have the label. Now we have to display the input field, and we remove this. and we can take a style tag. It will be background color is going to be transparent. There it is. Now we have to assign the class. It will be a pool dash input, okay, dash dash double dash. There it is. Looks good. Inside that we can display the placeholder. We can display the data. So we'll say pool, take a template tutorial, and we can say pool deposit amount. So total number of token we have deposit in this particular pool, and we can display the symbol which we have in the deposit token dot symbol. Deposit token dot symbol. Got it? It's reflecting fine. And I want to disable this particular input field because it's just for displaying the data. So let's call this disabled. So that's the entire input field. You can see on the click event, nothing is happening. Now we have to work on the button so the user can click and open the pop-up model. So we'll take it button. It will have a class. Let's call this a pool dash dash button. It will have a data attributes. We'll say data base target is going to be hash model a pool, and there it is. It will have a type is going to be a button, and it will have the database toggle. In that we'll pass model, and it will have an on click function, and in the on click function we have to update the data so we can receive in our function. So let's call this, and we'll say set pool ID is going to be the index is going to be a dynamic one. So we'll say if index is equal to 0, then it will be 0. If index is equal to 1, then it will be 1, and if it's equal to 2, then it's going to be 2, else we go with nothing, because we are displaying 3 pools in the front end. So that's our pool ID. Now we have to call 2 more. We'll say like set pool. Let's set pool, select like selected pool. We'll paste that, and we have to paste this selected token, and that's it. It will work fine. So that's our dynamic on click function. Now we can simply say invest, and that's the only thing we have to do. This looks good. Now we can simply come back here. Let's take a span, and we can have a class, and we'll say block dash icon. We'll say block dash icon, and here we have to add a dynamic class, so we can show the dollar sign. So we can take this and we can simply copy it. We can come back here, and we have already taken this one. So this is the one which we need to take. So take this one, and that's what we can paste, and we can display our icon. You can see the circle is reflecting. Now we can display the icon we have here. So we already have this money icon. In that we can simply add couple of custom class. So we'll say first we have to change the color to white, and we have to increase the size. So it's going to be a font size is going to be 1.5 rm. There it is, and that's the entire component. Now we can come back here, and I want to display only 3 in this, not more than that. So we can first take this span. It's a decorative item, and we'll have a class that's called say screw dash dash line, and I can simply remove this one, and let's restrict to 2, only 3 pools I want to display, and that's the only thing we have to do. So we are done with this entire pool component. You can see importing this function, then this is the entire HTML we have coded our dynamic component for different pools with different data. Got it? Now looks good. Let's make on the big screen, and it's perfect. You can click and you can go to the different section. You can click and it's nothing. It will give you this error because we don't have the pop-up module. So it's also working. Reload the page, and here we taking a little bit time. Make sure to reload the page, and here we got the data. Looks good, and this looks good. Now I noticed one thing. We can come back here, close this one, and we can simply come back here. This is the token details we have. Now we can start working on it. So let's come back, like we can go back here in the token, and that's what we can start working now. So let's paste this, receive the prop, and let's make it side by side, and let's work on the token details. So let's take a class. It's gonna be section. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this container. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class row. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called column 12, column medium 10, offset is going to be medium 1, column large 6, offset is going to be large 3. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this section dash dash title. Inside that we'll take h2. We'll say token, and we'll have a paragraph text. So we'll say more feature with own token. That's it. You can type anything, whatever you want. Now we can come back here, and here we have to display the cart section. So we can come back, we'll take a div. It will have a class, let's call row relative. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class column 12. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called class invest dash dash big, and in that we can take this class, we'll say invest dash dash title. Inside that we can display the token. We'll take a div. It will have a row. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called column 12 column large 5. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called invest dash dash rate dash wrap. Inside that we can take a div. It will have a class called invest dash dash rate. Inside that we can take a span, and we will say stake supply. Got it? Inside that we can take a this, then we can take a paragraph tag and we'll display our data. So we already have the data here in the deposit token total supply, and we can display the icon. Simply copy and paste here and change this to symbol. You got the icon. Now we can come back here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called invest dash dash green. Inside that we can take an image, and this image is coming from our image folder. We'll say graph to svg. There it is. Now we can simply come back here, and now we can start working on the next card. So we'll take this column 12 column dash large 5 offset large 1. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called invest dash dash red dash wrap. Inside that we'll take a div, and it will have a class called invest dash dash rate. Remove this one, save it, come back here. We'll take a span, we'll say total stake, and inside that we can take a paragraph. It will have a class called green. In that we can display the data. We'll say pool details deposit token, we'll say contract token balance. So how many tokens are staked in the contract, that's what we are displaying, and we have to slice it down to 10. There it is, and we can display the symbol. We'll say deposit token dot symbol. There it is. This looks good. Now we can come back here, we can display the image. We'll take a div. It will have a class called investing graph. There it is. Inside that we can display the image. It's coming from our image folder. We'll say graph and graph1.svg. There it is. Now we can simply leave 3 div. We can come here, and now we can start working on the third component. We'll take a class column 12 column large 5, and I have noticed one thing, that it's repeating. So I can simply replicate this one. Simply copy, close this one and close this one. So simply copy this one, and that's what we can paste and change the data. So this will be the reward token. Let's change the data to be total supply and remove this. This will be reward token. Copy and paste here, reward token. Now we have to change the image, so it will be 3. Got it? And we're going to have one more. Simply copy, and that's what we have to simply paste here, and change this to, let's say this will be total stake, and I have to change the class. It's green, I have to change the red. So like come back here, and this will be red, and this is fine, the green. Let's change this, and let's display the price of our token. 1 TBC token is equal to this much ether, and we can change the image this, and now we can display the paragraph. So the card is done. We can simply leave a couple of divs, and we can display the paragraph, this dummy text. So let's have a class called invest-info, and there it is. That's the whole thing. Let's make on the big screen, and you can see it looks absolutely incredible. We have all of this section. Okay, there is some problem in the alignment. We are having extra space in the third section, so that's the one we have to fix, and I know the problem. So I can simply come back here, and you can see it has column large 5, and there we have this one. Closes this, and from here we have to remove it, save it, and now it will fix the issue. There it is. Now they are perfectly aligned. We got it. All of this looks good. Let's do the inspect element and see everything is looking great. We have no issue in that. So perfect. Now close this one, And we are done with that. Now we can start working on the next components called withdraw. So simply, this is notification and withdraw is left. So first we can start working on withdraw, simply copy, and that's what we can simply import here. So let's import that, remove this one and remove this one. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. This video is already getting very long. So in the next video, we start continuing from here. So let's move to the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back to the 9th part of our staking DApp project. So this is where we left. In the last part, we have built all the functionality where a user can stake their token. And now we're going to start working on the withdrawal functionality. So this is where we left. I'm going to simply make it side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. And this is the withdrawal component. So I will come back here and here you will find this. Let's click here. We'll go back to the pool and from here we're going to do a little bit copy paste. So we need this particular section. So simply copy till here. And that's what we're going to simply paste here. So simply select all and paste. And we have to simply close the to div. So we got our div and here we have. Let's do the changes in the text. So this is fine. Let's change the ID to be called crypto. And this is fine. Here we're going to simply do the changes in the medium. And this will be called medium. And this will be our large. And here we have to do the changes. So we'll say staking, reward. And I'm going to go with this dummy text. Looks good. Now we can simply come back here and we're going to simply copy more things. So we're going to simply copy this entire section, this entire row. And we're going to do the basic editing. So we're going to simply leave 3 div and we're going to simply paste here. So you can see we are getting this error. Now we have to simply format our data. So we can come back here. First, we're going to receive a couple of things. So this is going to be our icon and that's coming from React icon folder. So we're going to take the copy icon. We got it. Now we have to simply format our array, pool array. So we already have that. We can simply copy from here. So we simply copy this portion and that's what we can simply paste here. So we got our pool array and everything's looking good. And here I'm getting this warning, this particular error because we don't have this prop. And anyway, we don't need this. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the modification. So let's come back here. And this is the section we have. And we don't need this section. We need these classes, but we don't need this. So let's add this one class called MD6. And we're going to simply remove this dynamic block. Select and remove it. Let's bring it and remove it properly. So let's select here and remove it. And let's remove this one. Actually, we need this class. So let's bring it back. Column large 4. We got the classes. Now we can simply come back here. Here we have to do the changes. So we'll say node. We'll have this one is going to be our node dash dash title. Node dash dash title dash dash. And we're going to have our dynamic class. So let's take this template literal. And we already have this one. So simply copy this index values and that's what we're going to paste it. And we're going to simply change the color. So it's going to be an origin. This will be our green. This will be blue. And this will be orange. So this is our dynamic class. We got it. Now we're going to simply remove this one. And here we have to display the data. So we're going to take this bold tag. Inside that we can display the amount, the total amount user have stake in particular pool. And here we can display our, let's say, reward token symbol because that's what we are rewarding user. So we got that. Now we simply remove this portion. We don't need that. And what we're going to do is let's take a span. It will have a class. Let's call this node dash dash date. Inside that we'll take our dynamic block and we'll display our data. So we'll say pool lock days. Let's close all of this and we're going to simply comment this. Actually, simply select all and comment this. Now you can see it looks good. We have all the colors are applying follow. We have the cards and the days and the values are reflecting there perfectly. Now we can simply do one thing. We can simply come here. We'll take a days and that's what we can replicate. And let's change this to price. And here we have to do the changes. So this will be day. And this is fine. Simply copy and that's what we can simply paste here. And here we go to do the changes. So it will be called reward. And this will be our user reward, which user we get, and remove this one. So here we have that, reverse it empty. And here we go to display the icon, reward icon, means symbol. We got it. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take another span. It will have a class. Let's call this node dash dash line. Inside that we can display our image. So we'll have the dot image. We'll say dot dash dash line orange SVG. There it is. We got it. Now we can come back here and we have the reward. We can simply come here and we can simply do one thing. Let's come here and we're going to simply take the UL. It will have a class called node dash dash list. Inside that we'll take a li and we'll take this bold. Inside that we can display the deposit token symbol, and we're going to simply display the address of the deposit token. Okay, so let's simply bring it back, this HTML space tag, and here we go to display our address of the token. So we'll take this pool dot deposit token address and we can simply slice it to, let's say, 0 to 15, and we can display our icon. So we can give this and we can display our copy icon. So that's the one we have. Now we can simply copy and paste here, and we have to change this for reward instead of deposit. So this will be reward token. We got it. Now we have to display the APY, the percentage which we are providing. Simply copy. That's what we can provide, and here we're going to simply remove it. We'll say current APY, and that looks good. And here we're going to display the data. So simply paste here, and this will be our last reward calculation. So we're going to simply remove this portion. Actually, we don't need this. Let's say come here, then remove this one, and here we have to display the last reward. So let's remove it, and we can call it last reward at, and remove this sliced one and the entire one. Looks good. We got our last reward calculation. It's 0 because we haven't done any deposit, and that looks fine. And here we have to simply display the symbol of the token which we are rewarding. Got it? And this looks good. And in the current APY we have to remove this, and I can display the APY, the percentage. Simply remove this one, and this is the percentage we are providing. Let's break it up, and this is 300, and we can simply give this percentage size. So here we got that. Looks good. Now we have to display the button. So we already have this button. We can simply copy that one, and that's what we can paste here. All we have to do is to simply change the classes. It will be node button, and here we have to say node. This will be model, and here we have to change the function. Simply remove this one, and in that we have already built the on click function. So that's what we're going to simply attach. Set withdraw token pool ID. So it will update the pool, and we can able to have the data that which pool user is trying to interact and withdraw or claim the reward. So we already have this dynamic index. So if index is equal to 0, then we have to pass 0, but if it equal to 1, then it will be 1, because our pool will start from 0, 1, 2, 3. And if it's equal to 2, then we can simply pass it 2, otherwise we'll go with none. And looks good. And here we have to simply change this to withdraw or / claim. And here I'm getting some sort of error. So like, let's have a look. Okay, change this to 1 instead of I, and that will fix the issue. Got it? I hope you guys have noticed it. So this is our entire withdrawal components. Looks absolutely fine. And that's the only thing we have to do. Let's remove this entire section. Perfect. That's the only thing we have to do. Let's make on the big screen to see. And here we have the withdrawal section, where you will find all the deposit you are doing, how many rewards you have claimed, what is the percentage, and all the details. Perfect. So if you click, it's going to give you this error because there is no data available, no component available. So that looks good. We are almost done with the entire regular component. Now we're going to simply build the dynamic component for providing and claiming the reward and depositing. So it looks good. Now we can come back to the code, remove this one, and now we can start working on our other components. So let's take the loader, because our loader is not displaying. So if there is a state of loading, then we have to display our loader. So we'll say loader. If it's true, then we have to display the loader, and we already have that. And we can take our other component for, let's say, contact us. If it's true, then we have to display our contact component. In that we can simply send the prop is going to be the set contact us. That's it. Looks good to me. Now let's have a one look. If you can see, the loader is working absolutely fine. It's loading, and once the data is loaded successfully, it's going to simply off. And all the sections are working fine on the click event. We can go to the different sections, and now we can start working on our dynamic component like the pool model component. So user can simply start depositing and creating pool. So this is the notification. We cannot work right now because we don't have the data. So it's better to start working on the pool model. So we need all of this data. Simply copy this one, and that's what we can simply import in the pool model. Let's import that and remove this section, remove this, and we got all the props, all the function and the data. Now we can start working straight away on the JSX because we already have the data. First thing, we have to import couple of things. So this is going to be state. Then we can come back here. We can start importing the icon, which is coming from React icons, and that we're going to simply import our close icon. And we have to, let's say, import the couple of component. So that's going to be from admin slash inside the regular component, and from there we have to get the pop-up input field, replicate this one a couple of times, and this will be our, let's say, pop-up button, and this will be our input ratio, and just remove this one and simply paste this one. So these are the three components we are utilizing in this particular pop-up model. Everything's looking good. Now we can start working on our state variable. So if we have to take a state, it's going to be for amount, that how many token user wants to stake. So we have this amount, and we already have a couple of functions, so we can simply come back here in the pool section, and we need this function. So let's come back in the pool, and from here we have to need this boilerplate, and that's what we can simply paste here. And in that we have to simply pass the function name, this one deposit, and here we have to receive the pool ID and the amount. These are the two data we are passing, and the address, because we have to approve and give the reference. So these are the three data we are passing: pool ID, amount, and address. And that's what we're going to simply copy here, and that's what we'll pass in our deposit function. Simply remove this one, and that's the only thing we have to do. Our function is ready for depositing the token in the contract. Perfect. Now we can start working on the JSX. So we can simply come back here. We need a couple of boilerplate code, so we already have that. So we'll take this one because it's going to be a pop-up model. So when the user will click on the button, this pop-up model will open. So we need this one, and that's what we can assign here. This is fine. We can come back here. We need this section as well, and that's what we can simply paste here. Let's close this div, and close this one. We all have this data, and this is fine. Model content -that model content. This looks good. We don't need to make any changes. All we have to do is to simply replace the text. So this will be called welcome to Crypto King, stake your, and we're going to display the name of the deposit token to token to earn reward. Simple. You can display whatever you want. Now if you come back here and if you click on this, it's going to give you this pop-up model. So it's working absolutely fine. Now we can start working on this particular model. So let's make on the side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Let's close this one. Now we can go ahead and work on the other component like the input field and the ratio button. So let's come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class. Let's call this one to model -- form. Inside that we can display our input field. So we already have this prop. So we'll take this pop-up input field, and in that we can send the prop. So it's going to be a title. So let's take this template title. We'll take this stake the token, and I have to display the name of the token. So we'll say deposit token dot name, and we'll say token. Then we'll have a placeholder, and I call it amount. Then we'll have a handle change function which is going to update the amount. So we have to say set amount to e.target.value. Got it? So this is our input field. Now we got that one. Now we can come back here. We'll take a div. Let's take a form -- group. Inside that we'll display the label. We'll take a class. Let's call this form -- label. Inside that we'll say pool details. There it is. Now we can simply come back here and display all the data. We'll take this UL. It will have a class. let's call this form dash dash radio. Inside that, we'll take our input ratio, and we have to simply send the prop. So let's send this to index is going to be 1, and we'll set the value. So the value is going to contain the information about the token and the deposit and the balance. So let's take this select pool. We'll go to the deposit, and from there I can display access the symbol of the token. Now I can see one thing. Let's reload the page and let's open this component. You can see the components looks fine. Let's make on the side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. Let's do it one more time, and there it is. So we have the symbol. Actually, I want to display the balance as well. So what I can do is, this is what I have here. I can come and I can take a template URL and I can give this. So we got that symbol. Now we have to display the balance. So we'll take this and call your deposit, the token you have deposited. So we can display that. I'm going to simply copy this portion, and that's what I will paste here. And I have to keep this symbol as it is, but I have to do the changes on the top one. So this will be going to be amount which you have deposited, and that's our input field. Looks good. Now I can simply copy and paste here, and this will be the total deposit which user have done in this particular pool. And here I have to change this to deposited amount, and this will be fine. Copy and paste, and here we go to display the actual amount of token you hold in your wallet. So we'll say my balance, and this will be called deposit token dot balance, and the symbol is going to be fine. So we have to slice it down to 8, and that's the only thing we have to do. So we got this 3 input field. Now we can simply come back here and we can display the button. So we'll say pop up, and that we can say pass the prop. So it's going to be a title, and it's going to take a handle click function. So we'll say, let's call this process. You can type stake whatever you want. Let's click on this handle click. We'll say on the click event we have to call the function we have built on top, and that we have to simply pass the prop. So first is going to be the pool ID, then is going to be amount, and then is going to be the address, and that's the only thing we have to do here. So let's start working on the pool input field. In that we have to receive title, placeholder, and handle click. So let's come back here. Let's go to the admin. Inside that we have the regular component. Open that one, and here we have this pop-up input field. Click and let's receive the prop. So first thing is going to be title, the second one is going to be placeholder, and the last one is going to be the handle change. So we are receiving these 3 props. Now we can start working on the JSX straight away. So it's going to be an input field. So first thing we have to simply take a class, and let's call this form dash dash group. Inside that we'll take a label. It will have a class. Let's call this form dash dash label. Inside that label, and we can display the title. You can see the title is reflecting fine, stake, and the token name. We got the title. Now we have to display the input field. So let's remove this one. We'll say class. It's going to be form dash dash input. There it is. We can display the placeholder, and we can display the on change. So we already have this handle change passed here, and that's our input field is ready. Looks perfect. Now we can close that one, and now we can start working on our input ratio. So we have to take the value and index. These are the 2 things we're going to take it. So let's change this to 3, 1, 2, 3. Copy. That's what we can receive as a prop. Let's receive that index. Looks good. Now we can simply come back here. Let's take this li. We have to display the input, and here we have to do the changes. So type is going to be radio, and it will have an ID. So we'll say template literal type index. Got it. And it's going to have a label as well. So this will going to have our type, and we'll have an index. Inside that we can display the value. So there you can see. So we have the radio, and the balance is looking absolutely fine. Your deposit is 0 because you haven't deposited any token in the contract, and currently there is no deposited total, and this is your token balance. So that looks absolutely incredible. So close this one, and now we have to work on the button. So simply copy this one, and that's what we can come back here. Let's receive the prop. So it's going to be handle click and title. Got it. Now we can start working on the JSX. So what we can do is come back here. Let's take a button. It's going to have a couple of things. So it's going to have on click function, and we have to simply pass handle click. That's the only thing. Let's assign a class. So let's call this to form dash dash button. It will have a type. It's gonna be a button. There it is. Looks fine. And here we have to display the title, and that's the only thing we have to do here in the button section. So our button is ready, our entire component is ready. Now we can able to test and deposit the token in our staking contract. So let's make on the big screen and let's start depositing that. So let's click close, redo the page, and now we can simply open that. So here the data is loading. Now if you come back here and if you click on this, it's going to open the model. So you can see, you can click to details, and here we have the details standard, and you can click and it's going to open, and here we have, you can simply deposit. So let's type 100 and place an order. So right now we are approving 100 token. Let's click on next. Let's click on next, and here it's approving. Once the transaction will complete, after that you will get a function for staking. So we have done with the approval, and I'm getting this error. So something went wrong when it's come to calling the deposit function. So I have to do a little bit debugging. So let's do the console log, and I can see the error happening. It's happening related to the big number. So we are doing the approval correctly. You can see the number of token we have approved, it's working absolutely fine, but we have an issue with the number, which the data we are passing in the staking contract. So we can simply come back here, go back to our contract function, and this is the function we have. So let's bring it back to this. This is the deposit function. So we are getting these three data, and this working absolutely fine. We are increasing the allowance. This is working absolutely great. So what I can do is to debug, and this is very vital skills you have to prepare yourself. So this is how you can debug. So we find out that one function is working absolutely fine, but when we are passing the data into our contract, we are getting an error. So the first thing you have to do is to check the data you are getting correctly or not. So let's comment this all till here and try to console log out this data which we are receiving in the function. It's coming properly or not. So simply copy that one and let's console log out to test that we are getting all of these three data or not. We got it. Now we can simply come back here, reload the page, and we can see it's loading. Now I can simply come back here, click on this, and here I will put an amount 100, and I can click on this, and there it is. You can see the problem we have in the pool ID. So something is undefined. We are getting the amount, we are getting the wallet address, but we are not getting the pool ID. So that's the problem we have. So this is how you have to debug. When you are writing anything, any data in the contract, first try to check that you are getting all of the data or not, because sometimes you claim that the transaction is not happening because the data is not there. So we are getting this undefined. So now what we can do is we can come back here and check our function. So this is where we are passing the three data, pool ID, amount, and address in our contract. And if I come back here, we have taken this particular one, pool ID. This is fine. There is no problem in this spelling. It is exactly the same. Let's check here. We are passing the same spelling, set pool ID, and that's exactly the same thing. Now we can come back to the pool, and here we can see we are receiving the exact one. Now let's see where we are updating it. So we can come back here, click on the pool, and we have to come back here where we are updating this. Okay, so can you spot the problem? I'm just going to pause for 2 seconds. 1, 2. I hope you guys are able to spot the problem. If yes, then do let me know in the comment section. So the problem is here. Like you can see, this is the problem we have. This is fine. We are passing the exact data, but this bracket we have provided incorrectly. So this is not how we have to wrap the entire function. So we have to give here, remove it from there, remove it, and now it will work fine. It was there, that's why we were having the issue, and it was only executing one function, and now it looks fine. This is the right way to call it. Now we can simply do the texting. So we can come here and we can click on this one more time. I can see I'm getting undefined, obviously because the pop-up model is open. So I have to simply come back here, click here one more time, and click on this, and this time I'm getting that ID1. Got it? Now reload the page and let's try to call the function. So let's bring this back. Got it? Now we can start executing and depositing the token. So let's start with the elite one, which has the highest reward. So I'll click on this. Let's deposit 100 token. So click on this proceed, and you can see this time we are calling staking because we have already approved in the previous transaction. And that's how we have designed. So if it's there enough approval, it will going to call the deposit, but if it's not approval, then it's going to approve and then it will call the deposit. So here it's making the transaction. Just wait. Once the transaction will complete, this token will be deposited. So we have done the successful transaction and the token is deposited successfully in the contract. And there you can see your token is deposit 100, and this is the total token deposited in this particular pool. Let's deposit the token in this particular pool as well. I'm going to view 50. Let's call it approve. This is going to be next, and then we have to simply deposit once it get approved. So now we have to click on this confirm, and the transaction is complete. In my case it's happened quickly, but in your case it might take a little bit time, so just wait. Okay, we have deposited the token successfully, 50 in the standard pool. In the standard pool you can simply check all of that. You can also deposit in the minimum. Let's deposit 50. Let's approve that, and here it's approving. Let's open this one. Now we have to simply wait and confirm this deposit, and once this deposit will over, we'll stake the token in the first pool. So we have deposited the token. Everything is looking good. I hope you guys are on the same stage where I am. And you can see we have started calculating the reward, because this reward calculation will happen every 1 minute, because we have set 1. So this is the last time we have calculated the reward, and you've already seen we got this much reward. Now I can come back here, close this one, and now we can start working on our notification, because this time we have couple of notification in 3 different pools. So we have notification, and that notification we're going to display. So simply copy this one, and that's what we're going to receive here in the notification as a prop. And let's quickly build this. So first thing, we're going to import couple of things. So it's going to be our constants, and here we have to import the short address, and we have to import the copy address. Then we have to simply import our React icon, same copy icon, copy. We got it. Now we can simply come back here, and we're going to simply take our notification, because this notification we have in the array. So let's format that. So we'll take this pool details. In that we have this notification array, notifications we have called, and we'll say empty. Simple. We have all the notification in this notification array, and that's what we can render. So we can simply come back here, and if I take you right here in the statistics, we have couple of logic we have built. Let's come back to the pool, and there we have this one. So let's simply grab this portion, the header one, and that's what we can simply paste here. And we can simply do the close of the div, and there it is. Now we have to simply remove this one, and this is fine. Here we have to do the changes to medium 10. This will be medium, this will be 1, and this will be large 8, and this will be large 2. And we have one more class called Excel 6, offset Excel 3, and this will be called active live, and this is fine. Now we have to work on our notification component. So we already have the data. We can simply come back here, and let's take this page, because this is the prop we're going to use it, and this particular notification component is a reusable component, so we're going to use it in the activity page as well. So we're going to build a dynamic block. So we'll say that if activity means if we are on the activity page, then I don't want to display this title. So simply copy this one, and that's what I can paste it. Now I can come back here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called column12. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called deals scrollable dash div, and we'll have our inline style overflow. X is going to be scroll, because we want to have the sliding. So that's our main div. Inside that we'll take a table. It will have a class. Let's call this one deals dash dash table. Let's make on the side by side so we can see what exactly we are working on. And there you can see we have the table. Looks absolutely fine. We have the table container. Now we can start working on it. So we'll take a table head. Inside that we'll take this tr. Inside that we'll take this th, and we'll say type of, and this will be called token. This will be user. This will be our pool ID, and this will be amount, and this is going to be the date. So these are the data we are passing in our notification. Now we can simply come back here and start working on the body. So Inside that, we'll take our dynamic data and we're going to render our array. So we'll take this notify array map. It will say notify index. It's going to be an instant return. And here we have to take this tr, and let's close that one. It will have a key is going to be index. Inside that, we'll take this td. Inside that, we'll take a div, and it will have a class called deals dash dash text. Inside that, we're going to display our notify type of. There it is. If I bring it here, you can see, because we have done 3 deposit in 3 different pool, and you can see the tag type of is going to be deposit. Looking good. Now what I have to do is, and I have noticed one thing, that this is fine. Simply copy this one, and that's what we can simply paste here. And change the text is going to be the deals dash dash exchange, and here we have to display different data. So this is going to be our image, and we'll say Ethereum because I have deployed on Ethereum test network. So as per the blockchain network, you have to display the image. So I already have this image, and all the images is provided in the image file, so you can check there. So I access that. Okay, my spelling is mistake, so I'll say exchange. There it is. Now here we can display the address. So I'll take this green class. Inside that, I can display the pool reward token dot symbol. Then I can display the pool reward name, and I also allow the user to copy the address. So I'll take a span, we'll say red. Inside that, we can display our icon. So I'll take this space, and I'll go to display the icon we have, copy icon. And on that, I'm going to attach an on click function, so user can click and they can copy. So let's call this on click, and we already have the copy address function, and that's what I can call it. And inside that, I can simply pass the token address. So we'll say pool reward token dot address. So we got it. Now you can see if I click, okay, I'm getting some error. That's weird. The spelling is correct. We have imported that perfectly. So let's make on the big screen to see what exactly went wrong. It's loading the data. Now I can come back here. I can go back to the function in index page, and there you will see I have called the exact spelling copy address. If I see the import, there is a problem. So this is fine, and I have done the wrong input, so it's coming from index, not for constants. Now it will work fine. So if I come back here and if I click on this, going to simply open this notification that I have copied. Looks good. Now let's make it side by side. Okay, come on, that's good. Okay, click here. Now good. Let's go ahead. So we got this first. Now we have to display the second one. So we got that one. Now we can simply come back here. We'll take a td. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class, and we'll call this deals dash dash text, deals dash dash text dash dash green. Inside that, we can take a, let's call this short address, and I can take this notify and dot user. So I have to display the user address. So simply copy this space. There it is. And I can simply copy here, and that's what I can paste here. And I can simply copy the copy icon and copy this entire portion. And that's what I can simply paste here. And I have to change the address. So I'll simply do one thing. I have this notify, copy this one, and that's what I can paste here. Got it? So we got our copy icon. Looks good. Now we can come back here. We'll take a td. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class. We'll call it deals dash dash text. Inside that, I'll take this template literal, and we have to display the ID of the pool. So I already have the ID in the pool ID. I got it. There it is. Now I have to display the amount and the date. Simply copy and paste here. And here I have to do the changes. So it's going to be called timestamp. There it is. And this will be our deals dash dash text dash dash cell. Okay, I made a mistake. So I have to simply copy this portion and paste our for the amount. So the timestamp is good. I have to change here. So let's remove this one. This will be amount. And I have to also display the icon. So I can simply come back here and I can get the icon from here. So simply grab this portion, and that's what I have to simply call it. Let's call here. Okay, call. That's it. So we got our amount and the date. Looks good. And I want to display only 10 in the in the home page, but when the user will go to the activities page, there they will find all the notification. So let's slice it down to 0 to 10. That's it. Looks perfect. And I can display some text here. So let's leave here, take a dynamic block, and again this particular block will only visible in the home page, not in the activity page. So we'll take this. If we are not on the activity page, then I want to render this. So we'll take this div, let's close this one. It will have a class, let's call this column 12. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class, let's call this to section dash dash buttons. Inside that we'll take a anchor, it will have a slash activities, and it will have a class, let's call this to section dash dash button, and we can display view all activities. Perfect. Now we can make on the big screen and you can see everything is looking absolutely incredible. We got this entire component notification, we have done 3 transactions in our staking contract, and that's all reflecting here. You can click and you can copy. Looks perfect. Okay, now I can simply click, nothing will happen because that components don't exist, so we have to build that component. This component we don't have it, so we have to work on that component. You can simply deposit more token. If you click, we will go to the activity page, and you can have to also work on our send message component. So we can simply come back to the code, close this one, and we are done with that. Now we can start working on our other component. So this is where we left. What we can do, let's span this one. We can come back here, and this time we're going to start working on withdraw model. So simply copy this portion, and that's what we have to receive in the component. So let's come back here, click, and let's receive the prop. Let's remove this one, remove this, remove this, remove this, and remove this. We got all of this, and we already built the skeleton. So we're going to do a lot of copy paste here. So we're going to simply come back here. We can come back to the pool model, and from there we're going to copy a couple of things. So simply copy the entire thing, and that's what we have to import. So we got it. Now we have to simply do one thing. We need only these 2 components, like input and button, but we don't need this one. So simply remove this one. Got it? Now we can come back here. And from here we can simply take this entire function and the state variable, and we can paste here. And all we have to do is to simply pass the function and the prop. So we can simply take this, we can take the withdrawal, copy that one, and that's what we can call it, withdrawal function. And we need this pool ID, and that's what we can pass. We can pass the amount, and the address is also there. Looks good. And our function is ready for withdrawing the token from the contract. Absolutely great. Got it? Now we can simply come back here, and we can simply copy this hooks, and that's what we can pass here. Looks good. And we're going to add a couple of things here. So let's change this one to node, and this is fine. We can simply come back here, and we're going to simply copy the entire thing. So let's copy until here, paste, and close the div 1, 2, and 3. So we have closed that. You can simply remove this one, and the rest should be fine. This is the class is going to be there, and this looks good. And we can change the text to withdraw token, and you can add your dummy text. So I'll go with this dummy text, and that is this. Let's do one thing. We can come back here. We can take this input field, and that's also we can import here. Paste, close this one, and we have to send the prop. So we have this one. Let's remove this too. Call amount. This will be amount, and here we are updating our state variable amount. Good. Now we can take our button, copy, and that's what we can simply paste here. And here we have to change this to withdraw, and we have built the withdraw function, and that's what we are calling here. And simply copy this one, and that's what we have to simply pass. Perfect. So we got our withdrawal function, and we're going to have one more function for claiming reward. So we can simply copy this portion, copy this button, and paste here. And here we have to simply call the function. So I guess we don't have the function. Let's change this to claim reward. And we don't have the function. It's pretty easy. I want you to give a try. I hope you guys have tried. Now let me do it. Simply copy this portion, and we have to simply paste here. Now I have to change the name. So this will be claim. And here we have to change the props. So in that we have to only pass the pool ID. Then user can withdraw the reward from the pool. Got it? And that's the only thing we have to do. Simply copy and call the function here. So our claim reward function is ready. Simply copy that one, and that's what we have to pass here, and remove this one. And that's the only thing we have to do in this pop-up model. Looks perfect. We got it. I hope you guys have followed it. And this is the entire component, all the architecture, all the components and the codes we have. Now we can come back here. Let's reload the page. And you can see it's reloading the data from our smart contract, and here we have all the data. Now if you come back here in the reward section, you will find that we earn a lot of reward from all of these 3 pools. So if you click on this third one, in the third one I have earned 2.46, that much reward I have earned, because we are providing 300 return on the investment. So if I click on this, it's going to open this pop-up model. You can see the text, the dummy text, we have the input field, and we have the 2 button, withdraw and claim. So you can able to claim or withdraw the token. It will work fine. So first, let's do one thing. Let's click on the claim reward, and here we have this function. Click on confirm, and let's open the MetaMask. You can see the transaction is the pending state, and here the transaction is completed, and we have withdraw our claim from the contract, and now the reward is 0. Got it? That's how you can withdraw, and this is the last calculation. Perfect. If you want to withdraw from, you can do that. So let's reward this, and you can see that I'm getting this error. So maybe there is a problem in our ID. Okay, let's double check that. So when I'm trying to call it, I already have a reward, but it's giving me this ID that there is no reward available. Why? I already have the reward. So let me give a try on this, and if I click, let's come back here before I claim it. Let's click here, and it's calling it perfectly and confirm. So why this weird behavior we are having? So I'm not getting the reward from the standard, but if I see that we have successfully claimed the reward, but this claim we haven't claimed from this one, the 15 one. Okay, so let's see what exactly went wrong. So when I click, it's throwing me this error, and when I click, it's giving me this error that there is no reward. So there must be a problem in the pool ID. We are not getting that correctly, and somehow the pool is getting from one particular pool. So this is fine. This is fine. And if I come back here, and here is the problem. You can see we made 2 claims, but all those 2 claims is coming from pool number 2. You can see this is the pool number 2. So somehow our pool ID is not working properly when we are clicking on the claim, reward and pool. So let's come back here and let's check our function on the click event. I can come back here and we can go back to the withdrawal, and there we have the function which give us the pool ID which we want to interact with, and I can see the problem. I want you to fix this problem. Can you spot the problem? I hope you guys have spot that. So let me do that. So I have to simply call this one. My bad. And that's the only thing we have to do, so we can able to get the specific pool. Now it will work absolutely fine. So if you come back here, and if I try to withdraw the reward from the second pool, I can click on this, and I can click on this claim reward, and it's going to simply claim the reward from our contract, and it's working fine. So you can see it's making the work, and here the transaction is completed and we have claimed our reward successfully. And if you see, it's went down to 0 and we got it. Now you can check all of that, all the data is exchanged. You can simply claim the reward from the first pool, and let's click on the confirm, and once the transaction will complete, we'll have our pool. So finally we got our data, our token back, the reward we have on. So that's how you can withdraw. You can see claim, and the pool ID is also getting changed 012. If you want to withdraw this one, let's click on this and let's withdraw that one to fail, because that's the logic we have implemented. We want to keep the user withdrawal below 50, and you can see it's failed, and we are doing the internal calculation to checking that what is the fund is available in the token as a whole. So it's not a problem. You can see. Now we have to simply do one thing. We can come back to the admin panel. I'll show you the logic we have implemented. So the logic we have implemented, that first we have to calculate the entire number of token is stake, and based on that we have to simply allow the user to withdrawal. So we are not allowing user to withdraw very high number of tokens. They can go with the low quantity, but when it's come to going on high quantity, we want to do the check and restrict there. So that's the logic we have implemented, and that's what we follow in generally in the industry. We want the user to be involved in our project. So it's a very good strategy. So we can come back to the admin panel, and there you will find that I'm getting this error, and I hope you guys can spot the problem, that what exactly we have the problem and why I'm getting this error, because we have been building this project for the last 7 hours. So I hope you guys have understood this. Let's come back and let's fix this one. So there is a small typo we have in the notification, And all I have to do is to simply make it capital instead of small. So you can see reward token is in small. So I have to make it capital. So come back here, simply go down, and on the bottom you will find make it capital T, and that will fix the issue. Got it? If you reload the page, you will find that all the details are looking absolutely fine. We got that. This is the surplus we have added, which user will use it for rewarding, and we got it fine. But somehow our total stake is not reflecting. So that's the fix we have to do. Let's check the investing section, and it's perfect. We are calculating the percentage and displaying all of this data, but this section is not good. Like they are not aligned perfectly, ETH and claim. So the title is something wrong with that. We have to fix that. So come back here, and we can come back here in the notification section, and I can see the problem. So it's deposit, remove the E and save it. Got it? Now that's the only thing you have to do. So we come back here, and it's perfectly aligned in the this one. And I hope you guys can see this is the spelling mistake I have done. So fix it in the contract, because this data is coming from the contract. And that's why it's very important that before you move to the actual mainnet, you have to do all the testing of the contract. Sometimes the transaction takes a little bit time when you go to do on the test network, because it's a test network, okay? But when you go to do on the actual network, it will happen good. So before you move to the actual network, make sure to do the robust testing of your contract on the test network. This is fine. This is fine. All the percentage bars looks absolutely great. So we don't need to do anything in here. Let's come back on the home page. And now we can try to deposit and withdraw a couple of tokens. So we have already deposited it this much. I want to withdraw a little less amount of token. So let's come back here to see in our console that if anything goes wrong, we can simply see the error. So let's try to withdraw. This time I want to withdraw, let's say 10 token, and it's working. Click on confirm and click on wait. Once the withdrawal will complete, you will have the 10 token back to your wallet address. And I would always prefer you to allow this withdrawal system in a low quantity, not in the high quantity. In the high quantity, you will have a higher gas consumption. So that's why we have restrict the higher quantity of withdrawal. And you can see we have successfully withdrawn the 10 token, and we have also claimed the reward, because that's what we are doing. It will check for reward, and if it has a reward, it will claim the reward as well as withdraw token, and that's what you can see here. Looks fine, but somehow the alignment is not perfect. Like it's getting a little up and down. So that's what I have to fix. Invest more token. If you want, you can do that. Click here, give a 20 and click on proceed, and it's going to tell you to approve, but I'm not going to do it because I already have enough tokens stake in the contract. So I'll simply cancel the transaction now. I'll wait. I can simply come down here, and I want to withdraw a couple of tokens. So let's withdraw 20 token. Click on this withdraw, and it's going to make a call to our smart contract and confirm the transaction. And that's how we can able to withdraw the token out of the smart contract. Wait, the transaction will complete, and you will have your token back to your wallet address. And finally, the transaction is completed, and we have withdraw our token successfully. If you come back here, you will see right now we have 70 token, and the withdraw and the reward we have earned is also got withdraw from the contract. So that's what you can see. If you come back here, you can see we have called the withdraw function, and we have withdraw 20 token, and here we have the reward. So that's what look good. If you want to withdraw from this, you can withdraw 30, and let's confirm the transaction. Confirm. It's going to reload the page, and once the transaction will complete, you will have your token back to your wallet address. So open up the terminal, open up the MetaMask, and here the transaction is completed. And there you can see we got that, and we got our token back to our wallet address. We have claimed the reward. Perfect. So staking, reward, everything is working absolutely fine. And now come back here in the admin panel, and let's test the functionality here, because everything is done and we are doing the final testing. So this is good. Now somehow I have noticed that this one is not working. It's not displaying the total stake of the token. So we can come back in the code, and we can see what exactly went wrong. So we can come back here in the index file, and here we have this perfect. So we are simply calling this particular function, and this is the entire pool. Here we are calculating the total number of deposit in all the three pools. So this is the value, and that's what we are simply passing here. So it looks perfect. There is no problem in that. So we can come back here in the admin, and I can see the problem is happening. So this is fine. This is the place where I have to do the changes. So not deposit amount, we have to call total deposit amount and change it, save it, and you will see the balance of the token which user have deposited. That's all it's reflecting here. Perfect. Now we can come back here and this looks good. Everything's good. If you want, you can simply update it. Let's withdraw, update. That's all you can do with that. Now we can come back here and we can see this is what we have here, and this is, we can simply click and we can claim the reward we have on. Check, we are in the pending state, and here we have completed our transaction. Perfect. Now we can come back here, and I have noticed the problem right up here. So like it's not perfectly aligned, so we have to remove this extra text I have added. So this is fine, like there's no problem in the reward. This is the one I have to remove it. So come back here and go back to the admin notification. Okay, no, we have to come back to the notification, and from here I have to remove this one. So remove this portion and it will fix the issue too. So got it. Perfect. We got this. Looks better. Now close this one, close this one. We can come back here in the index page. This is what all we have. Now we can start working on our contact component. So we can come back here. Let's import the props. Come back here. We have to import our FormSpare. We'll say use form, and it's coming from FormSpare React, and we have to also take the validation. Error. Then we have to take the toaster because we have to display when the user will successfully send the message. So we'll take this React hot toaster. Then we have to simply come back here and we're going to simply take this closest button icon. Then we can come back here, and here we have to simply build our notification. So we'll say notify success is going to take a message, and it's going to take this success, toaster success, will pass the message and duration. So it's going to be 2 seconds. Now we have to build a if statement. We have to check the state of the message. So we'll say, we'll take this state, handle, submit, and we can get that from FormSpare. And here you have to provide your FormSpare API key. So we already have that in our environment variable. So let's import that. We'll say FormSpare API. We'll say process.env.next public form spare. We got it, API. Now that's what we have to copy and paste here. Perfect. Now we can come back here. Let's say if state dot succeeded, because that's the variable we have in the state. So make sure to use the exact one. Then we have to simply return this notify message sent successfully. Perfect. Got it. Now we can simply come back here, and we need to do a little bit copy. So simply copy this portion, and that's what we have to paste. And we're going to do a little bit changes. It will be show, and this will be call arcs, and here we have to add more attributes. So this is going to be, let's say, air model true. Then we'll have role is going to be dialogue, and I don't need this one, Arial hidden, so remove that one. And we're going to have a custom class. So we'll say display is going to be block, and we'll have our padding left is going to be 0. Perfect. Now we can simply come back here and grab this portion, and that's what we can paste here. And let's close the div, close the div, close the div. So we got it, and the rest should be fine. We don't need to have this, so simply remove this one, and we can have an on-click function. Based on the on-click, we have to simply close this model. So we'll say set contact us is to false. Got it. Now we can simply change this to ask question, and here we're going to display our input field. So we can simply make it side by side to see what exactly we are working on. Let's bring it here. Now we can simply click on this, and there it is. Now we can come back here. Let's take this form, and here we have to add on submit, and we already have that function. We'll call this handle submit, and we'll have a class. Let's call this model dash dash form. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called form dash dash group. Inside that we'll take an input, and this input fields are very important. So make sure to give the exact name which I'm giving you, because this is the attributes is going to be triggered in our email provider, and we're going to have the exact data with attributes. So this will be name, because that's what we are taking, name, and ID is also going to be name. Placeholder will have a class. Let's call this one form dash dash input. Then we have to take a placeholder. We'll say name. Got it? Simply copy this one, paste here, and this will be an email. So change this to email, copy, paste, and here we have to simply change this to email with capital E. Got it? Now we have to take this message box, means text. So let's come back here. This is going to be the message. So we're going to have the same attribute. So let's change this to message, copy, paste, and here we'll say your question. And we have to simply change this input to text area. And there it is. And let's assign a class to text area. Perfect. We got that. Now we can take the button. So we can simply come back here. Let's take a div. It will have a type. Is going to be submit. And we're going to simply call this class form dash button, and we'll display this send. Perfect. So that's the entire component we have, and we have to simply disable the button based on the submitting state. So we'll say disable if the state is submitting. Perfect. We got it. That's the only thing we have to do here. Now we can simply come here and we have to simply validate the data. So we'll take this validator error component and we can parse the prefix is going to be the email, and we have to pass the field name. So it's going to be email. So this is, and then we can simply pass the error state. Simply copy, and that's what we can simply paste. So this one is for the name. I call it email. Okay, just keep it as it is. We're going to make the change. Simply copy this one, paste here, and paste here. Now we can do the changes. So this will be message with capital, and simply come back here. This is name and name. Perfect. And that's the only thing we have to do. We can easily able to send the email. Now you can come back here, close this one. You can simply click and it will open. Select the name, give the email, and I want to text this dummy. Click and send, and here, perfect. We got the message, and this message will be received in the FormSpare dashboard and in the email which you have provided. You to the page. Got it. Now you can click. Everything is working fine. All the click events are looking absolutely great. We can see all the funds are reflecting fine. We can simply deposit and see all the details about the pools and do this investment. Token details are fine. This is the staking reward section. There you will find all the stats about the rewards and the token deposit which you have done. And here we have all the notification, all the claims we have done. Perfect. Click and you can send the email. Now we can simply come back here and we can start working on our activity page. So if you click here, it will take you to the activity page and there is nothing in here. So we can do that very easily because we already done the hard work and we have built all the components. So we can come back here in the admin panel, and from there I'm going to get a couple of things. So I need this import. So let's come back here and we can simply copy this one entire, and that's what we have to simply call here in the activity. So let's import that. Let's import couple of components like stats component, and we have to import the notification component as well. So simply come here, copy, and let's import that. So we got this component. Now we can come back here. Let's import our function which is coming from index, like contract data. We got it, and now we have to simply call the function. So we can come back here in the admin, and this is what we need. Copy, paste here. We need the entire function, so this one as well. Copy and simply paste here. So we got it. Now we can simply take this fragment and remove this one, and inside that we can simply display our component. So this is going to be header. It will have a prop to activity. Then we'll have our div. It will have a class. We want to have a margin from top, so we have a class for new margin, and then we'll have a statics prop. Let's come back here. Okay, my bad. So come back here. Let's copy this one, pool details, and that's what I can paste here, and that's what we are passing here as a prop. Perfect. Then we have to take this notification, and that we have to pass the page and all the details, pool details. Perfect. Then we have to take this footer. Then we have to take this ICO cell with a prop, so with the set loader, and here we have to simply display the dynamic loader if the loading state, and that's the only thing we have to do here. So this is the entire our activity page. Perfect. Got it. Now we can come back here, and here we are getting this error, and that's obvious. We have to do the changes in our function. You can see it's looking for the admin address, so I can come back here, and here we have to remove this if statement. Simply remove this one, and we have to simply remove this check admin and remove this one and format this properly so it will be look little better. And that's the only thing we have to do here. Perfect. It's loading, and here we got the data. So somehow our merging is not working, so This is good, all the data is reflecting fine, but the margin from the top is not working. So I can see the problem. So come back here, and there it is. There is the problem. So I have to simply take this div, cut this one, and that's what I can simply break here. This div is only for the margin, and paste here, save it. Now you can come back here and you can see now we are perfectly margined from the top and all the data is reflecting fine. So you can click and you can go to the home page, and our redirection is also working fine. So that's all we have. So we are done with this home page. You can click and you can buy, you can click and it will open, and you can see the token is 0, and you can simply invest more token. That's all. Pop-up model is looking good. Here we have the withdrawal. I have already earned the reward, and this is not perfectly aligned, so we have some issue in this activate live, and this is fine. So we can come back here and we have to go back to the notification, and we have to go on top. So this is the place where we are getting this particular weird, our margin is not working. So I can see the problem, it's happening, it's here. So it's offset, we have to remove this E, save it. Perfect. Now it is perfectly aligned in the center. Got it? You can simply click and you can send the message. You can click and you will go back to the activity page. There you will find all the details about the contract. Perfect. You can simply click. Now let's come back to the admin page, and there it is. Reload the page, and here we have it, all of these details. Now you can come back to the pool and let's test out the functionality we have. So everything's looking good. The staking is perfect. We have this much token is available in our contract as a surplus, so I can able to withdraw that if I want. So I can, let's withdraw it. So for that I have to give the token address. I'll come back to my environment variable and I can simply copy it. You can use it, this contract, this application, for dynamic token as well. That's why I have given this. I put address. Okay, so let's put the address and I can click on this, give the amount 10 token, and I can say withdraw, and it's going to make a call to our smart contract, and we can able to withdraw the token, the surplus we have provided in the staking contract. Just wait, the transaction is happening, and the transaction is completed, and we have withdrawn 10 token out of the staking contract, and it's went down to 71. You can see. Now let's come back here. Let's try to fund the staking contract with more token. So I can do that very easily. I have the function, so I can simply copy the staking contract address, and that's what I can paste here, and I can give the token which I want to fund with, so 20, and click on this confirm, and the token will be transferred to our staking contracts. So just wait, the transaction completed successfully, and you will see it went up to 91. Earlier it was 71. So we have successfully funded the contract. You can also fund the ICO contract, because in the ICO contract we have 0 token, so no one can buy our token. So we can simply fund that. So copy the ICO contract address and simply paste here, give the quantity. So I want to transfer 100. I'll simply click on this confirm, and here we have successfully transferred the token. You can see the balance is 100. Now we can simply come back to the pool and let's try to create one more pool. I would suggest you to create only 3 pool, but you can create as many pool as you want, because that's the feature we have included in our contract. So let's copy the address, and this is the deposit token. You can, for the reward token, I will go with the same token, but if you want to provide different token as a reward, make sure to maintain the supply in the contract. You have to fund extra token for the reward of that specific token which you want to allow the user for reward. Now I can simply give the percentage is going to be, let's say 600, and I want to, the log day is going to be for 5, and simply click on this to confirm. Open this one and it's going to make a call, and finally we have created the pool. And if you come back here, you can see it's reflecting fine. So we have 4 pools. This one is for 600. If you come back to the pool, click on the pool list, there you will find that we got 4 pools. If you want to update pool, you can simply click on this update APY, and here you have to give the number. So it's going to be a number. You don't need to do any conversion. Simply pass the number which you want to provide as a percentage. So I'll go with 1%, and click on this confirm. Click on this, and here the transaction is in the process. Once the transaction will complete, you will find that we have successfully changed the percentage. Things looks good. You can update the price, you can withdraw all the tokens. Our redirection is also working fine. You can come back here, then you will find that we have this much token available. So what I will do, I will simply change my account to account number 2, and let's do some testing with this different account which is not the admin. So you can see I don't hold any token in the contract, that's why everything is deposit is 0. First I have to buy a couple of token because I don't have enough tokens. So I have 35 token as a balance. So let's deposit and let's buy a couple of tokens. So I want to buy 50 token. Let's click on this buy token and I have to confirm the transaction. Click on it here, and here the transaction is in the pending state and the transaction is completed. Sometimes the transaction takes a little bit of time, so just wait. And finally the transaction is completed and I have bought the entire 50 token, and this progress bar is also working fine. Now I can simply deposit it. So I can simply come here and I will deposit in Elite. So click on this investment. I'll go with this 50. Click on this proceed and it's going to approve. Let's approve this. Now once the approval will done, after that I have to simply confirm and deposit it. Click on confirm and it will deposit the token. So it's deposited the token in the contract. Perfect. And here we have deposit 50 token and the amount is also went up. You can see all of these details and you can see all this notification is reflecting fine. 50 token you have deposited. You can simply send the message, copy, paste here and send. Perfectly. So we have sent the message successfully and everything is up and running. Now you can come back here. You can simply click on this withdraw and you can withdraw that. You can see I have not earned any reward, so I cannot able to withdraw because I have to wait for that long period of time. Then I can able to withdraw or claim the reward. So right now it's 0. Let me reload the page and wait for a couple of time and just wait, and let's come back here and it's still 0. I can come back to the activity page and check the other features. So this looks fine. 90 token, 190 token we have. And now we can come back here. Let's go to the admin. The wallet I'm using, it's not the admin, that's why you can see it's not have the authority to access the admin panel. I can click and you can come back to the home page. That's also looking good. And I can click on this token. It's going to add the token in the MetaMask. Click on this add token and the token is added successfully in the MetaMask. Perfectly. You can simply buy more token. Now you can see that I have earned couple of reward, but I cannot able to claim now because I have to wait for 3 minutes. If I click, it will throw me this error, lock is active. So I have to wait till this lock get over. After that I can able to withdraw the token. So just wait. And here we have it. As you can see, it's went up to 8.2, means we have passed the 2 minutes and it's got calculated. If I try to proceed ahead, I can do that. If I want to withdraw, again it will throw me this error because the lock time is still active. So just wait. I have to now. Let's try all this. Now you can see the responsiveness as long as the time gets over. Everything is good. You can simply open in the new tab. You can click and you can simply disconnect. This is the side navigation. This is a token ICO. We have this maximum. You can click and we'll open it. So all this event slider tabs are working fine. You can claim, and here we have this one. Perfect. Here we have this notification component. And we have this ask question component. You can click on the activity and will take you to the activity page, and there you will find the stats and all the activities happening in the contract. Perfect. Now come here, click here, it will take you to the home page. Let's make on the big screen and now let's give a try. So this time the time is over and now we can able to claim the reward. So click on this and you can invest more token into it. So let's close this one. Now let's try to claim the reward. So I'll click on this claim reward and it's going to process the transaction, and I have to simply confirm the transaction. So once it will complete, I will have the reward back in my wallet address, and the reward is completed. You can see we have successfully withdraw the token and the reward went down to 0. Now if I want to withdraw the token, I can do that. I can say 30 token withdrawal and I can simply claim, open this one and I'll say confirm. Perfect. So we have claimed our reward and withdrawed our token. So everything is good. You can click on the activity and it looks perfect to me. Now you can go to the admin panel, simply /admin, change here to account number 3, and I will have the access because I'm the admin of this particular contract. So if I change and see all of that's look good, this is the one which we have deposited and withdraw. Transfer pool, that's all we have seen. Looks incredible. So I hope you guys have understood. We have finally completed the entire project. Close this one, close this one, close this one, close this one. So all you have to do is to simply change the environment variable, get your staking contract address, ICO contract address. You have to provide your deposit token and reward token. You have to get your logo. Here you have to provide your admin address, and this is the network configuration you have to do. So we are testing. Here you have to provide the network configuration. So I'm doing on Ethereum. That's what I have provided, and you have to get your own FormSpare API key. So if you come back here, you can simply type and go back to the blockchain coder. There you will find all the resources about this particular project. So click on this and you can come back to the source code section. There you will find all the project we have built on the channel. So all the resources about this particular project and the startup file and the final code is also given. So you can simply click here, recent project, and this is the one. So click here, and here you will find all the resources. So you can simply watch this video. So when you will get the final source code. So in this video I have explained that how you can do the setup when you will get the final source code, but as long as you are following the complete project, it will explain you everything in that. So we have completed the entire project. I hope it's making sense to all of you guys, and you guys have understood every single logic we have implemented in the project. Still, if you have any question, any doubt, do let me know in the comment section, and try to rewatch the contract, try to rewatch and rebuild the project if you not understand any part, because understanding is very important. So try to understand. So with that, I'm ending this. In the next video we're going to deploy our application on internet so other can utilize it. Two different method. You can simply deploy to GitHub, and from there you can simply deploy to Netlify or Vercel. But we're going to follow another approach where we're going to convert this entire application, Next.js application, into a static file. So you can deploy that to like cPanel or any hostinger providers as well. So we'll talk about that, and we're going to follow both the methods. So let's move to the next video. Everyone, welcome back to the final video of our project. In the last video we have built the entire project and done all the testing. I hope you guys have followed the complete project and build this phenomenal application and really learn that how you can build decentralized app. In this video we're going to deploy our application on internet so other can utilize it. All the project we have built in the past, in that we have used GitHub for deploying our application, but in this video I'll show you that how you can convert this Next.js application in static file, and that file you can deploy to your cPanel or anywhere, just like an HTML file. So this is what we have coded. I hope you guys have followed it. Now we can start working and converting our file into a static file. So this is what we have now. You can see this is the entire environment variable of our project. You don't need to do anything in here. Make sure to follow the complete project. You will understand everything. Now we can come back to the contract, and I want to show you a couple of things. So this is the entire contract we have coded. This is the entire context management we have built. This is the entire component we have built together in the project. Now what we have to do is make sure to follow the complete playlist. There you will find all the things. So we have more than 10 videos in this particular playlist in which we have built this phenomenal application. Good. Now looks perfect to me. Now I can come back here, and we have to do a little bit changes in our package.json file so we can able to generate our static file. So we can come back here, and here we have multiple commands. So we have already tested the development. Now we're going to simply run the build command. So here we have to add one line of extra code. So I'll show you two methods, one with build and the other one is with the export modules. So let's start with the build module first. So we'll say and next build. It's going to generate the output folder for us, which we're going to simply deploy to our application, means the hosting platform. That's the one thing you have to do. Now open up your terminal, and now we have to simply run the build command, npm run build. And this particular command is going to convert the entire application into a static file. So it's doing the work. Just wait, and here you can see it's completed the entire file into a static file and looks absolutely perfect. You simply ignore this warning. It's just a JavaScript warning file, and here we have finally the process is completed. Now once you will successfully complete the conversion and generating the static file, you will get this particular out folder. In that you will have the entire code of your project which we're going to deploy. So you will see we have this 404 page. It will automatically generate. We have the HTML, CSS, images, JavaScript. Here we have the active page. Perfect. Save it to format. I'm using Prettier in my VS Code. That's why the moment I'm saving, it's getting formatted automatically. We have the admin, save, and it will be formatted automatically. You can see this is the HTML, and this is all the images we have. So we are done with this. Now we have to simply deploy this particular folder to our hosting provider. I'm going to deploy to Netlify, but you can do exactly the same thing on your cPanel. So simply copy and paste in your cPanel. So this is the folder we're going to deploy, and sometime you won't see this particular folder because you have that default setup in your VS Code. So to change the setup, you can simply come back here, go to the settings. There you can come and type file. There you will find all the files which you have hidden. So I have hidden all of these files, so that's why files are not reflecting here, and these are my important files, so that's why I'm hiding and not displaying. So make sure if this out folder is hidden, make sure to simply remove it from here and select it and click on this, so it will remove and it will be visible. And this is the folder we're going to deploy. So let's minimize this one. Now we can simply open our browser, open a new tab and type Netlify, Netlify. I hope you guys know what is Netlify. Click on the very first link and make sure to create your account. Try to create your account through GitHub, so you can easily able to import all the project which you have in right up here. But I already have my account, so I'm going to simply log in, and here I'm back into my dashboard, and you can see all the project which I have deployed. So these are the project we have built in our complete blockchain development course I have. Make sure to check that. There we have built all of the project, and that's what I have deployed. Simply click here, and here you will have three options. You can simply import from GitHub, you can simply start with template, or you can do the manual deploy where we have generated our static file. So I can simply click on this deploy manually, or you can click on this import from GitHub, and it will give you three options. You can go with GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, and this DevOps. Perfect. I'll come back here, click on this, and now I have to deploy manual deploy. So I'll click on this deploy, and here I have to simply upload the file. So I'll click on this upload, and I have to go back to the desktop because I have that particular folder right up here in the starter file. Open this one, and this is the folder I have. This is the out folder. Select this one and upload. Click on upload, and don't reload your page. Just wait. Once it will deploy successfully, it's going to reflect in your dashboard. So it's uploaded, and here you can see the files are uploaded successfully. It looks absolutely incredible. All the things are completed. Now you can simply click on this open production deploy, and you will see that our application is working absolutely fine. And here we have. You can see somehow our background color is not working, and that's the problem we have. When you generate the static file, some of the web packs has a different configuration, because generally in HTML what happened, we have a body tag, inside that we have all the tag, but in Next.js application it's not compulsory that you have to add the body tag. So when you're going to deploy as a Next.js application, in that it will not create any problem, but when you're deploying as a static file, you have to do a little bit changes. I'll show you. Everything is working fine. You can simply reload the page, you can cut, and you can come back here and you can access the URL from here as well, and it will open the same file. Everything is working fine. The only thing is background is not working because the background color is attached in the body tag, so we have to do the fix. And this problem you will face only in the static file, not in the actual net. You can see you can connect your wallet, you can pick a MetaMask, and you can select the network, confirm, and here you can switch the network, and I'm back on the network where I have deployed, and you can see all the data is reflecting fine. All of this transaction is looking absolutely great. Perfect. You can click here, it will open this one, and you can cut, you can open the model, you can come back here, you can click here to send the questions, and you can simply claim the reward and withdraw. That's also looking good perfectly. All the tabs are working. Let's go to the admin panel, and there you will find that admin panel is also working fine. We can able to have the access in our application. Looks perfect. You can go to different tabs, and that's all is reflecting here. Perfect. Now we can come back to our code and let's do that changes. So it's pretty easy. I hope you guys can understand that why we are having this issue, because when you generate static file, we don't have the body tag, and the project we have built in that we haven't included the body tag, but that body tag need the classes, so we have to do the changes. So we can simply come back here and let's come back to the style, and there you will find all the classes we have applied, and I'm going to add one more class. So let's come back to the pages, go back to the activity and admin. You can go to any pages, and here you can see that we are taking this fragment, so we're going to simply convert it into a div, and we're going to add a class, a background class. So let's do one thing. We can simply close this one, make on the big screen, and let's clear our terminal, and first let's run the development environment. So we'll say npm run dev, and you will see it will work absolutely fine. We have no issue in the development environment. We are having the classes perfectly apply because we are using the Next.js way of adding the classes, and everything is looking good. There's no problem, but we have a problem in the static file because there is no body tag, so we have to simply convert it. So you can click and you can redirect to different pages. Got it? Let's come back to the code, close this one, close this one, close this one. Now we have to simply come back to the page, go back to the index page, and here I have to add a div and the class. So let's call this div, it will have a class, and we have to add the class. So let's come back to the style and let's add a class here. So let's go on top. This is all the classes we have applied. Let's come here. We'll take a that body background color. Come here. We'll add a background color is going to be. So I can simply copy the background color. So I have this extension which allow me to pick the color. So I'll click on that and I can simply copy the color. So click, and this is the copy color ID. So paste here. You got it? Now this is the class I have to apply in all the 3 pages. So paste here, simply copy, come back to the activity, replace, close the div. Got it? Now we can come back here in the admin done, like activity done, we have to give in the admin. So paste here, and we have to simply close the div, and we have to add in one more places in our header, because it has a dynamic color. On over effect we have a different color, and normal have a different color. So let's come back to our header. So this is fine, you don't need to do anything in here. Let's come back to the component, go back to the header, and here we have to apply just like this as an inline CSS. The reason why we are applying inline CSS is because we have 2 different classes. So make sure to add this and it will work absolutely fine. Got it? Now we have to regenerate the out folder. So this time we have to make a change in our command. So this time we have to call next export. Earlier we call it build, but this time we have to call next export. So it can regenerate a new file. But if you call build one more time, so it's not going to generate the file. It will compile it, but it will not generate the file, a new file. So we have to simply call this export. Close this one. Now open up and type build, and it's going to simply generate the folder. It's compiling, optimizing, and here we got it. And finally we have got our out folder, and that's all that one updated code. Now we have to upload one more time this particular one. So come back here, Netlify, close all of these tabs, click on this, and I can click on this deploy manually, and here I have to simply select the folder, click and select the folder and upload. So it's uploading. Once the upload will complete, we'll have the product online. So we got it. Our application is deployed successfully. Now we can come back here, click on this, and it's going to open in the new tab, and here it's perfectly aligned. You can see all the classes are applied. Now we have our background color. Now we can click on this and we can simply connect our wallet. We can pick an account, and here we are connected, and all the stylings are applying fine. Perfect. You can see you can buy the token. You can simply add the token in your MetaMask. There it is. Click on this add token, and the token is added successfully. You can simply buy it. So everything is looking good. Everything is looking good. Perfect. You can go to the activity page. There it is. You can simply go to the admin page, and here you have the access of the admin page because you are the admin. There it is. You can go to the pool list. Here you can click and you can able to update the pool transfer. That's all looks fine. Perfect. I hope you guys can understand that how you can generate the static file and deploy. So everything is looking perfect, and we have deploy and build this phenomenal application. So you can simply claim the reward. So we have on this. Let's claim the reward, and let's confirm the transaction, and it's in the process. Once the transaction will complete, we have our reward back in our wallet address. And finally the reward is completed, and we got that. Perfect. And we have withdraw. You can see we have withdraw our reward from the application. Now you can see that our URL name is quite big. I want to change that, so you can add it. So you can come back here, go back to the site configuration, and there you will have a bunch of options. So I want to change the name of the URL. So I can simply click on this change site name, and here you can give whatever name you want. So I'll call it the blockchain coder taking DApp, and save it, and it's going to change the name. So click on this. Now it will open the blockchain coder staking DApp. If you try to open the previous URL, it will not work. Perfect. So everything is looking good. I hope you guys have learned that how you can deploy this phenomenal application, and we have done with this entire project. You can click and you can connect one more time because the URL is changed, and here we are fetching all the data, and looks absolutely perfect. So finally we are completed the entire project. I hope you guys have followed along with me. If you have any question in doubt, do let me know in the comment section. We have built all of this component, this is the context, contract, and I want to show you one thing. Come back to the contract and you can see by default I have set for 1 minute, but generally in the industry we follow for 1 day. So make sure to activate this and comment this and activate this. So this will take for 1 day, but if you go with the 60, it will take for 1 second. The reason why I have taken 1 second, I have explained extensively, because we have to test the contract in 1 minute. I don't want to wait for 1 day, then I can test and deposit the token. So that's why I have taken this 60. Make sure to change this in all the places and come in the 60, and you can play around with this variable. So first build as it is, after that test everything, after that do the experiment as for your end. If you follow and understand everything, you will easily able to do modification as per your branding. So looks good. We are done with that. And here I've given you some important information, some important links which you can simply have a look. So simply check. There you will find all the details. You can come back to the blockchain coder. There you can come back to the resource section. There you can click on recent project, and this is the ones. Click here. You can get the final source code, start a file, and you can watch the video in which I have explained that how you have to do the setup when you will get the final source code. And you can come back here, close this one, and everything is good. Now we can come back to the playlist. There is all the videos is about this particular project, which you can simply follow it for your convenience. I have divided this entire project in different playlists, so you can take your time and start building. You can come back to the blockchain coder, and I have this particular course. Make sure to take this. A lot of students have already enrolled it. When you complete it, you will become a complete blockchain developer. You will learn every single technology which you have to know, and you can able to build any application. The one which we have built is just going to be a piece of cake for you. In this, you're going to master complete Solidity programming language. We have a huge lesson on complete Solidity. Then we're going to build extensive setup for Web3 ecosystem. Then we're going to build one of the biggest project. That's why I always encourage you that whenever you take any courses, take project based, actual industry ready project based courses, and that's what we have applied here. Perfect. So finally we have done with the entire project. If you have any question, any doubt, do let me know in the comment section. I'll definitely try to help you in that. For time being, have a wonderful day. Bye bye.